And welcome back to Apac for the 4th Open, leading to our Raleigh Major and to our Championship Sunday as we gear up for a heater here. We have a whole split ahead of us and two teams currently defining themselves at the top for that singular major spot and, of course, world representation as well. As Chaotic Apac returns, so do my casters. Welcome back, Boyero and Rhino. Any surprises in store today, boys?
I mean, I hope so. I'm excited for today. It's our first Championship Sunday of the split. We have got some exciting teams coming into this. We've got the rejuvenated Koi roster here. We've got Luminosity trying to hold their own at the top. We've got the kind of maybe sneaking in roster of NJZ trying to challenge here and see what Kenotrope can do as well. We've got a really exciting time ahead of us.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting thing when you talk about APAC and talk about surprises, because nothing surprises us anymore in APAC. We've seen it all. It's absolute chaosful. I love to see every single part of it. But yeah, there are certainly some games here with the opportunities for upsets, not least our first game of the day. So it's going to be fascinating to see how the day progresses.
Oh, that's one of our immediate surprises as well, is what our first game of the day is going to be. We had a forfeit out the gates here due to availability. Godspeed gone, but oh well, it's a big finish for them regardless. They're gonna like their top 6 finish. I don't think that that's gonna be an issue for them. They had the chance to go further here, but let's have a look at where else we can go further. It's the entire season overview here. You can see there we are in open number 4 in that orange section there, looking towards the Raleigh Major, and of course Raleigh Major will determine who our world representative is most likely as well. Either who qualifies for that Raleigh Major or the representation there will decide that. So should be an interesting one for the rest of the season here. Every result counts.
I mean, yeah, a lot of Rocket League to be played. This is only the beginning of the split. The 1v1 Open also happening at the end for the region that didn't take place the first time around. I believe that is North America and the MENA, and I can't remember what else is involved in that one. I think SSA as well and OCE, but yeah, APAC already had that with things getting second to Shadi in the APAC 1v1s, but there's more to come later on. But yeah, as you mentioned, guys, we've got a lot of Rocket Leagues we played. This is only the beginning of the split, just coming off the back of the transfer window. There's a lot to be seen in every region, not even just APAC.
Yeah, for sure, but speaking just for APAC, this is your weekly schedule. Remember, your week does not begin until Rlcs starts. Yesterday, we had all of the APAC action. And if you did watch the EU and the SAM in the evening, then you are keeping up to date with everything happening around the RLCS region. But today, it's exactly the same again. We start with APAC, the best way to start your day, with EU towards the afternoon and SAM in the evening.
Of course, we are going to be looking around the world at those results as well. APAC, EU and SAM obviously running this weekend, but you've got your alternating regions as well. So as we head into that, it's going to be interesting to see how OCE and MENA turned out there as well. They've had some pretty big results as well. OCE, a lot of attention on them, especially after what the promise was, at least, going into Birmingham Major there of wildcard. It didn't work out for them there, and we were kind to blame for that.
Yeah, maybe a bit of our fault here over APAC. Kind of taking out the OCE teams, both of them at the major. But yeah, I mean, OCE has been a region which I think quite a while had a very solid foundation at the top. But I think in more recent time, Gex, we've seen OCE as a whole kind of be a lot more open, and it kind of always ends the same, but there's always new contenders kind of reaching out to the top. And I think you as our show more about that. They kind of
not wrong. The amount of young guns that are coming out of the scene right now, there's so much discussion about so many players. I think a lot of regions only have a couple of those little shout-outs there, but they've all kind of yet to prove themselves as well. Fever is probably the #1 on the lips there, and that's you're seeing that out of Wildcard there. Hunter across the other side is one of those other names, but Wildcard have really proven themselves to be a huge asset to the region.
Yeah, and it certainly looks to be the case. I mean, we even saw it at the major, even though Luminosity got the better of them. You know, we saw Wildcard take on some of the top teams, and we even talked about CJ talking about how Wildcard pushed the eventual winners very, very close, got them to that game 5. So, yeah, there's a lot to be hopeful for in OCE.
I mean, even in the other side of the OCE, close matches We've seen the two top dogs of Falcons and Twisted Minds kind of unsurprisingly just meet in the finals and go all the way once again, and it feels like a two-team region, and it's just between Twisted Minds and Falcons all the time. And Gex, I mean, who do you favour overall in this region? Because they get closer and closer each time we see them, I feel like.
I mean, I just love seeing the Falcons representation every single time it comes up, but there are so many big names there now. Twisted Minds making that big push. It's so interesting talking about Mina from the Apac perspective as well, at least between you and I, Boy, because we remember back when it was Mina and Apac were the bundle deal. So it's great to see that they've really come to a massive front in Rocket League since they got their chance at RLCS as well. I just can't wait for Apac to get that step-up moment as well.
Yeah, but what you should also say is there is that two-team kind of region, but Alcacha are also really pushing from that lower bracket. You see, they push Team Falcons right the way to 7 games. They are not slouching. They have got some fantastic people in that roster as well. Toxic, Dr. Known. They are a very solid team as well, and you just feel they maybe needed a bit of a longer season to really break into that top 2, but they could be back next season, and that could be a really interesting team in the MENA region.
Actually, as a region, they've been too scary for a lot of those import teams to really push for as well. It's great to see a region really holding outside of the majors there. But it wouldn't surprise me if we considered MENA one of the major regions quite shortly within Rocket League. They are absolutely pushing for it. A lot of discussion about Falcons even being one of the top teams in the world. I think if they can ever overcome their nerves on LAN, we might even see that win. But as it goes, though, yesterday, we had some absolute bangers to start our day off, and there it is there, Godspeed versus Perez's Habibtis. That was probably the game to watch, actually, our opener.
Oh, I mean, 100%. That was my game of the day. It was, even if not the most high quality of teams playing, the most fun match to watch without a shadow of a doubt. Perez's Habibtis came with a flying start, and then Godspeed recovered so well. Every game had its moment of an incredible goal and an insane bit of chaos. It was the most fun game of yesterday without a shadow of a doubt in my mind.
Oh, you're not wrong. This had absolutely everything all the way through to Game 7. It was unpredictable. You never knew what was going to happen. But in the end, it was indeed Godspeed who pulled it through. Then this second game, it was Dream Station versus Sial. And I have to say, credit to Sial. We didn't really expect much from them coming into this game. Dream Station we expected the world from, and it turned out to be the opposite way round. Dream Station just didn't really have all that much. They had enough to get past Sial, but not enough to show us a real confidence going into the rest of the weekend.
We went into that with me talking about Machi and Ryzen, but I got to give the shout out to Bacon Hero there. That was massive. Tekos, though, came in as the new entry there for Movistar Koi as they pick up the old Elevate roster there. Them exiting the scene brings in an entire Invader team now. They've got some enemies amongst them, and Kenotrope wasn't enough to really push the envelope there to give us the satisfying pushback from the natives that we were looking for. So looking for more against them today. I
mean, looking at how good Koi was just kind of coincided with just how good Luminosity looked. NJZ in the second game we're seeing here, but they were up 3-1, and unfortunately for them and to their dissatisfaction, it ended 4-3 in favour of Luminosity with a 0-second goal from Sphinx. But Luminosity, just after that game 2 and before that game 2 even, it just looked so good. And NJZ struggled to keep up with it, but they did show some really kind of highlights behind them, and I think they do have a lot of potential coming out of it.
Oh, easily. Yeah, absolutely. NJZ really surprised us. They pushed Luminosity so close, games 1 and 2 certainly. And that is fantastic. So you can see now the updated brackets, even with that forfeit victory that Kenotrope will take through. They will face Luminosity a little bit later on today. But before we get there, we have got one quarterfinals match available, and it's Dream Station versus NJZ. Arguably the underperformers of yesterday versus the overperformers of yesterday.
Yeah, I think it comes down to where the average play comes in for this. DreamStation obviously have a player swap there, bringing in Kevin as well, a crowd favorite at the very least, but it didn't work out for them on the field. NJZ were the shocker there, but again, they can prove that that is actually their consistent performance if they can do it again here. So I'm really excited for this first one, but of course, all of this leads to something as well. It's not just about this weekend. It's not just about today, even though we're on Championship Sunday. We've got multiple tiers here, so we're going to make very, very early predictions, in fact, for the major, I think. We've only got one team, really, that will be coming out of this to discuss, to debate over, and I want to know. There they are, our current point standings. This is out of only one day of play so far. This is going to change by the end of today again, but where are your hopes lying?
I mean, I think it's easy for me to say, obviously, Kenotrope, it's Luminosity. Luminosity are, in my head, I think we could challenge them, but I just think that one slip up along the way for Koi will absolutely crush this team. So I think Luminosity have the better opportunity, and I think really, whoever wins today is going to be the team who makes the major in my head. I think whoever can pull it on top by the end of today is going to go the run the whole way through.
Yeah, and you said that right there. I think this is called early predictions because we are going to find out so much from today's matches about who is going to be representing us at Raleigh. Yeah. Because you've got 3 teams up there who are all on the same points, but you would argue that Luminosity and Movistar Koi are the more likely to be able to take it through. You never know what's going to happen today.
Yep.
But if they do play in that grand final, you could argue that the winner of that final will be the ones representing us in Raleigh, because realistically, to see how Koi have developed and improved against this Luminosity roster is going to be fascinating to watch.
Yeah, it is interesting to see Kenotrope up there with the 7 amongst Luminosity and Movistar Koi as well, because generally looking at that list, I'm fairly happy with how that's sitting as far as a representation in the region. Godspeed in there, only 1 point behind as well, and they have been a massive push here. DreamStation, I expected to take that spot, but yesterday they didn't live up to it. If I had to call it, I would say that Godspeed was the better team of those two for their appearance on stream. However, they haven't matched each other, so we don't have that direct comparison. We probably will throughout the season, but it's not going to be today either. Godspeed, with their forfeit out, won't even face it up against Kenotrope. They get their early spot there against Luminosity. They go straight to a top 4, which they'll be thrilled on. We go through to our first one coming up with NJZ versus DreamStation. There you see the full season standings though as well, and Luminosity does loom over the leaderboard with that 50 points. So going into Worlds, they do have an advantage here by some margin.
I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, they're coming into this with a 20-point lead on Koi. Koi would have to win every event, go to the major, and do well there if they want to overtake Luminosity. They're in a great position, and Koi have to put their absolute all into it, which is why I think that if this event doesn't go to plan, they could get really demoralised here because of this Worlds race, and maybe start to slip. So Luminosity have a massive advantage on them. DreamStation also quite close to Koi in points, that if they did go on a massive set run, they actually could pull something off here. Though very, very unlikely, but I don't want to count them out just yet. Same for Godspeed. But it's really a race between Koi and Luminosity for me.
Interesting to see that 21 and 19 points there, but between Godspeed and DreamStation as well, because it is kind of the discussion that we were just having a moment ago, and with Godspeed forfeiting out, DreamStation are going to be given their chance to extend that lead a little bit more, and there we go, 18 points up for grabs from a first place position there, 12 from a second, 8 from third, and those prize pools to match as well. Almost $5,000 coming out for first place is great for Apac here. These teams will push for those prize pools, but you got to say, for the teams that are likely in first and second points, it's all about the points, isn't it?
It is, but you also have to remember that if Luminosity continue to get second across this major run, they will still go to Worlds, provided that Koi don't have a particularly good showing at the major, which historically Apac don't. So Luminosity, their kind of job is almost done. They just have to make sure they get second, and they will be heading to Worlds. Koi, they have got it all to do, but that work starts today.
I mean, our first match of the day, as we have alluded to, will be DreamStation against NJZ, followed up by Kenotrope and Luminosity. Movistar Koi against the winner of Dream Station NGZ, and then of course our grand final for the end of it. But I mean, looking at this first match, we talked a lot about it, we're going to talk a bit more very, very shortly. It's like kind of the highly anticipated Apac team against this team who we thought would be okay, but have maybe outperformed our initial expectations and are really, really impressive so far, Gex. I mean, looking at this NGZ team, we're talking about them performing really well yesterday, but from an outsider's perspective, they got 4 rows and they had 1 close game. Like, why would an outsider have to like believe us that they actually looked good?
Yeah, I know. If you watched yesterday, you just know they did. It was a big push there, and they do just, I don't know. It was an overperforming team, as we said. I want to see NJZ bring that energy back, but I want to see DreamStation step up to what we expect from them as well. So I'm going to go ahead and put out my prediction first as well, because I know where my heart lies, and it's kind of actually... I am a fan of DreamStation. Don't get me wrong, I genuinely like this team, but another team stepping into the spotlight here would just be absolutely awesome for me, for the region. NJZ, that's where my heart lies, and I think it might be where my head lies, just barely. I am going to go with the NJZ pick.
See, I have this issue where I, was doing the viewing parties last split of Apac, and I was always rooting for this locomotive team and free rats, etc. to do well, and so often I was, left waiting for LCT and Co to do anything until Regional 3, where they finally did. And it took a while for them to really get in gear, and I fear this might be a similar tale for this DreamStation team. I think NGZ are the better team right now. I also think that this is the time really for Risk and Blue to get their first real Apac top 4s here. Blue getting it back in the Apac South days, Risk never making a top 4. I think this is their best opportunity yet, and I really think they're going to do it.
Wow. I absolutely can't agree with either of you, to be honest. I mean, this game could go either way. Let's be clear. NJZ have been very good. For me personally, I'm going to take DreamStation. I believe in the boys. I reckon they're going to be able to pull it through on this Championship Sunday. It's the time to step up, and I think they're going to be able to as well. Give me DreamStation.
All right, well, we're going to be bringing you along with me to have that argument in-game as well. Boyo, I am certainly siding with you on this one, as rare as that does happen. But look, we're looking for something new out of the region, and NJZ are bringing something new. As we discussed, though, I think this is very much going to come down to which team can play with consistency, which team is peaking on the day, and certainly DreamStation living up to expectations. So, Boyo, thank you for joining us on the desk. We'll see you after this series. Let's get this one underway. Rhino, this should be the series of the day for me.
It really should. Yeah, if you're looking at anything across the slate today, there's the grand final, but there is also this game right here. What a game we have. NJZ versus DreamStation. Both of these teams, I feel like, are so on a similar level with their performances yesterday that there really is... You could predict every single match outcome, and it's possible in this game. I mean, if DreamStation play like they did yesterday, NJZ have the chance to sweep. If NJZ fall off even just a little bit from their performance yesterday, and Rlcs and LCT find their form, it's a completely different story. So you just don't know what to expect. We love the chaos here in Apac.
I think the reason that NJZ is likely to be my pick here at all, Blue, Luna, and Risk, is simply because they were playing against the starkest of odds. They were playing up against Luminosity. They should have played scared, and they didn't. What we were asking for was the step up from Blue and Risk into the that headspace where they could challenge super early. They did come in with a little bit of that, but I think they could get even more aggressive with their second man commits. Third needs to stay defensive for sure, because DreamStation, they are a team that is hyper aggressive.
Oh. Yeah, offense on the side of DreamStation. All gas, no brakes on this roster, and they will absolutely be looking to just score more than you. That's literally all they're trying to do. They're not trying to keep you out. They're not trying to get those defensive plays working. All they want to do is score as many goals as possible and make sure that is more than you can score. So it'll be interesting to see how DreamStation deal with it. I mean, NJZ, yeah, it's going to be a very different prospect to who they played against yesterday. Can they adapt?
I wish Boyer was still here. I had planned to hand him this one as well, because he had a bit of a story to tell. But yesterday he called out that, Blue, sorry, not Blue. Luna was the person on that team to come in with that little bit of ego that gave him the edge to go for those early challenges and shut down the mechanical plays and everything. And we were looking for more of that bit of an ego play out from the other two members of the team. He actually went into the DMs with Luna, and Luna said, "Oh, you're right, because I'm the one that's likely to do that," and confirmed without a doubt. He said in his own words, "I think in my own head I could 1v3 Luminosity." So
he did say that.
Blur nailed it yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's why he gets paid the big bucks. You know, he's absolutely got the he knows these players inside and out, and he knew that Luna would have said something like that.
Yeah.
It was so funny when he told us. But that's the whole mentality that Luna has, right? Luna believes he is the best in this region. He believes he is the best when he comes over here, and you need that mentality. You talked about it yesterday. If you are scared about the players that you're playing against, then you're not going to be playing your best Rocket League. Whereas Luna doesn't have that problem because he believes he is the best in the server. And that means that he can play his game. As
misguided as that might be.
Hey,
but you're right. No, I said yesterday, you have to play as if you are the team that's going to win, or you will not be. Now, we get into field, and Luna already up playing like that right now. That's actually going to be the exact issue I'm looking at mostly on Dream Station, not NJZ though, because they played like a team that couldn't win against a team they were playing down to yesterday. They did take out the win, but it wasn't by a good look from them.
No, it was not, and we definitely need to see a little bit more from this Dream Station roster today if we're to have any faith that they can be the disruptors that we know they can be in this Apac region. Over to the left side, it's now going to be Kevin with a chance to get the ball into the middle. It's an early save from Luna. He got up well for that ball and is pushing it away for NJZ. Blue to take over. Intercepted there. Double commit from Dream Station. It's a bit early, and that's a demo coming through from NJZ as well, so they'll be able to clear their line.
LCT taken out as well. He's going to be one of the players that's most likely to turn on any play to really make that push. LCT goes to the backboard here, and Kevin tries to assist through forward. And I really am a fan of the Dream Station roster, but they've got to connect, they've got to click, and they've got to do it early. Kevin coming in seems to have thrown a wrench into this. I know it's a big personality team and always was, and swapping out a player can actually have a big impact here, and I think it might be having that. They may just take their time to warm up with Kevin.
Yeah, but you know, bringing in a new player should make a big impact. That's why you do it, right? That's the whole point of making a roster change, is you want to change something about the way that your team is playing. So clearly they've seen something in Kevin that they like, but they've just not been able to make it work with the roster that they have at the moment. However, that's not to say that given a bit more time in this split, given a few more officials, they won't have that clicking. There's Kevin. He makes the fake, and it's a shot there, but it's not really the most efficient shot in the world. Dream Station just testing the waters of the NJZ defense.
Yeah, already these teams, you can see that I think they know this is a very even matchup. NJZ actually playing a little bit more reserved here while they just get a feel for what Dream Station is going to play like. And I guess that's the advantage of being so unpredictable as to how you're going to turn up on a day, is that your opponents don't know either. And now NJZ are looking out for that.
Yeah, they are. This ball inside from LCT won't find anybody. Oh, big cut there from Kevin off the backboard. There's a bump on the back line. Surely the first. And that's Rlcs finding the right side of the goal. And with just under half the game played, Dream Station lead.
Yeah, that's it's the right play. LCT finding it with no boost, just using his positioning so well there. That's a team play as well from Dream Station. They were having a little bit of issues with communication yesterday. Not the case in that play there. They've come through making a good show of the team as a roster now out of the first one. A simple goal at that as well, but NJZ, they will crumble to those if they're not careful. Another one comes through. Rlcs going to score in the top left corner.
I've got to ask what Luna's doing here. He's going back towards his own net. He just leave that one for Blue. There's no pressure. There's no one around. You don't need to make that play, but he comes through. He bumps his own teammate, and suddenly Dream Station are gifted a second in this game. NJZ, well, yeah, they'll be kicking themselves about that one because that was just an unnecessary goal to concede.
Yeah, I mean, first game out of the series yesterday, NJZ was a little bit slower as well, so maybe they are just one of those teams that takes a little bit of a while to get the ball rolling, but they will need to do it quickly because Dream Station are a team that functions almost entirely off of having the ball rolling, and you're allowing them to get that started here. You're allowing them to continue it. Kevin sneaks one through again.
Again, positioning. This is Blue sending it away, but it's just a bit of a heavy touch. Kevin intercepts on the midfield line. No one from NJZ is expecting Blue to lose that ball where he does. And so DreamStation once again given another goal. And it feels really weird. DreamStation being 3-0 up, we should be celebrating. Yeah. We should be saying DreamStation are back. But they've been given 2 of the goals that they've got. It's not even them playing well. It's just their opponents not playing up to their level. And NJZ, maybe we gave them a little bit too much credit in that 4-0 loss yesterday.
Well, like I said, it comes down to what they can do consistently, and if they're proving they can't do that consistently, then that's what comes out. It would be disappointing for sure, but that's a great save to start to put back on the right display for us here. Blue will challenge on no boost as well, but NJZ are just getting really dominated here, and it's coming out of big plays. Kevin, is that an own goal? Oh my goodness, that's... I have to stop talking. It's a minute of silence for DreamStation here on that one.
Maybe we can't do 60 seconds, but we'll definitely do a moment, because... What am I seeing in front of me, Gex? I
don't know.
I don't...
Oh, okay, that might make sense of it, maybe?
Okay.
Please?
Please.
It still doesn't explain Kevin's touch.
I know. No, it absolutely does not. But maybe there was something that went wrong, some input, maybe his controller's broken, maybe something. I don't know.
Controller's broken. Kevin's controller is broken. It's very rare that I'm wishing for that on anyone.
Hey, we had some controller break controversy in
LCT.
Split 1, all right? Yeah,
LCT, yeah.
So, I mean, look.
And he still won those.
Yeah, he did. And fair play to him. But, I mean, I don't even know where to begin to break down this game right now, Gex, because luckily I don't have to. The game's getting back underway, and the goal will stand, so... Kevin own goal. How or not? Maybe we've got a bit more time.
Maybe it's not standing. This might be a pause to just adjust that scoreboard. Really depends on when they called out the issue there. So, yeah, I'm curious to see if NJZ does retain that goal, because it could be very interesting. It looks like a full leave from the lobby there, so we will be having a lobby remake. Maybe that was simply a ping issue there as well. Can actually move your car, at least on your own screen. So maybe the shot never happened on Kevin's then.
Yeah, maybe he's just up that right-hand wall, right? And he's avoiding the ball, he's letting the player come through, and all of a sudden he just sees the ball fly into his own net. He's like, huh? Yeah, could well be. But, yeah, as I say, like, trying to explain what's happening in this game just feels like an impossible task, because everything is happening and nothing is happening, right? Like, it's goals being given, it's rotational mistakes, certainly from NJZ, but at the end there we also saw it coming through from DreamStation. So I don't know, is it just a matter of cut out those mistakes and you're gonna win this game? It feels that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a weird game because DreamStation are not playing like three rats. They're playing like they are a put-together roster that is just not under pressure. They're playing very, very standardized Rocket League, and while I don't advocate for standardized rotations in Rocket League in RLCS, sometimes it's all you need, and that's the case right now. If that's all that it takes, that's all you're going to put on because it's the safest version of the gameplay.
Sometimes you just have to go back to basics, right? Sometimes you just have to do the easy stuff and do it well. And if you can do that, then you're going to frustrate a lot of teams because, I mean, there's a reason it's the standard, right? It's because that is a solid way of playing the game. Okay, if the opposition team come through with, high-level mechs and they start flying over your head and they start doing all sorts of flicks and tricks, then things start to crumble. But I've not seen that from NJZ yet. That's not to say we won't, but all at DreamStation needs to do at this point is they just need to, do the right things, get those rotations on lock, not push forwards as third man LCT, and the rest is going to figure itself out. That's going to be it. So, yeah, NJZ need to show us something when this game restarts.
Look, you asked me yesterday, what do you have to do as a team within this region, particularly a native team, to overcome Luminosity? And I said that you need to take them on. You need to take the losses and learn from them until you can win games and then win series. I was on the verge of being able to say NJZ can take games there. They didn't. Yeah. That doesn't mean they can't, though. And they again, there was a 1-goal buzzer beater to send to overtime to save Luminosity from the scenario where they did lose a game there as well. So NJZ can play to that standard. What I saw at a Dream Station yesterday was not a game winner against Luminosity in any of those games. I don't think you would take them on a single one of the games that was played yesterday if you played like Dream Station did. I don't think that the gameplay we're seeing right now from Dream Station would work like that either, but Dream Station isn't being asked to give any more. So NJZ, this is a huge drop-off from them, and we need to see them get back on that line of a team that can take games from Luminosity. It's plausible, because that's the same footing that Dream Station should be on as well.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, yesterday as well, NJZ didn't have the quickest of starts. They took a little bit while to warm up. It was that game 2 that they really took it to Luminosity and looked like the team that were actually going to take them down and get that victory. So maybe game 1 is a situation where they're trying to warm up, but we are going to be getting back into this game. Well, yeah, you're not kidding. We are going to be getting back into this game very shortly, as I say. Okay, just as we were getting back into it, it's been paused once more, so we are seeing some problems in the server. Hopefully we can get those fixed for you as soon as possible. And maybe we are live now. NJZ, the goal stands, and we are playing Rocket League, Gex. What a day.
Yeah, NJZ getting one here, whether it's their own or not, actually could put them back in a good mental state to push something on here. And another shot on target from Risk there as well. Blue up, looking to center. He's going to follow this down from the ceiling. A beat on. Oh, Luna can't predict the bounce. It comes down very, very quick, but he can re-center. Another chance here. Risk sends it across. Blue underneath, looking to defend a midfield that's pushed up very, very far, and they do so well. It will be more attack. NJZ are just pushing the envelope. Another shot. It comes off crossbar. Nobody's there. Risk gets there in time, and NJZ, they've got just barely the time frame needed to not only take another goal in this series, but even it up.
And now that Kevin own goal looks all the worse, letting NJZ back into it in the way that they have. Just under 30 seconds remain. They've got a chance, and we do know that Dream Station, they could get inside their own head. Has that been a team save? I think NJZ have actually saved that ball from going in. There's a chance at the other end. Balleries off the backboard, saved away. But NJZ, I mean, they had a goal. They had it dead to rights, and there was just a player on the goal line.
Look, I mean, as much as it's devastating, at least it's a mistake coming out of good reasoning here. I mean, they were pushing. That's what we were looking for. That's what they were lacking. They just weren't pushing the ball at the start of that game. Maybe they push a little too far. They get in front of it and save the goal, but at least they were there. And NJZ, that is a big step up. Dream Station taking game 1, but they didn't have the back half of that game, and they're going to have to really tighten those screws up.
Oh, very much so. But yeah, it's fascinating to see, isn't it? The duality of that game, where the first half really felt like Dream Station, they were the ones in control. They were the ones who had no real kind of problems with dealing with NJZ. Meanwhile, as soon as you kind of get back into the game, as soon as Kevin gets that own goal and you start to, NJZ feel like they've got a place in this game, Dream Station on the back foot, and they couldn't handle the NJZ pressure. So, I mean, what are we expecting in this game number 2? We could be expecting anything could be happening coming up soon.
Well, my wonder is if the server issues were affecting everybody, and possibly it was NJZ actually taking the losses there more than it was Dream Station. They may have had more of an effect from that, because they certainly came back looking like a different team after the server issue was recovered. They looked totally different.
Oh, like a team possessed. That is the team that we saw play against Luminosity yesterday. That's the team that we saw push the best in this region down to the wire. So NJZ getting back to form and finding their footing, that's going to be a real concern for Dream Station going into game 2.
Rlcs now looking for a flick. It's early from DreamStation, but so is the defense from NJZ. Once more, they put on good defense. It's going to be a double commit, but it is a save, and it's a bare one at that. So NJZ survive the onslaught of early game attack, and they might even get a chance here. Blue tries to follow that to a backboard, but Kevin takes control. LCT gets up and involved in it as well to take it to that back corner, but Luna now traps it to his car and takes it for a run up to the midfield.
Yeah, but it's going to be picked off by DreamStation, and team's just jockeying for possession right now, trying to get this ball through, and LCT gets a reset, doesn't really maintain possession, but he finds a good 50. Luna scrambles across the goal line. It wasn't really going in, but LCT showing off at the start of this game too. And Kevin pushed forwards quite far, but he wasn't challenged. He wanted the bump, didn't find it. NJZ have a chance to move back downfield. LCT will pick their pockets though, and DreamStation back to where they feel like they belong, which is in control of this game at the moment.
I like that NJZ having proactive defense. However, they need to take a little bit of a breath if you're that second, third man. There's been a number of double commits that I'm surprised DreamStation haven't capitalized on so far. Luna going to be able to take this forward. It's a great 50 by Risk. He's still in front of it. Rlcs gets the clear, but it's not out of danger. Blue again looking for the backboard. He has one flip, but can't reach the ball with it a mile from that. And LCT takes it forward. Drop down. What a read by Risk. Flick into the corner. Can he get a read that's sent as well? No, Kevin blocks it away with no issues.
We know how exciting Risk is for the region. We know how good he can be. He is proving it in the server right now, but still 0-0. So we just get to the 2-minute mark. That angle might have been found, but sent away. Backboard going to have to be defended. Luna pass back to Blue. Off the top. No double. LCT to bring it away. 1v1 versus Risk, but he loses possession, so he just goes to collect boost instead. Rlcs does not have the boost to be challenging for that ball, and Kevin goes by, but he won't be punished, and there are a couple of what I would call micro mistakes happening between both of these teams that are being left unpunished as well. So DreamStation still in this, and a big demo onto Luna from Kevin is going to probably... normally you'd say that would stop the attack, but actually NJZ still very aggressive.
Yeah, I like it. They've put someone straight back on. I mean, you take that demo, if you're in your opponent's half, generally speaking, you just have a guaranteed defense. That respawn is going to be there for you, so you can send forward. But it's DreamStation you're talking about. They're so effective at those counterattacks. They just move the ball so fast because they want the offense back time and time again. It's where they're comfortable. Unfortunately for them, they haven't been allowed as much of it as they'd like. Luna now reads it out of the corner. Good chance here. Risk can't take the situation the right way. But I gotta say, Risk is one of the most dangerous features of this match. Blue is stepping up to that mark. He is terrifying right now for DreamStation, taking a 1-goal lead.
Yeah, there have been a few mistakes, you know, on the backlines from Kevin for trying to read those balls coming forwards off the backboard. But that one, he had the boost to get up to it. Just couldn't get a touch. And NJZ, they have been gifted a goal as well. Now, LCT trying to get the one this back for DreamStation, but that's a huge dunk coming through from Blue. He's going to be a lot more confident now that he's got that goal down the other end. Very much in this server now. Ball into the middle. Kevin trying to challenge. Dealt with once again by NJZ, and their defense standing very, very strong in this game too.
Those misses from Kevin, though, what's surprising to me is I can forgive them and even expect them when there's, you know, the read is on fine print. The bounce is throwing a bit of italics in there or something, but these are with caps lock on and bolded, and we're still not finding the read.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you shouldn't even need reading glasses for these ones. It should just be, you know, it could be absolutely fine. But yeah, Kevin, maybe just... warm up in the correct way or whatever it happens to be today. Unfortunately making a few more mistakes, but LCT trying to carry his team forward. Still maintains possession out of the corner. Dealt with by Luna, but not all the way. Will clear it away. Looking for the top corner. Rlcs can't find it. He's been a little bit quiet in this game as well. And that clearance comes through from NJZ. Chance off the backboard. There's a pass there. The ball won't drop down, and Rlcs can send it away. Chance for the counter-attack immediately. LCT sends it high. Kevin gets a read on that one. Waterfalling down. Nice double touch. Still Rlcs. Waterfalling. Chance at the back post. LCT converts. And Dream Station. It might not have been flow state, but it was close enough.
I'm sorry, Kevin can read that down from ceiling and set up this play, but all right. I guess his reading glasses got put back on after that one. They must have some intense magnification on them. Blue in behind again, but Dream Station with the goal of the series so far there by far. Great teamwork out of the whole team, which is really the thing to look for out of Dream Station. When they function as a roster, that's when they're going to get really scary.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness, LCT. I thought maybe he believed that one of his teammates had control of that situation. He kind of moved away from the play and then got called in, but 0-0, well, 1-1. Might as well be 0. That's another miss as LCT off the backboard. That's going to do it. No, it's not. What a save from Rlcs, keeping this game going.
Chance here. Kevin passes it down. Oh my goodness, Luna. A clutch up save there, even if he's not awarded it as a stat. LCT gets it out of the corner. Following it mid is Rlcs. Kevin up to challenge. That demo and LCT may get them out of trouble here, and it has allowed the space for a good touch out to midfield. It's being passed back to Rlcs though. Back into offense they can go, and it's a good fake out. Left for Blue. The calling is there. NJZ also working as a well-oiled team right now, and this has turned into the series I was looking for.
Absolutely, that's a nice chance from LCT, dealt with, but it's a double commit coming through from NJZ. Ball to the back post, nice pass, chance again, Risk makes the save. It's last-ditch defending from NJZ, but it is working. Ball played forwards now, off the backboard. Kevin can send it away down the side, pass into LCT, wants the 50, not going to find it. Blue goes low. Demo on the back lines as well. Risk into Luna, but neither of them really want to take that through. Neither of them look like they wanted it. LCT pass inside, it's behind Rlcs, and now Dream Station have to recover again.
Was that Risk with that 50? That is a brave one to go for, and it gets them well into offense in a shocking scenario, but they've lost the element of surprise now. LCT bringing it back down the other way. Risk a big flick over his own net there to get it back to the midfield and continue. It's a drop back to Luna. Shot on! NJZ even the series.
This is a really nice shot here from Luna. Risk. Not sure whether it was a fake or whether he actually meant to go for it. I think we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Faked it out. And all Luna had to do was finish into a relatively empty net. And NJZ, they take down Dream Station in Game 2. We bigged this game up as one of the games of the day. And Gex, Game 2 lived up to that.
Yeah. Look, there was the chance that was a whiff there, but I'm very much... I'm quite confident that that was actually a communicated play just based on Luna's actions. You saw him kind of move to go away from that ball for the pass and then slam on the accelerator and move at that ball when the call-out was made. And it was the right choice. NJZ, they get that surprise factor back. And where Dream Station, they bring out the big mech goals, it is often expected of them. NJZ, when they can get that surprise moments, can really make that count. And I think it is off the back of just the unexpected.
Yeah, and listen, the more you can confuse, the more you can discombobulate your opponent, the more chance you have of winning a game of Rocket League. That was an absolutely outrageous save, by the way, from Rlcs at the start of overtime. And then, the fake from Risk, the finish from Luna, that was enough to send Dream Station packing and get us into a Game 3 situation where Games 1 and 2 nullify each other. We go from a best of 7 to a best of 5 now. And again, just as the start of the game, I couldn't tell you who's going to win it, which is exactly where we want to be.
But it's odd, though, because that was a step up from everybody, despite the fact that Dream Station was on the losing side of that. You make that statement when you look at Game 1, you wouldn't think the Dream Station could drop off if they improve from that point again. But NJZ, it just goes to show exactly how much they had left in the tank in that first game and why they came in so strong towards the latter half of it.
Oh, that's a double commit. Problems in the back lines, but LCT can't get up in time. Didn't have the boost. Kevin comes through, tries to snipe the bottom corner. going to make that one work. And DreamStation, they've got a lot of pressure at the early start of this game 3. Chance here, bump on the back lines, but there's no one there. And now there's a 3v1 attack. But Kevin pushes forward so far as the third man that I think it just catches MJZ by surprise.
Blue to 50 downward. Risk is going to make the challenge out of... Oh, my goodness. Look, when the surprise factor is on the casters as well, something is going, I don't know, very well, I guess, for your team. NJ said, with their chances, and the surprise factor pays off eventually. Blue is going to sneak it under the crossbar. What a shot.
Blue scores on the orange side. Figure that one out, but off the crossbar. Drop down. That is an absolute sniper rifle from just in front of the net. Gets up highest. Gets the shot on, and NJZ, just like they did in game 2, they take the lead. DreamStation have to fight from behind. That's a huge clearance as well.
I think it was on target there. Kevin only barely got underneath that to make that a dominant clear back to midfield as well. Good pressure out of that. Often the EU clear just gives away that possession. Look, it has in the long run there for a moment, but I gotta say, I don't mind that choice. They got a good chance out of it. Just didn't come to them.
Didn't, not yet. But now the ball inside. It's going to be Luna looking for Risk. Risk through the air, but LCT will send it away into the corner. Drop back. Oh, there's a chance now for the counter-attack. DreamStation starting to move, but there's not a lot in the tanks, so they can't really strike with any venom. And now NJZ are going to steal the ball back in the midfield and start moving back down, but LCT makes that block off on the goal line and now clears the ball once more. DreamStation having to use so much boost to defend that when they spark the counter-attack, they've got nothing left.
Luna's got to just make sure that he's egoing his opponents, not his teammates. Little bit of a risky scenario there, and it is back in their hands once more. They have had the better of the attacking half here, and they remain up by 1. So it's looking good for Game 3 for NJZ. They've got their confidence on. They are seeming like, ironically, a very similar playstyle team actually to DreamStation. They're not showing as much mechanical prowess, but they love being on the offense, and they're pushing into it hard.
They are, and here comes the offense from DreamStation. As mentioned, dunked on by Blue, ball inside, dealt with there by Risk. And now he's going to take a pot shot from deep. Rlcs will get back in time, no problems there. LCT down the side. Thought Luna was going to attack him. Had to take it away. And now he's beaten 2 on that right side. Just can't find the extra touch to get the pass in. There's a demo on the backlines though. Risk taken out of the play. Ball into the middle, dealt with by Luna, cleared away. And DreamStation, it just feels like they keep getting pegged back and pegged back. Get back to your half. Get back to your half. NJZ, the clearance is so effective.
And that's really comes down to the difference between a team that flourishes when they've got the ball rolling and one that needs the ball rolling. And right now, DreamStation needs the ball rolling. It's kind of an issue for them. If they aren't on the upper foot, they struggle. And right now, they are struggling. They're going to have to meet up. Another lackluster pass from Kevin does reach Rlcs, but no pressure onto the goal here. They will be able to get the clear away. NJZ still trying to chase that out to the midfield, though. The pressure is back on them now for the first time in this series. Minute 28 on the clock, and it's starting to tick down. A 1-goal lead isn't much, but it can work if you maintain your defense. And again, they will. Blue in behind it.
So close again. DreamStation trying to get those solo plays working now, going over the top. That's a nice opportunity for Rlcs. He just can't find the angle. It was difficult to do. Needed a protractor. Oh no, Kevin! Empty net to aim at. Just get your car over the ball, send it on the floor, and he sends it onto the crossbar. And that could be the chance that DreamStation needed to get back level in this game, and he simply can't.
What? Maybe not. Oof. It's not the play they want. Rlcs actually gets cut out of that. I think ran into a teammate in midair who had no boost. There was no option not to get in the road. NJZ still advancing here. It's not over. 30 seconds. The realistic margin closing now. LCT, can he make this play work? Blue Up, forward, Kevin, across. It will go to Rlcs. They've got one chance here. Does he get the center on? He's going to go for it himself. It's the wrong choice, but it does open the net. Somehow, Kevin misses the shot. LCT, a pass down again, but early defense from Risk will clear out. If they don't make this shot right now, the game is ended, and it's in NJZ's possession as the clock ticks down. You have to think this will reach ground, and possibly even one for the road from NJZ as they remain in offense. Back to the midfield once more, and ground should be found here. Kevin.
Hang on.
Oh my goodness, they are holding this for so long. There it is. Found eventually.
They were, but... Right, can someone please go over to Kevin's radar and recalibrate it? Just you know, make sure the dots are in the right place, because he had 2 opportunities there in the final minute. Relatively easy as well for a player of his caliber, and he's sent one onto the crossbar and one left of the post. I can't say much more than that, Gex. I mean, by all accounts, DreamStation should be level. We should be going to OT, but we're not.
Yeah, I mean, that last half, you would assume that DreamStation scored something away there, and they had their opportunities, like you're talking about, but it's just not enough if you can't capitalize. Kevin was a huge weakness to them there, despite being on top of scoreboard, which means not only did he miss more shots than anybody else, he made more. He had more touches on the ball. You've got to make use of them.
Yeah. You have simply got to make use of the opportunities that your opponents give you. That is basically what all of the best teams do, is even if they make the smallest of mistakes, you jump on it. You immediately go for that backline. You go for the throats. And I mean, to be fair to them, DreamStation did that. They just didn't convert the opportunity that they created after capitalizing on those mistakes. And that's going to be a concern for this roster, because they really need to find that form in this next game. Because if NJZ take this game, they go 3-1 up in the series, it's a long, long road back.
It's the mech that does force mistakes. And mistakes are not something that I think DreamStation is going to lack in creation of out of their opponents, but it is capitalizing on that they frequently have that issue with. And it's not because of the... It's not because of a lack of that mechanical ability. In fact, it might actually be as a result of the existence of that mechanical ability and its constant use by everybody on field. DreamStation are draining themselves by going for these big mechanical plays from every single member of the team. Use somebody to open up, make that mistake, and then have people in reserve to finish the goal. That's what they're lacking right now.
Yeah, that was a nice pass. LCT wasn't expecting it, but he's got enough boost to get back. NJZ trying to break down the field. Simply can't get there quick enough. Risk got the reset, but he got immediately challenged as well, and that's another immediate challenge. Cleared away here by DreamStation. The counter-attack could be on. Not dealt with by Risk. Chance for the pass! LCT doesn't need teammates.
Speed?
He just goes to the near post and he scores.
That is unbelievable. The quick flip back to it. He gets outside edge. I actually thought there was a chance of him pitching that back towards his own net, but he gets to the outside edge of the ball, and the pinch goes in straight into the opponent's net. This lead is what DreamStation needed. I think if they didn't score first here, NJZ would win this series, but now there's question in it because DreamStation has the ball rolling again, even if only slightly.
Yeah, for sure. Trust an Australians to know about an outside edge. Am I right, Gex? As this one comes forwards, is cleared away. That's a very niche joke, by the way, for those of you that understand that one. Is this one over the top? It's going to be Rlcs to send it away. DreamStation still in the lead, but NJZ starting to aggress, starting to push forwards. And now Risk wins that 50. He doesn't get the 100 boost, though, and that's going to probably prevent him from really making an impact in the rest of this play. LCT turns the ball around, looking for the bump play. Finds it, too! DreamStation starting to find form.
It's what I said, though. The mechanics come in from LCT. Instead of using them to try for a goal, he would have been 50'd on. He goes to the bump, sets it up, and it's a basic shot that finishes the play. DreamStation, off of 2 goals that don't require high mechanics, do come up into a lead.
Yeah, for sure. But they need to maintain it. That's the job now. And Blue is going to try and make that job a little bit more difficult on the goal line. That ball could have gone absolutely anywhere, but DreamStation makes sure it goes away to midfield. Dealt with here by, I think that's Risk in the air. It is Kevin getting the double off the backboard, maintaining the possession, but there's no one there on the ground to follow through, and NJZ clear away.
Kevin was looking like maybe his radar is a little bit more recalibrated there. There was a good chance of that backboard if it hadn't been for the 50 forced out by the defense. NJZ now still trying to push out of their own half, really, with dominance. Haven't been able to get a good chance at an attack all game. One on the line, but realistically nobody there to push it through. Meant to secured clear with patience from Dream Station. They had that. Now, can they get out of their own half?
It's like they just aren't able to. They're continuing to get 50'd every single which place. That's a nice shot at the angle. Kevin, backboard defense, playing very well there. And a demo onto Risk as well. Trying to cut off NJZ at source. Rlcs, given time and space. Not something that you want to afford this man if you're playing against him, but doesn't make the most of it, and this ball is now dropped. Luna comes over the top. There's a demo from Risk, but it's not really gonna come to much. Another demo comes through. This time Blue's taking out the play. Reset from Risk, over the top, wants the double, pancakes it against it. Luna wasn't expecting it. Still a chance, but the ball saved by Dream Station and pushed away now by Kevin.
Minute 24, and at this point last game we were discussing the fact that Dream Station didn't look likely to push back from a 1-goal lead. They didn't, in fact, push back from that 1-goal lead, and now NJZ are down by double that, and it's, again, not looking likely. They just are struggling to get it out of their half. Finally, a push out now as it comes back again. It's a great redirect, but Kevin's there in well and truly fortunate time. And it's looking like good midfield defense from Dream Station could be all they need here. It's offensive pressure upon offensive pressure, and they're going to get another shot on target, saved away by Blue.
Yeah, and as you say, that midfield blocking is what we didn't really see yesterday coming through from Dream Station against CL. They really struggled to marshal that midfield, make it difficult for CL to come back downfield at them, because they were kind of just doing it whenever they wanted. That is a big demo and a big bump on the backlines too. There's a chance at the angle. It's going to be a slow goal if it goes in, but no, denied by Dream Station, and with 17 seconds left, NJZ to have a real hope. They needed that to drop.
I think Luna might have been too eager to get that touch there, put it away towards a more savable position against post, and Dream Station, they hold on to their lead, and NJZ, they will go into Game 5 with no momentum. However, it is no momentum either way as far as series score is concerned, and that is a big statement, because I predicted a Game 7 here. I did predict it for their opponents, but Dream Station back in this and looking to make it a win.
Yeah, for me personally, I went 4-2 to Dream Station, which is looking more and more unlikely as we start getting further and further in this series, but the win for Dream Station is not looking out of the question, certainly if they keep playing like they did in that previous game. But as per usual, I love these kinds of series. We went from a best of 7, we had a best of 5, and now it's simply a best of 3. 3 games of Rocket League to determine who takes home this series. And as per usual, Gex, if Dream Station play like they did just then, they will take it home. But, and there's a big but, they have proven they have a big problem with consistency so far.
Exactly, and they've still got 2 wins to secure here for the series. So this is going to be my favorite game coming up, because it makes Rhino's prediction wrong. That's where I'm going here. NJZ are going to come back swinging. This is just, it feels like it has to be the 4th series. The readjustment from whichever was the losing side, they make that adjustment, they come back in, and they do what's necessary to up their gameplay. And if that keeps happening, that's the kind of gameplay that ups a team permanently over repeated scenarios like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be fascinating to see that adaptation, to see if one of these 2 teams, well, to see if NJZ can come back and learn the lessons from that game 2. Maybe they are going to, as Risk is going to get a shot here. Pushed away by Kevin. But so far, really, we've seen Dream Station take the early advantage in these games. It's not going to happen now, as NJZ, they are certainly on the offense early on in this game.
If they found that bump, may have even had a kickoff goal here. It's going to be straight back into their half. LCT well earlier, though. And a bump found on Blue as well. He had no access to that ball. Luna with a flick. It's going to go very, very high here in front of NJZ's net. And it's not looking like the defense will be able to have any issues here. However, DreamStation still left in a good position. No midfield defense found there. Back into their own half it goes. And the attack on for NJZ again now.
Yeah, and you wonder if that's a conscious decision by DreamStation, is to play more passively, to not push up the field into that kind of midfield area. And certainly when they've got limited boost and they're starting to be pushed back into their own half, it's difficult to get out anyway. Here comes LCT doing just that. Does get a bump on one. Pass down from Kevin. Actually is going to find Rlcs. Ball into the middle. But Luna will deal with it. And the second touch from Risk as well is enough to get DreamStation hurtling back towards their own half. But once again, they move forwards. LCT off the angle. No one's home. He knocks and knocks and knocks. And eventually the door gets busted down. 1-0 to DreamStation.
NJZ showed me something there that I was about to point out I really like, and that's the fact that they can get the chase on for any turn of momentum on field so quickly. If that ball starts going back the other way, they've almost guaranteed got a second. But the downside to that is the opening that left there, and it was pounced on immediately. DreamStation, if they get one good defensive touch off of a quick chase back, the opening is available for a shot, and they take it well.
And here's another chance. LCT not going to find the shot this time. Risk does get back. Ball into the middle. Rlcs won't get there. And now the counter-attack comes through from NJZ. But Kevin, again, playing significantly better than we've seen him. He's definitely stepped up. Demo comes through onto the back lines, though, which means that DreamStation, their counter-attack will fade into obscurity. Oh, dear. That's not the touch you want, Luna! Just can't find the finish. NJZ should be level.
Right choice to go for the pass off here to Risk, but LCT predicts it. Great clear out, even gets the shot straight across field. What a conversion from defense to offense there. It's still not quick enough to beat NJZ there, and they convert back the other way. Risk sneaks the angle.
Goodness gracious, I mean, there must have only been a couple of pixels that this ball could have gone in order to make it difficult for LCT, and that's exactly where Risk finds the shot. LCT can't get up in time. That shot was an absolute laser from midfield, and NJZ back in it. DreamStation, they've lost the lead. They're going to need to try and find it again, and they're going to try and do so immediately. Dealt with by the back lines of NJZ, and now the counter comes through, but Kevin's back in time.
Really thought there was a good chance that one went straight upfield to NJZ's favor once more, but LCT backs out, tries to get away from the demo. Is it enough to leave the opening? No. Back away into midfield. It's an open net, but the touch is wrong from LCT. Chases on. Do they find a second ball? Rlcs is underneath, but he has to slow the attack down, and it falters. Out to the side it goes, and they will need to recover it if there's any chance of finding their lead.
And Luna bringing this one away. Here comes Risk as well. 1 minute 40 left on the clock. Not long in this game 5. The winner takes series point and is one game away from going on to playing Movistar Koi later on. Luna off the ceiling, looking for the shot, cleared away by LCT. Backs against the wall for DreamStation. Eventually they do break free. Rlcs can't maintain possession of the ball. Now it's LCT, has Luna in front of him. Takes the shot anyway. The bump on the back lines. Risk sends it away. Chance at the angle off the backboard. Is there a second man? No, there isn't. DreamStation keep the pressure on. LCT, ball on Bonnet, gets a reset, nothing else doing, gets the Hunter boost, gets demoed away. There's still a chance though for DreamStation. Ball into the middle, Kevin's given a chance. That demo comes through. LCT keeps the pressure on. Ball into the middle, LCT turning the corner. Risk making the save. Rlcs still here. How has this attack been this long? Kevin comes through. Looks to drop it down. Kevin finds the goal after about 3 years of offense from DreamStation.
It all came from one moment from NJZ there. Once they got starved a boost, and don't get me wrong, they were starved for a long time there. Absolute zero on almost every member on the team's defense there. They did fantastically considering, but it forced out the option, the look for the outlet pass there, and nobody was able to make that. That center pass for a clear was the wrong choice at the wrong time. It nearly resulted in a goal. They had to put absolutely everything back into the play just to salvage it, and that drained the last of the boost for the team.
I'm still recovering, but we're there. Oh my goodness. It's just Dream Station somehow able to get that one over the line. See, now they can score after 0.5 seconds of offense. Rlcs down that left side, finds it up to the middle, and yeah, no one really there as long as Kevin slotted that one to the right-hand side of the goalkeeper. There was no save being made. And I believe, Gex, you said this game was going to ruin my prediction. It doesn't, mate. We are still alive here in the predictions. And Dream Station, they are going to take home this game victory. They're going to be one game away from going to top 4 here of Apac Open 4.
I'll give you this. You are very consistent at fluking predictions.
Wow.
But, yeah, that's Dream Station, though. No, I actually think if they can win 2 back-to-back, they can win 3. It's about getting that ball rolling for them. They are a team that absolutely needs it. That is a detriment to them. However, the plus side of that is once they have it, they will rarely drop games. And now, with 2 games in the bag here, Dream Station are charging their way into Game 6.
Yeah, and it feels like everyone's online from Dream Station right now. It didn't feel that way at the start of the game, at the start of the series, certainly. But now you're seeing Kevin online, you're seeing LCT starting to get those solo plays. You're starting to see Rlcs be more of a nuisance, start to bully NJZ in their backlines, which is exactly what you want to be seeing for this Dream Station roster if they are to be successful. And they're going to be feeling pretty good in VC right now, you'd think. They're feeling like they're in flow state. They're feeling like they've got everything locked in. And I don't see any reason why they shouldn't be taking this game. NJZ have to be the ones to prove us wrong.
It's the first time in the season that I've seen this roster actually match up to do their own roles correctly here. Rlcs is a menace when he gets onto that physical gameplay. Absolutely has been one of his biggest positive points as a player for the whole season. LCT is now using his mech to make those setups count, to draw the opponents out of the net, to get them starved of boost. It's just functioning very, very well. And like you said, finally, Kevin locking in there is what they needed to make that look good. And it did look good. I mean, they are coming up as a team now. That is the gameplay that can take games from Luminosity.
Yes, absolutely it is. And we've spoken about it before, right? This Dream Station is exactly what we're looking for because we know that they can be the disruptors. There are 2 teams at the top of Apac, but when you look at the teams that can challenge them, when you look at the teams that can take them the distance and really push them to play their best, Dream Station is one of those rosters that we look to make that to make that play. And we have just heard that NJZ, they are going to be taking a timeout. I think that's absolutely the right decision here. Put Dream Station on ice, try to make them think about it a little bit too much. Come back into game number 6 with a different mindset.
I actually forgot we had that still as an option there for NJZ, and I think absolutely it's the right choice. It may even change my prediction here because I think we go back to a level footing if you can take the heat out of the tires a little bit of Dream Station there. That this does kind of take a little bit of roll out of that ball, and they have been affected terribly by timeouts in the past. Even if it's a server reset or something like that, I've heard the complaints time and time again from LCT that it ruins the gameplay for teams when it does slow things down like that. Everybody gets off kilter, but for nobody more than LCT, he's such a mental player. And there we go. NJZ off the kickoff will win it into the net and take a goal lead. This could absolutely destroy Dream Station mentally.
It really could. When you've got that momentum, when you're feeling it, we talked about it at the end of that game number 5, that they really would be, feeling like they've got the hot hands, feeling like they're the better team in the server. When you're given an extra minute to think about it, when you're given an extra bit of time before you get into the next game, yeah, all of that, it doesn't go away, but it's certainly less effective. LCT makes one miss, and Kevin hits the crossbar again. That radar is back uncalibrated. Oh dear. There's this ball now over the top. I think it was the right decision for him to take that through. I don't think LCT would have had the power to actually get that ball over the line, but it needs to be on target. Is that one on target? No, it is not. Dream Station. You've got to be taking more of these opportunities when they're given to you.
Glad Blue got that last touch off the post as well. I thought he'd missed that for a moment there. NJZ still under pressure here, though. DreamStation looking to get back the ball rolling for them. 1 goal, nothing to talk about if they can get 2 out like they did last game. NJZ, though, looking far more comfortable than they were moments ago in that last game.
Yeah, definitely. When you've got that 1 goal cushion as well, you can changes your mental a little bit. You're not chasing that goal anymore. You can sit back a little bit. You can play that little bit more defensively. You don't, try and find openings more like openings find you. That ball over to this near side. Risk out of the corner. Trying to find the pass infield. It's going to be Luna who's up first, but backboard defense from Kevin comes through, and Rlcs now capitalizing on the opportunity. Great play from Risk to not only make that block, but maintain possession too.
I think Luna's touch there to backboard was looking for a goal for himself there. It might have been too selfish a play. He had somebody pre-jumped there even, and the option for the pass was perfect. There was already going to be a commit out of Kevin as last man. You open that net, it was almost a guaranteed thing. NJZ losing a good opportunity there because they just weren't willing to pass one more time.
Yeah, absolutely. But maybe there is a chance for NJZ to right those wrongs, or Kevin can snipe the top corner from the midfield line. How does this one find its way through? LCT lets it go. Kevin, just an absolute rocket, 113 kph, and that's enough to get DreamStation back level.
Yeah, I'll tell you how it finds its way in there with speed. Absolute banger of a shot, and now a chance for a kickoff goal from NJZ again. Can they get onto it? It's going to go very high, my goodness. They are trying to get DreamStation out of sorts here, but that is going to keep everybody from a touch for a while.
Yeah, it certainly is. LCT, he's not going to be put off for too long, though. Backboard defense comes through. Ball not protected, though, by Blue. Going to be a chance for Rlcs. Can't get a second touch, but hang on, Kevin there at the corner. Very nice read indeed, as you rightly say. Oh, ball off that left-hand side. LCT. Oh, that pass across was right there if Risk didn't get just a minor touch from his bonnet on it. And with 2 minutes remaining, DreamStation and NJZ still playing out a draw, but it seems like DreamStation are growing into this game.
Another challenge here on from Luna. It's going to come mid eventually. It's actually an awkward ball from DreamStation. NJZ should get their chance to clear here, but it continues to be challenged. LCT does get a center off. It's a chance for LCT himself out of the corner eventually. And Rlcs has to pick it back up, but they're starting the same strategy. The boost staff is on. Again, everybody diving for every save. NJZ are starved out, and it will be another attempt. The pass down. Kevin off the ceiling. Can they get it? Down to LCT. Has to be a shot. Risk gets the clear, and they might just get back the boost they need to hold on.
Glad you got a chance to do one of those as well. DreamStation, when they move forwards, when they get those boost stars. I mean, it just feels like the offense doesn't end, and eventually NJZ this time able to break through, able to get some boost on board, and they clear their lines. Oh, LCT, big fake there. Can he get around another one? Wins the 50. Kevin just going to pop that one high. Immediate block off coming through from Risk, who now will take this through into the corner. Chance not going to be found. Risk once again. This time it's Kevin. Blue gets up on that side. It will be cleared away by Rlcs, not far enough. LCT down to Rlcs again. Has he found the gap? No, Luna makes a save, 30 seconds.
Certainly a different result out of the suspended offense. Boost starving play there, but NJZ, can they let it change the outcome of the game? That's the important factor here, and they just might be able to do it to the backboard. Risk is there, it's off target.
No way.
Luna backflips. Blue is there, but they've missed their chance. It goes high. We are looking at overtime if they don't score now, but DreamStation have their own chances. Rlcs will send it forward, not looking for ground. Luna up for another challenge. LCT beats, and ground is found. Overtime now in game number 6. DreamStation could take it all.
If NJZ lose this overtime here, they are going to be kicking themselves that they didn't convert that opportunity. They really should have found the win. That one's over the top, but LCT comes in from deep. It's going to waterfall. Who can read it? Ball to the back post. Kevin gets a demo onto Risk as well. Rlcs still has possession. Looking for the pass, probably looking for Kevin. He does have the boost to work with. That touch is not good enough though, and NJZ, they can aggress.
NJZ, though, they were out of boost again there. It was DreamStation moving into the boost-starving state of play, and NJZ get out just early enough to survive the really, truly threatening offensive attempts there. A good 50 there. Makes it almost an impossible save, but the miracle is made. Risk is there.
Almost is the key word. Oh my goodness! Blue makes a save in the top corner as well. How have DreamStation not scored? NJZ holding on for dear life, but they're gonna need life support. That one's off the crossbar. Who paid the woodwork?
How much can DreamStation take as far as missing goes before they start to overcommit on this, though? Surely this is going to be shaking them that they just can't score. A chance for NJZ. It's back the other way to midfield. Is the read there? No, but found in defense. Now a great catch from Risk. He's got control. Demo there on the line, but back it goes to Luna.
We can take a minor breather, but not for long. Ball drops down. Saved away by Blue. Those big touches onto the sidewall, they're very dangerous because you really feel like DreamStation, if they take advantage of one of them, they're going to make it work. And here comes LCT. It's not going to find the shot. The ball up in the air, the demo play again. Ball through from Luna, but he's lost possession. Rlcs now looking to just drop it down. Kevin's not going to get there before Blue. Blue tries to bring it through. Risk instead with the boost, and that should be the goal. DreamStation given every opportunity to win it in OT, but instead NJZ find the goal in the bottom corner. Kevin can't get there, and it's 2-1, and we go to Champions Field.
Oh my goodness, what an overtime. Extended attacks from... Oh my goodness, that DreamStation was just on them for so long. I can't believe that didn't go in. The defense was ridiculous. I mean, I get that you can have an offense go on that long and you don't score, but not usually off such unbelievably miraculous defense.
Not only that, but need I remind you that Rlcs had an empty net to aim at, and he hit the crossbar. Like that should have been it. That should have been OT done and dusted.
I feel like that was what I was talking about, though. They had so many chances that by the time that came around, he was already shaken.
Right.
It was so hard.
He felt the ball needed to be like pixel perfect in one of the corners. He maybe took a little bit too long to try and think about exactly where to place it. Yeah, I could absolutely see that. Well, everyone take a breather. Everyone take a moment. Just because 5 minutes remain. It's a one-game match now. It's between DreamStation and NJZ. One of these teams is going to go on to play Koi. Both of them deserve it at this point. Both of them should be there, but only one can be Gex. And, I mean, yeah, my prediction's out the window, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. We're just here for good Rocket League. What is happening?
Yeah. Like you said, but it is just good Rocket League, and both teams could well and truly have earned their position in the top 4. And the only person in here not deserving of anything is you right now. It's been removed from you. Terrible choice. Not asking for a Game 7 on this one.
Hey, if DreamStation still win, I can claim that I had a better prediction than you two. So
that's true.
You know, it's fine.
It has been back and forth. You're in for it. Like it would be 2 gameplay state.
It would. Here comes Risk off the ceiling. Rlcs going for the challenge. Actually, it's Kevin to take it away from him. No boost to collect though. Means that it's going to be blue. See you later. Have a nice trip. It's this one over onto this near side. It's Kevin taking it forwards. Luna drops it down. That's a dangerous infield pass. But it is dealt with by NJZ only for the moment. The reset comes through from LCT, looking for the bottom corner. Doesn't really have a bump play. Double commit from DreamStation. And now there's a chance on the counter. No. LCT, we were on his POV. We saw what went wrong. He had time to get back. But he just... I don't understand what happened. He just went the other way. And NJZ, well, they capitalized 1-0.
It's all in the timeout that NJZ took before last game. DreamStation, had they carried on with the same warmth in their tires, would have taken that game, and I have absolutely no doubt in that. I mean, NJZ were barely holding the line as it was, and it just comes down again here too. Oh my goodness, NJZ playing ridiculously. Blue wasn't whiffing the ball earlier. It was a prediction. He was taking his early flight to Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give credit, though, where credit is due. Risk goes over and a double demo play. Demo? Bump, certainly. As NJZ, they double their lead. And now DreamStation, I think you are right. I think that timeout just put them on ice. They have struggled to find that same form. Oh, my goodness. Great save coming in there. There's now Risk.
Are you in any doubt
bring
now?
It through.
Like after the last game?
Oh, big time. Yeah, this is problematic now for my prediction, as this one now into the middle. Rlcs going to try and find something. LCT at the angle, finds the bottom corner. Oh my goodness, there's a chance of an own goal, but NJZ deal with it, even if it is a bit scrappy.
I think actually that pass to the post was a good choice there. They got the pinch outward rather than it was a more less predictable, clear than it would have been. And that small back pass, as scary as it was, does enable them to make themselves unpredictable. It has been the word for NJZ. So many of their goals, just unpredictable is the word.
Just never know what you're going to get. LCT up high, sees Blue going for it, and he loses possession. Shot in. Rlcs should be back in time and does indeed make that save. But NJZ, they're aggressing. This is Kevin just looking for the bump play. It looks like on my screen that he hit him, but he clearly went by. Blue off the left-hand side. Kevin going to get close. This time he hits him. Goodness gracious. Sends him back to his spawn, and now Risk surely finds the third goal for NJZ, and it's a hat-trick for the youngster. 3 goals for NJZ, all from that man there, and this one's a beauty.
So often taken to Game 7, it's DreamStation that they just can't hold under the pressure. They need the ball rolling. They don't have it. They've come off a loss here. NJZ looking for their first back-to-back win here to finish the series. And it is doable off of a 3-goal lead, you would have to assume. Half the game gone and nothing to be shown for DreamStation. They need an instant correction.
Yeah, but this is the way you've got to think about it. If they scored 3 in the first half, we can score 3 in the second half. And LCT, he put the ball into the corridor of uncertainty. And I think that's Luna on the back lines. Yeah, it's going to go down as an own goal. Didn't need to get up for it, but suddenly DreamStation given away back in.
Totally agree with you. NJZ can score 3 in the first half. DreamStation can in the second, but I think they needed that one to get there. That's why I was talking about a quick one was needed. DreamStation need to get in the right mental state, and 1 goal could change that for them. LCT up, gets a beat, it's not on target. Anything that drains the clock here could do more damage to DreamStation's mental state in this game. NJZ, oh my goodness, a pinch of ball, Rlcs stomps it flat.
Yeah, absolutely, but here comes Kevin. Ball off the top, it might waterfall, dealt with by Blue for the moment, and Risk comes through as well. Rlcs, very aggressive stance downfield, but in the end, it's enough. LCT, that's nowhere near on target. Risk collects the 100, working down the side. Kevin looks to intercept, does do so. His recovery is good as well. Going around the houses, ball off the backboard, cleared away by Luna, back in from Rlcs. He's got a chance at the double. He's just not going to find anything. And with 1:19 left, time is running out for DreamStation.
LCT can't shirk responsibility on this one. His excuse for any loss is always that, we just play how we play. But it's got to be more. Rlcs is bringing more. They only need 1 more. If LCT can get involved as well here, they may not just have an evener, but a goal to win this thing yet.
I mean, we were almost calling another ding. That one did hit the crossbar. It just didn't bounce away. Great work from Rlcs. And now suddenly this game state looks a little bit more shaky, and NJZ, you would imagine this is not only going to affect the DreamStation mental, but the NJZ mental as well. They were 3-0 up. They were cruising. They're looking now for a fourth. What a save! And NJZ feel like they need another goal to confirm this victory. They don't find it early. Maybe Risk can find something here. Ball into the middle. Chance for Blue. He goes by. Leaves it for Luna. Chance to finish the game. 4-2 to NJZ with 40 seconds, and DreamStation put right back on ice.
A godlike play from NJZ there as well. That leave at the last second for the shot to come through into top left that was undefended. NJZ putting themselves back in to a very dominant winning state here. And frankly, they just didn't look unconfident. Even going down to only a 1-goal lead, they didn't look nervous. And they might just have another. They've secured the game 10 seconds ago. I don't think it's doable for DreamStation.
Gonna have to be some wacky kickoff strats coming through from DreamStation if they're gonna get anything done here. But Luna snipes the top right corner and, well, it's out with a whimper by the looks of things for DreamStation. And unfortunately, it could mean that Gex gets a perfect prediction as well as the clock ticks down.
4-2.
Oh, Boyers was 4-2, yeah, so it's only you who's actually gonna take the full victory, especially when DreamStation are just trying to fake out boosts like that. 13 seconds, game is done. NJZ will go through to play Movistar Koi in the semi-finals, Gex, and they had to work for it.
Well, it's only fair we share one perfect prediction a day around, so I'll take it for today. You got yours yesterday, but NJZ, they get something of a perfect game out of that last one. Surely goals against them, but they just didn't look like they were bothered by it. They had their defense sorted. We saw some of the best defense out of that match from NJZ I have ever seen out of Apac. That online clutch up defense was miraculous.
Oh my goodness, wasn't it just? Throwing cars and bodies on the line, just scrambling across the goal line, desperate dives and no boost saves. Everything that NJZ could possibly do to prevent that ball from getting over the line, they did. And DreamStation, they didn't have an answer for it when they came up against that kind of defense, when they came up against that brick wall. I mean, yeah, they just seems like they didn't have an answer. They managed to get back in this game. They managed to get back to 3-2. But as soon as that happened and NJZ found a fourth, you just felt like this game was done and dusted.
And after that one, it sends us forward into the semi-finals now, and they've earned their chance a second time here to come in against a big team. They went 4-0 against Luminosity there and went out that way in a big game. I said that there was a chance that NJZ could make a game against Luminosity here and there. I think they're a team that absolutely are taking games off of Luminosity at times. I think Koi are one step below Luminosity, so I definitely think they have it in them to push here. Do they have a win? Do they have a grand final appearance? Maybe not, but I gotta say, if they can consistently do what they did at the best moments of that series, there is a world where we see that.
I hope someone at home has clipped that. I think Movistar Koi are one step below Luminosity, because that could come back to bite you after the grand final today. There's an opportunity for that.
I'm happy with that one.
All right, I hear it.
I don't even need a perfect prediction on the grand final there. If it's Koi versus Luminosity, my prediction is Luminosity. I'm saying it now.
Okay. He's calling his shot early. I respect that. Yes. But, I mean, yeah, you've got to think about it in that way, right? And NJZ are going to be really a little bit annoyed about what happened yesterday with the Luminosity game. They really felt like they could take a game. If they use that against Koi today, then there's going to be a real chance that they do take a game or two, certainly. I don't think Movistar Koi are at the position where they will lose that series, and we'll talk about that series a little bit later on. But NJZ, if they want to play spoiler, it starts now.
Yeah, absolutely. And tell you what, there's one player out there who should be watching their back right now, and it's Sphinx, the young Risk coming up here. 14 years old. He is looking incredible right now. You have somebody on your heels, Sphinx.
I'm sure Sphinx is very well aware of Risk and his propulsion up the Apac ladder. He's definitely going to be tracking that, so... Yeah, but what a player. I mean, Risk, for 14 years old, he absolutely dominated that game number 7. He looked so good.
Yeah, it's the player that you needed to make that match interesting. We've got more interesting matches ahead, though, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our semi-finals. Welcome back as we head into our semi-final rounds. I've got to say, as much as we are moving forward in the competition here, going forward into the semi-finals, I think all of the talk is going to be about that last one for a little while here.
Yeah.
That was the series of the weekend so far.
Crazy series for good reasons and for bad reasons. At some moments both teams were trying to lose, at some moments both teams were trying to win. But at the end, NJZ came out on top, and I'm so impressed by them.
You should be. You should be. They really took it to a DreamStation team who we wanted more from today, and boy, did we get more. That's the DreamStation I want to see in this split. That's the DreamStation I want. They might have ended up on the losing side today, but if they are able to be more consistent in the individual games, they're going to be a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I was waiting for that step up from DreamStation. It's all too often that I'm casting, and the loss from DreamStation comes off of their own back, and I have to be disappointed in the team. But I am a fan of that team, and this is not a shameful loss. NJZ took it to them, and if it weren't for miraculous defense, time and time again, DreamStation would have taken that series. So the NJZ have earned their spot here, and it's not by any lack of effort by DreamStation. They did play an excellent game there.
Oh, 100%. I want to specifically highlight Risk especially. He was my MVP for that series. He played exceptionally well. Also, a couple of key stats to mention about Risk. He was the first ever player to make Rlcs at 12 years old, and will hopefully be the only one, considering he was not allowed to do that. He was playing underage. He was then the first ever player to make an Rlcs top 8 at age 13, and now at age 14, he's the first ever 14-year-old to make an Rlcs top 4 finish.
Wow.
He's breaking all the records.
Sphinx,
He's
watch your
setting the
back.
records, you say.
He's
Yeah,
earning the records.
Gex already said it. But hey, we will be talking about that game for a long time. There will be plenty of time to do that. But we've got a game coming up. It is Luminosity versus Kenotrope. And, I mean, this game could really... I was going to say could go either way, but that's completely wrong. It's going to be Luminosity. That's my prediction.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
I feel like... Where do you have any different sentiments?
It's quick and easy. It's Luminosity. Sorry, Kenotrope.
It's Luminosity. Yeah, sorry. It's a full Luminosity sweep on desk here. That one's an easy one. We're going to rush through that one quick because there's just not that much to discuss here. I would love to back Kenotrope, but... Look, I've got to give this one to you guys to take away, and after that last one, it might be a little bit of a different showing here. Enjoy it nonetheless. I am fingers crossed for Kenotrope, I promise.
Fingers crossed indeed. I mean, we'll see what they can do, Rhino, but that's me and you. Let's take it away for this first match, or his first match of the semi-final, let's just say. Kenotrope against Luminosity is a harsh one for Kenotrope. They've came off a loss to Koi, and they get granted with an FF win. They don't even get to warm up, and they go straight into playing against Luminosity. They're playing against number 1 and number 2 here. But I guess if you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best. So it's the heart of the cards here.
And I can guarantee you that every single member on this Kenotrope roster, they want to be the best. Realize Furlash and Maxiu, they have been playing 100%. Brilliant work so far in this open. But... we will see if they're going to be able to stand up to this test. They weren't able to stand up to the test of Koi yesterday, but they now have an opportunity to play against what we have been referring to as the Kings of Apac since the very first Open this season.
I mean, we know the rosters here very, very well. So Sphinx and Catalysm on Luminosity with Coach Mektos behind them. And then Furlash realising that new pickup of Maxu on Kenotrope with Homie leading the charge in the coaching booth. And we saw Kenotrope not look themselves basically in that series against Koi. That was their biggest issue. They couldn't really do anything. They got shut down. I think their biggest opportunity here is actually having some kind of upfield development, having kind of a team cohesion come out which isn't shut down instantly by Luminosity. Possibly more likely to happen because maybe they have a lot more experience against this team. They know what they're up against, and you know, Koi's came in with a new player. That's the best bet I've got for Kenotrope here. Otherwise, I feel all Luminosity. But we're here for game 1, our first of the semi-final matches. The winner, Rhino, will head to the grand finals. The loser will have to accept a 4th place finish and leave it there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be an opportunity here for Kenotrope to try and just stake their claim here in this game as they do start to clear this one away down the left side. And it will be picked up by Kenotrope. Ball into the middle, cleared away by Sphinx. Cleared away by Maxu, my apologies. Shot on from Sphinx. As this one's going to be taken through once again. Luminosity trying to get the early goal here, taking it through, but Kenotrope doing good defense for the moment.
Push up field here. No particular coming in from either team just yet. Catalysm going to lose that possession, passing it off to the side here. A clear down the other end, off to the backboard for the Kenotrope wall. Sosa tries to follow, but can't get anything of it. A touch off to the side here. Realize it goes for the challenge, can't find the connection. Shot onto net, saved away once again. Here's Maxu, waiting centre for the pass to be made to him. Demo by Sosa along the road, trying to get the touch on the ball to keep the attack going, but cannot find anything of it.
Yeah, but there's an interception there. Catalysm moving in from the left side. Good clearance here from the Kenotrope side. Blocked off on the midfield. Is this one in the corner? Catalysm still trying to get this one away. Kenotrope actually with a chance here. Off the backboard, empty net. Surely will score first. And it's Realize for Kenotrope to initiate the goal scoring in game number 1.
An early goal comes out from Kenotrope, 90 seconds gone, and they finally find one. It's the start they couldn't find against Koi, but against Luminosity, they are in the driving seat. I also need to correct myself because I've been corrected by him. It was actually at 11 that Risk made his first Rlcs top 16. Yeah. So even more underage than that. But back onto the actual match here, Kenotrope, an excellent start for them. I mean, they can't ask for anything better than being 1-0 up against Luminosity early on, and they're going for goal number 2 here, pushing the ball upfield.
Yeah, but we know Luminosity, they turn defense into offense very, very quickly indeed. Here's another opportunity for them to do some defense. Catalysm just going to leave that one as it goes over to the far side. Sphinx just trying to track this, and now will be brought down the side by Sosa. Sorry, this is Catalysm. Sosa into the middle, ball off the top. Sphinx taking it out of the corner. Looking now for the pass inside. Dealt with by Kenotrope on the backlines. Catalysm trying to keep the pressure on. Not going to happen. Sosa trying to be that midfield marshal. But it's going to come back towards their half. And I tell you something, Kenotrope, they're not too keen to aggress. They don't really want to push the issue. They're just quite happy at the moment to sit back, let Luminosity come at them and break on the counter. And why not?
The game of Guess Who comes to a close. The game of Rocket League does continue. A save by Maxu on the backboard and a clear upfield. Chased down here by Catalysm. And he looks for the clearance, so a touch past 1 will be ideal, and a pass 2 will be even better. A demo of Maxu 1-on-1 against Realize. Catalysm does it all by himself. The lone German upfield has just ran Kenotrope down.
The German runs through every single member of the Kenotrope team and gets that bump on the goal line to boot. Luminosity. We figured that eventually it would happen to get catch Luminosity napping. You really need to take advantage of every opportunity that you're given in that moment. Kenotrope maybe didn't do that. Chance for Sphinx at the angle, pushed away by Kenotrope on defense once again. But Luminosity, they're starting to build a very heavy offense.
Sent away by Realize here, looks to the 50-50, won't find anything of it. Sent high, Maxu waits for the ball to bounce off the ceiling, shot to net, but 2 back in defense. Catalysm going to be the one to find this time. A bump on Sosa, though the ball lingered once again. This time has to be saved away by Sphinx, and with a good clearance on now, he'll give his teammates some time. Gets him boosting, get back in possession. It's a good touch there by Sosa. The Furlash waiting in the wings. He looks for a touch, but won't find anything of it. 1 minute to go, Rhino. The score remains 1 apiece. Kenotrope are well within a chance to win this one. Ooh. And on the attacking Maxu, he could find something of it, perhaps.
Yeah, it's all going to be about the ice, and we saw that yesterday in the game. Will they have it against Kenotrope? There's a chance at a flick here. Furlash goes low. Dealt with by Luminosity for the moment, but the boost is looking really lackluster at the moment on the Luminosity side. Might not matter. Sphinx, oh my goodness. So nearly gets the goal to send Luminosity to a Game 1 victory. Doesn't happen yet. Kenotrope, they are fighting back against the Kings of Apac right here.
That's up for Furlash. He could play something off that one. It's a good save there by Sphinx. Is anyone knocking? No one's home. Maxu, the lone Kenotrope attacker right there, couldn't get a touch on it in time. 20 seconds to go now. It's all Kenotrope on the attack. A shot by Rlcs goes low, it's too slow. Flash, he needs to get some power on this one, but he can't find the touch. 10 seconds now, overtime looking likely. It's a pass to center over to Rlcs, he'll catch it. Matchu, have some time to take, you're going to take it slow. Sphinx comes in though. With the help of Sosa, some pressure's there. They won on 0 seconds before they try to do it again, but this time not going to find it. 1-1-0 seconds, we head to OT.
You got to ask the question, where was this Kenotrope yesterday? Seems like 3 different players in the server. As this is going to be Sosa over the top. Trying to get it past the press. Ball into the middle. Bump onto Maxu, but he still makes it work. Boost steal coming through from Sosa. Catalysm. Ball in the air. Knows that the Kenotrope team might not have the boost tanks they need to make this save. Ball across. Chance at the back post. And Luminosity, normal service is resumed.
They've just always got that resolve behind them. When it comes to the overtime, when it comes to the 0 seconds, Luminosity, they just know how to win at the end of the day. And at the end of the game is one of the scariest. The game 1 victory for Luminosity after Kenotrope came in and pushed them to their limits.
And I mentioned it earlier, I'll say it again, this Kenotrope roster is the one that we prophesized. This is the one that we dreamed about when this roster was built. Maxu coming in for Lunatic on the Kenotrope side. Furlash realized with how quality they are, we knew this team could be something special. They've just proved it against a team that have proved time and time again they are the best in the Apac region. Kenotrope can absolutely take some games off Luminosity here.
Well, they certainly can, but will they? Will Luminosity slip up enough and allow those opportunities to arise? Can Kenotrope find the openings necessary? They had a fair share of chances at the end of that last game to take it and to win 2-1 by the end of it, but they just couldn't make it in time. Now they get into game number 2, can they keep up the pace, or will they begin to falter like we saw NewJeans do when they played against Luminosity just yesterday?
That's the question that we've now got to ask ourselves. Can the mental still be there for Kenotrope? I believe it can. I reckon this team, they have got the ability to hold that mental. Of course, they've got the coach as well, Homie, waiting in the wings to get on the microphone should there be a timeout. And he will immediately try and bring them back down to earth. No timeout yet. Not surprised by that. Maxu tries to take a shot. Kenotrope starting game 2 as they started game 1.
Off to the corner early on, it's Maxu. He's going all the way here. A fake in the defender works out wonders. Furlash is ready for it. It only takes 12 seconds for Kenotrope to score again. I mean, Rhino, I came into this series worried that Kenotrope would struggle to get a goal on board. They're really proving the opposite right now.
They certainly are. And the funny thing about it is that it's not even Luminosity playing particularly badly. This is just Kenotrope stepping their game up and making it clear that they have a roster here who can challenge for those top spots in the region. But when you've got someone double resetting on the other side like Sphinx likes to do, it's difficult to deal with that. Maybe even a triple reset there.
Yeah.
Sosa finishes bottom left corner. I didn't realize this was a freestyle tournament.
He's came in, he's triple reset on Kenotrope and said, you're not going to get away with it that easy. With a finishing touch there from Sosa, it's only 30 seconds and we're already one apiece. That might quickly change though, as Sphinx is on the attack. Maxu will send it high to the ceiling. Now the pass is down there to center. A diving shot by Sosa will not find the back of it, but Rhino, we're coming into this game all guns a-blazing.
Let me tell you something, Luminosity are some of the best problem solvers in Apac, and that sounds like a very silly statement to say, but when they face up against a team who it seems have their number, who it seems might have an opportunity to beat them, they are unbelievable at adaptation and figuring out how to play against the playstyle that is coming at them. They continue to do it. There, it was just Sphinx with some individual brilliance, but you will see adaptations from this Luminosity roster to deal with the Kenotrope attack. And it's such a joy to watch. It's such a joy to be a part of. And credit to Mektos as well, of course, the coach of Luminosity, for setting the team up this way. It's going to be a chance for Catalysm. Finds the pass back to Sphinx. Drops it down. Just can't get the power on the shot. Still 1-1.
And the ball's around this back wall here. Catalysm will try for the touch. Won't find it. Sphinx heavy in the pass off to Sosa. of control on the ceiling to look for the reset. He goes all the way. An incredible dunk. Sosa with 0 boost, doesn't care. Look at him here, he just follows this ball the whole way. Matchu's on nothing as well, and Sosa just wins the 50. No one there to save it. It's 2-1 for Luminosity. I don't know how.
The Canadian gets a 50, and I promise you there was nothing apologetic about that one. Unbelievable dunk from Sosa. And now Luminosity, they're in the driver's seat. It's a reset here from Furlash. Ball into the middle. No, Catalysm off that corner. Catalysm now working backwards. Furlash tries to intercept, but there's always a third man for Luminosity. Someone who is going to be able to stop your offense. This time it's Sosa. Chance for Catalysm. Good save by Furlash.
Eli's pushing upfield here, needs an equalising goal. They got one in game 1, one currently in game number 2. You got to get past that mark here, score a little bit more, push Luminosity even further. Half the game gone on by. As it rolls on around, it'll be caught just in time here by Rlcs. He's got Furlash upfield waiting, but with 0 boost he can't do much to help. Matthew now going to get involved and Furlash out to the corner. Catalysm dives on and he'll try and kind of entice the Kenotrope players to push on forward, and that he will succeed in. Sphinx tied to the ceiling now. I'd be scared if I was Kenotrope. You know what he can do from the air.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a ball on the right-hand side from Sosa. He sees an empty net. He fakes one out. Sosa with the big brain play. Just makes it so that the momentum is completely shut down from the Kenotrope defender. Maxiu stops on the back lines, which means Sosa can find that left-hand side easily. No questions asked. Luminosity starting to find another gear. 3-1.
Game 2, and Sosa comes with a hat-trick. Kind of forgot he got the first goal after the triple reset from Sphinx, but it was him to find the finishing touch there. 3 goals on the trot just for Sosa alone. Kenotrope struggling to find goal number 2, let alone 3 to equalise. Matthew going to send it high, demoed out by Sosa. Catalysm to slow this ball down. He's got time on it here as Furlash goes under. Matthew out to the corner now. Furlash has to try and clean this one up, but Sphinx comes barreling down. The demo aggression from Luminosity is something that in Apac for quite some time has been hard for teams to deal with, and we're seeing Kenotrope really struggle with it now.
Yeah, we are, as Luminosity, and that's exactly what I was talking about, you know, the adaptation. They figure out exactly how they want to play against this team. They find something that works and they capitalize on it. They've done that so well. Just over a minute remaining. Catalysm trying to break down field, but Kenotrope keeping the ball in Luminosity's territory, making it difficult for them to go and get boost, making it look good. But now Furlash does have to retreat. Just picks it away from Sosa. Ball in the corner. Sosa versus Furlash. Furlash wins that challenge, but there's a demo on the backlines. Clearance from Rlcs, and Kenotrope can attack once more. 50 seconds. They need to score sooner rather than later if they've got a hope in this game, and that was a close one.
Matthew following up on this ball. He's got the control, but he's not got it past Sphinx. Shot to net by Sosa. He's already on for 3 and he's looking for more. Catalysm sending it high. Sphinx got out just for a moment. Here's an opening just for a second. Kenotrope a launch down the other end there. Not going to find anything from Furlash, but the pressure continued. Shot to net. Saved again by Sphinx. Nothing can get past this guy. Off to the corner. That one can. It's Realize. Pinpoint accuracy.
Calling that one a caster curse. Nothing can get past this guy. Immediately scores. Yeah.
Didn't get past that guy. Sphinx wasn't there.
All right. He's got through on a technicality, folks. As Luminosity, there's nothing technical about this victory. They just need to get it over the line. 20 seconds remain. Kenotrope, they have pushed forwards in the last 60 seconds or so. They've looked really solid in attack, and Luminosity, they're actually going to sit back. They're going to let them come onto them. I don't know if that's the best route of play. So now that's a miss from Sosa. Catalysm deals with it. Ball onto the left-hand side. Needs to get there first. Gets the reset. Nothing more. Ball will drop. Luminosity see it over the line, but Kenotrope are making it so close every game that comes by.
Yeah, but the unfortunate thing for Kenotrope is you don't get an award for getting the closest to beating Luminosity. You have to beat them. We're not handing out almost beat the Luminosity team award. They have to do more, and they're getting so close. That's the worst part for them. At least against Koi, they got absolutely destroyed, and it wasn't really close. Against Luminosity, that's twice now. They've been 1 goal away. That's twice. They've been inches away from winning a game.
Yeah. But here's the thing that you've got to remember, and we can talk about it, and Gex has brought this point up a lot over the course of this weekend, is that in order to beat Luminosity, you must first lose to them and learn from them. And I tell you something, Kenotrope are on a very, very good footing right here to learn from this Luminosity side right now. They are currently taking the loss, of course, in the series, but they are doing so by finding little ways through the Luminosity backline that other teams simply haven't been able to. Luminosity have made it look easy against most teams here in Apac. They are not making it look easy today.
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, Luminosity are being made to struggle, being made to work for this win. And even if they win this 4-0, that's still what I want to see. I want to see Luminosity being made to work for it. I want to see them getting pushed to their limits, which is exactly what Kenotrope are doing so far. As we get into game number 3, Kenotrope know that they can win it, and they're going to show that on the pitch right here, hopefully, pushing for a game 3 victory.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do. As Kenotrope, lots of boost here for Furlash, gets a reset, going to try and play the 50. It will fade out in the corner. Sosa collects, get past one. Sees a man ahead of him. It's Max-U just trying to make him miss. And Sosa continues to find the big brain plays. I mean, Sosa's playing chess. Everyone else in the server's playing checkers at this point, Boyo.
I mean, I think you've got to see at this point, if Sosa's on the ball, he's probably going to fake it. Because that's so many goals he has got off the back of a really well-timed, really well-done fake. Now off the kickoff, though, straight away for Kenotrope, they look for a goal. Not going to find anything off it, but certainly close on the affair. Chance there for Realize the challenge, not going to go well for him. Flip past Max-U, the ball gets into his control, he's got the boost to play it. And up to the side wall, he'll send it. Furlash awaits centre, flip reset from Max-U, challenge in the air, but Realize waiting in the wings, oh, can he make the connection? No, too slow. That's a wide open net, can Furlash make it back? Yes, he does. Sosa goes for the back pass, though. The intelligence coming out from Sosa, and the play is out of this world. He's playing so smart right now.
His IQ is just off the charts. Everything that Sosa touches in this series is turning to gold. He is the reason that Luminosity are at this level now. The Canadian working so well with this team. Clearly calling plays, clearly being the one who's orchestrating a lot of what this Luminosity side are good at for the moment. He will need to do that a little bit more later on today should they get to that grand final, which they're 2 games away from making. As now this is Sosa once again over the top of one. The bump play, the fakes, everything working, but the finish not there. Sosa still trying to 4D chess his way through the Kenotrope backline.
Oh, Catalyst got a free goal. Furlash mess off the back wall. That one's wide open. And theirs are getting to Kenotrope now, and we're seeing them falter at the worst moments. That should be an easy touch for Furlash. 99 times out of 100. But Catalysm gets a goal out of it instead.
Here we go then, Luminosity flexing their muscles. This is the kind of dominance showing that you expect from the beast, from Luminosity. Ball off the right-hand side. Furlash trying to intercept, and here's the thing, it feels like Kenotrope, they need to go behind in a game in order to really activate. Obviously, game 1, they did take the lead, of course. But games 2 and 3 really feels like Luminosity had a lot of the play, a lot of the possession early on, and Kenotrope kind of came back into it. 3 minutes remaining. Max-U going to try and do just that, but Catalysm comes across to cut him off at the pass. And Kenotrope, they need to find a goal. They need to find a way back in. Max-U over the top. Ball to the back post. There it is. Ask and I shall receive.
A brilliant pass from Max-U. He's the best player to come out of Ireland since Virtuoso learned what demoing was. Shot on net by Furlash and a goal there for Kenotrope. They get one back. They've got more to do. Half the game left to go. Can they find anything more?
Sphinx.
You're ready to say no there, don't lie.
I was about to say no. It was very close. I was just waiting for Furlash to make that save as here comes Catalysm over the top. Cleared away for the moment. Max-U now not going to be able to take possession. Sosa just blocking this off, preventing the big clearance from Kenotrope, but they still find a way through. Realize drops it down, clears it away. Catalysm dealing with it. Ball up to the left-hand side. Sosa coming through. Demo comes through, though, as now Realize goes over the top. Dealt with by Luminosity, and they are so good and making sure that when they are a single player down, they still feel like they have possession. They still feel like they have momentum.
You realise now he's got time on this one. Takes it slow, takes it low. Challenged well by Sosa here, and Furlash, a bit discombobulated for a moment. Realise we'll finally get that ball cleared away to the corner. Sphinx grabs that boost, steals it just in time from Furlash. The pressure does persist for Kenotrope here. They may take their time upfield, but they hunt for this second goal to make this game just a tiny bit closer. Furlash goes high. Looks for a ground pin, past one, no, it's Sphinx. Actually, can he make it back in time? Barely by the skin of his teeth will he make that one.
Well, that's an infield pass though. Nice work from Kenotrope. You can see that those communications are so much more locked in than they were yesterday. This ball now sent long. Realize, just trying to shield Sphinx, just trying to make sure, just shadowing him, I guess. Making sure that ball doesn't go over the line. But Sosa, that's going to be his second of the game. He's got an assist as well. He is the mastermind behind Luminosity's game 3. And that should be the end of this one. And we should go to game 4 with Luminosity on series point.
1 minute 11 seconds. Yeah, this game does feel over. But if I'm Kenotrope, I'm trying to find anything that I can just to build some momentum, build some hope for the team here coming into it. I mean, presumably they'll take a timeout after this game. I think they should have took it after the last one. But surely now at 3-0 down, they will take the timeout. Yeah. I mean, if you're the coach, if you're home and talking to them, what are you going to tell them coming into this 4th game and potentially final if it doesn't go well?
I mean, it's going to be a really tough conversation, but that's only because of the team that they're against. If I'm Homie, I'm kind of just saying just play the way that you are playing. Like, there's not a lot that he can say to change the way that Kenotrope are currently approaching this game. Maybe just make them a little bit aware of Sosa's mind games and the way that he is kind of dictating the play of this series. But I don't think there's too much that Homie's going to be able to say to Kenotrope to change like their actual ability in the server, because they are playing about as well as I've seen this Kenotrope roster play. Ball off the backboard, surely there's a finish there. There was a lead there. I got so scared there that there wasn't the third man coming through. But it was a call off. Maxu goes by, Furlash finishes. Back within 2 with 9 seconds left. It's not going to happen, but more to work with for Kenotrope moving forward.
I completely thought that was a miss as well, but yeah, as you say, there's a lot to do. They might actually get goal number 3 here just to make the scoreline look better. No, things can't even grant them the opportunity at third goal. Nevertheless, a 4-2 finish in favour of Luminosity. They take game 3, they head to match point. They're 1 game away from the grand final.
They are, which is not a position that they're unfamiliar with, of course, making not only every single grand final in Split 1, but also winning them. So they know exactly what they need to do to get through, and they've now got 4 opportunities to beat this Kenotrope side and get through into that grand final, which they will feel is almost destiny at this point for them. And 2 goals for Catalysm, 2 goals for Sosa. Sphinx not really showing up as much as his teammates in that game, but all getting a roughly same score means that Sphinx was very much still involved in a lot of the play.
I mean, I beg to differ there. I would say that Sphinx was actually the big facilitator for a lot of these goals. He got the 2 assists, he got the 2 saves. He was really pushing the Kenotrope players out of position quite a lot with his mechanics, with his individual prowess. And I think that's what facilitates Sosa and Catalysm to just go on a scoring spree. As we get into game number 4, though, Kenotrope have a lot of work to do. I really think they can take a game. I don't think they're going to win the series. I'll be real about it, none of us did. But I really think they can win a game. I think they're deserving of a game as well.
Oh, absolutely. They definitely deserve a game. There's no doubt about that. And there is the timeout from Kenotrope. And these timeouts, they've not been particularly effective, if history serves me right, against Luminosity. They tend to not really care about the pace of the play slowing down because this is not a momentum-based team. We talk about the teams that need to roll forward. You talk about your dream stations, right? Who need to keep that momentum going, need to keep the hype in the VC. Luminosity, not a team like that. They can play relaxed, they can play chilled, they can play very kind of... If they're put on ice, that almost benefits them because they're not rushing in the next game.
Yeah, I think the moment to chill down is actually beneficial for Kenotrope, but I do think a lot of advantage does come to Luminosity's way because of their individual mechanical skill. that they have a really good control of a slow-paced game. I think that we've seen it from Stinks with his triple flip reset goal that he helped get with Sosa. Like, individually playing the ball really slowly and close with them really benefits the Luminosity team. So if they don't come out all guns a-blazing, I don't think they'll mind.
No, absolutely. And yeah, as we say, you know, we're only speculating, of course, just based on what has happened historically. But you are right. I think the timeout is going to be more beneficial to Kenotrope than anything else. Just take a moment to realize who you are and, you know, how much quality you have on your side of the field. Sometimes that's all you need, just a reminder that you are one of the best teams in the Apac region. You can go out and win a game here. Certainly at least no one, maybe a couple, and there was almost an opportunity there. Realized off the backboard, going to be sent away by Luminosity, but Kenotrope trying to get on the front foot early. I like to see that.
And be caught there by Furlash just in front of net after Matthew almost scores an otherworldly goal. Can't find anything of it just yet. That's a pass center. That's dangerous. Oh. That's off the post. A quick ding to start off the game, but with Furlash looking pretty clear. He was trying down the other end. The issue is for Matthew, he's got nothing in the tank. He's the attacking player for Kenotrope. There's nothing he can do but sit back and wait and let Realize find that save. Finally some boost from Matthew, but it's not until a Luminosity attack is developed and a shot on net by Catalysm almost spells disaster.
Wow.
A save in the line there by Realize, a follow-up touch off the post. It's looking like last Sirius out here with how many times that ball's been saved on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. How have Luminosity not scored there? I mean, it was great defense from Kenotrope, to be honest. That was the answer. There's no one back! Luminosity leave the back door wide open, say, come on in, Kenotrope, you're welcome. Oh. And it's actually a demo on the back lines. Yeah. I did not see that first time around. Furlash demo means Kenotrope find their first.
Yeah, we didn't notice it first time around, but it is all off the impact of that demo. Really well done there by the Kenotrope offense. And Furlash looking for another one. He's already facilitated goal number 1. He's looking for goal number 2. The pass is there to Matthew. The ball travels high. Sinking down in front of net and away that will go once again. Going to be caught just in time on the line. Here's Furlash now off to the ceiling. But reset. Can he get it past Fingers? Yes, he can. A 50-50 off to the post. Kenotrope's turn to hit the woodwork, it seems.
Well, history might be rewriting itself because this timeout seems to have really badly affected Luminosity. They're not quite at the races yet in this game 4. Over the top goes Sphinx, and just couldn't get an extra touch there. A demo on the backlines from Kenotrope as well. Tries to stop the attack as much as possible, but the thing is with Luminosity, you just can't stop them all the time. Furlash plays it onto his own crossbar, wanted the own goal, but he misses as well. And with just over 2.5 minutes remaining, I mean, Luminosity, they are being pushed back at every turn. Great defense from the Japanese organization.
How on earth did he get that save? I do not know. Furlash to Matthew, off to the backboard. A follow-up touch from Realize will not be found. He plays it safe. He plays it careful. But Kenotrope, they've only ever had a 1-goal lead. They've got to try and extend upon this. We know Luminosity can shoot. We know they can score whenever necessary. So they're certainly not safe yet. The ball rises high. It's Matthew off the side. Well, he's got no boost to play, but he'll bring it round the back corner. Catalysm out. Matthew can't connect. It's over to Sosa from the corner. Now he leaves it to fake. It's confusing the Kenotrope players, but Sosa's done it so well. I'll say it's long to the backboard now, and a clear away the other end. It's end-to-end Rocket League Rhino.
Feels like a basketball match right now as we go back and forth. Ball over to the right-hand side will be dealt with by Kenotrope, who now start moving forwards again. Realize just not getting the flick center, but the demo through from Furlash. He has been that disruptor so far in this game, and he's been doing a wonderful job of it. Catalysm playing it forward, leaving Sosa just going by, wanting the fake, I think. That huge pinch comes through, intercepted by Sphinx. Tries to now put pressure on the Kenotrope backline. Just doesn't get the bump. Ball at the angle. Cleared away by Realize. Huge defense again from Kenotrope. Bump on the backlines once more. The ball will drop. Sosa finishes. The Canadian finds something from nothing. Luminosity back in the game, 1-1.
Absolutely starved for boost with the Kenotrope defense. Realize diving for that ball, had nothing in the tank. He couldn't make the touch. This is why I stress that they need more goals. One is not enough to win against Luminosity. 1-1 the scoreline now, very similar to game number 1. The shot on net by Rlcs won't be working out well for them. Maxu to catch that one in the midfield. The pass down towards centre is up now for Furlash for the save. He won't make the connection either. Now to the side to clear away, and Kenotrope are getting pounded by an offense until a monstrous clear comes out.
And you know what I find really fascinating as well is the fact that maybe it won't affect Luminosity, but Movistar Koi will be on the side. And if Luminosity do drop a game to Kenotrope, that will give Koi a lot of momentum going into that grand final because they know that they swept this roster. And so if Luminosity don't, all of a sudden that gives them a little bit more belief, a little bit more realization that maybe they could take down this Luminosity roster. Ball into the middle from Maxu. Cleared away off the backboard. Chance at the middle from Realize. But it's dealt with by Luminosity, and they're just going to try and steady the ship. Tighten up on defense. Maybe just try and see this one out to overtime. But the bump on the backline. Who is back? Eventually someone gets there. I think it's Sosa. But I tell you something, this Kenotrope offense is looking so good.
It really does, but this is feeling eerily similar to game number 1. Unless they can score here and avoid the OT. It's off the crossbar, the demo, and Sosa's not enough. The ball to centre, but no one's home. The clear away, and a 0-second goal was possible. They've got to be cautious of it. Catalysm will catch it. He's not going to stop right yet. The pass is there to Sosa. Spikes can't make it in time. We go to overtime for game 4. Kenotrope have been injured away so many times, Rhino, but they've never been able to close it out.
And the crazy thing is that I think Luminosity needed OT. They needed that moment to reset, get some boost back because Kenotrope were pressuring them so heavily. That's a shot. It's off the post. And Catalysm with the first chance of overtime to send Luminosity to the grand final. It does not go over. There's a chance here for Furlash off that right side. But now Sosa brings it away, and we know the Canadian is so skilled in the air. Off the top rope, has a man there, but the shot doesn't have the pace. And Kenotrope deal with it. 30 seconds gone in OT. Luminosity, they have been the ones to aggress more, but Kenotrope now going to try and test the Luminosity defense.
Down the back wall, it's Sosa to catch it. The ball rises high, rushing down the other end. Flip reset, not going to make anything of it. Here's Maxu, denied. Pass is there to Realize now. He's got time on this ball. A minute of overtime already played. Luminosity getting closer and closer. It's Sosa with the angle. He may have taken him 11 shots, but goal number 2 is finally found. Luminosity with a 4-0 victory. They go to the grand finals.
I can't even blame Maxu for not being up for that one. Why would you expect Sosa to take a shot there at that angle? That is ridiculous. Luminosity, they always just seem to find that moment of magic necessary to see the game over the line. And that was exactly that. A moment of absolute magic from Sosa.
I mean, Sosa just excelled in this series. Although maybe not in the shooting department where he got 11 shots and 2 goals. But when he got those goals were something else. His fakes were on point. His team plays were on point. He really played an excellent series, but I've got to say, I'm impressed by Kenotrope after yesterday's performance. That is what I was expecting from them. An actual good series against a team like Luminosity.
This now can give us hope for the Kenotrope split, at least.
Oh, yeah.
They may bow out in top 4 here, but if they keep working, remember, this is a relatively new roster. Realize Furlash and Maxu got together between splits. This is the first time we've seen them in this scenario, and they have pushed Luminosity to what feels like their limit. 2 OTs required for Luminosity to see this one over the line. And boyo, that makes me, and I imagine our Japanese colleagues over on the Japanese broadcast are going to be absolutely loving that performance.
I'm sure they'll be sad that they didn't get a game, but I'm sure they'll be happy. The hope you've seen from Kenotrope there. I think game 1 and game 4 go to OT. Game 2 ends 3-2. Game 3 we don't talk about. It was a bit of a difference in score there, but game 1, 2, and 4 especially were all games that Kenotrope could have won. But I mean, it's one of the biggest advantages Luminosity have. They have the sauce at the end of the game. They just don't lose at the end of the game. They're so good in overtimes. They're so good in like the last 30 seconds. And that's a hurdle that a lot of teams will have to try and climb. Kenotrope got awfully close, but they still couldn't do it.
Yeah, they absolutely have the ice in their veins when it comes to the end of a game like that. We've seen it multiple times before. They just have a way of staying calm and of making sure that their individuals are able to step up in those moments and make a play. That's exactly what they do. Kenotrope, that's something that they kind of need to learn from Luminosity in that situation. But credit to Luminosity, that was impressive.
Incredibly good performance from the Luminosity. They're in the grand finals. Middle face is yet to be decided. Coming up after the break, Rhino, we've got a match that people are getting really excited for. It's NGZ against Movistar Koi. NGZ with a big upset win. Can they keep going? We'll see them after the break.
Hello and welcome back. Me in my classic casting position there, as you guys all know. But we are coming back, and that was a shootout of a series. I mean, maybe not game for game, but certainly in-game, each and every individual one. So close. Massive effort from our Apac natives there.
It was such a good performance from Kenotrope, even better from Luminosity coming out 4-0. Pushed really hard by Kenotrope. They played such a good series, and still, it wasn't enough to beat Luminosity, a testament to how good they are.
Oh my goodness. And boy, are they good. I mean, they proved it at the major. They proved it continuous times over and over. And yet, some people who declare themselves to be professionals in the industry continue to believe that they're going to drop a game. I don't understand why they do it. It's just always going to be asleep. But no, I mean, Kenotrope, they pushed them right to the limit. They made it work really well. And there is a lot to take from that Kenotrope performance moving forwards in the split.
Leave me and my copium alone, all right? NJZ brought up the conversation of teams that can take games off of Luminosity, and I think Kenotrope are at the top of that list, but they weren't able to do it there, and now Luminosity awaits, looming over the grand final of what is expected to be Movistar Koi, but NJZ, we have them back one more time for that proof that they can take games off these big two teams. I think NJZ have the shot here to at least make an impact on this series.
Yeah, I think they can really show up and push Koi harder than we were maybe initially expecting looking at the two kind of upcoming teams. I think they looked good in their matchup. Now we've got the predictions up, though I am going to have to, maybe unfortunately in a sense, go the way of Koi, but I think NJZ can get a game or two.
I am actually totally on that same train, Boyo. I'm going to give this one to Movistar Koi. I think you'd be foolish not to, given how they've played so far. But NJZ, they've warmed up with an absolute banger of a series earlier, so those hands are going to be hot, and it'll be interesting to see how they get out of the blocks in Game 1.
Yeah, it's a very logical sweep on the desk here. I'm going with Movistar Koi as well, but I have given in my headspace one game to NJZ here. I think if we're talking about their ability to take one off of Luminosity, and I think Luminosity are just that one step above, then this is the chance for them to take one off Koi and prove that they absolutely are in that space. So NJZ, I'm hoping for a good series out of them. Maybe something similar to what we just saw, actually. Just game for game going toe-to-toe would be lovely to see out of a team that's really pushing for a new spot in the region.
I mean, 100%. I think they're deserving of showing how good they are. I mean, right now the question is who's the third best team, Kenotrope or NJZ? If NJZ can make a real impact here, they could, push themselves further up in that conversation and say, well, we're the third best team here, maybe even contending for top 2. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see this one.
And I'll tell you something. Sorry, just one more thing, because I want to talk about the fact that it really feels like this is going to be one of the most ideal situations if we had like a third, fourth place playoff, because I want to see NJZ versus Kenotrope. That game with both of those two playing at the top level, that sounds like so much fun. I hope we get that at some point in this split. But for now, 100%. Movistar Koi versus NJZ, I still think Koi win it now.
And that's a reminder to go and check out your team streams on Friday as well, because it is a likely matchup there as well. But boy, we will see you on the other side of this one. We're going to have to head in to an epic matchup. And sorry, it's Rhino that we've got to ditch. I've got the better matchup here. Lovely, that's great. Loving it. Bless my stars. Lucky me. See you, buddy.
What a nice ending there to Rhino.
I did up this rotation as well. That was on me. Yeah.
Yeah, you made it up and you forgot your own rotation.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, we are here for our third and final semi-final of the day. And to see who joins Luminosity, I mean, everyone thinks Koi the favourites here, but I've been looking at Twitch chat kind of in the first match, looking at NJZ playing, and even kind of in between matches now, just in this little break we've had. People are getting more and more excited for NJZ as time goes on, and people are starting to believe that they could win this, and I understand why. They did look really good in that series, and I really do think they could push. We've seen these teams already. We know who they are. But if you need a reminder, NJZ, it is Blue, Lunar, and Risk with Coach Vantage at the back. And Movistar Koi, the full European team Gex. It's full. It's Ocelon, and the newcomer Tech is with Coach Trill at the back of it.
Yeah, a lot less necessary to remind you of those ones, but particularly there on NJZ, I feel like you've given a little undue attention to Luna. Clearly a Luna hater here in the chat, but he's been in the Twitch chat. He's gaining his own little following there. He wants the backing, and who can blame him? You know what it does at a LAN to have that backing. He's just gone in there. He's seen that people have his back. They want to see a win out here from NJZ, and I think that they can get one. Maybe not the series, but this is going to be them pushing to show exactly that they can take on the best of the best in this region. But oh my goodness, Movistar Koi, I think that might be the first one to them.
First one instantly goes their way. Just as we're talking about how capable NJZ are, Blue misses the touch in the midfield and a wide open net is found for Koi. Now, I can tell you a little bit of insight that I have is, in that same conversation where Lunar told me how he believed he could 1v3 Luminosity, he did say that the only team he doesn't think he could 1v3 is Koi. He thinks that they are terrifying, he thinks that Tekkas is just so good, and he is the player to watch out the most for. So I'm wondering if there will be maybe a mental difference in this series coming out from a player like Lunar, who is so big in the mental game inside of the competence, that maybe they will struggle a little bit more against NJZ just because of that reason.
And if he doesn't play as expected here as well, it could even reinforce that in his own mind as well. So he's going to have to play the same to get the right impact out of this match for his own expectations too. Right now, though, they are putting on some good defense, getting out of their half. Luna's going to be the one to chase onto this as well, but low boost scenario can only challenge Tho to keep him back for a moment. And another shot is going to be put on. Is it going to be a goal? It comes off crossbar, finished by Ocelon. Movistar Koi for 2.
It's a 2-0 start, only a minute in, and really not the start that we were hoping for, or NJZ were hoping for. We're just hoping for a good quality game right now, but Movistar Koi are having a quick, dominant game to start things off, Gex.
If this is the reason that Luna comes out and says, oh, you know, well, look, they are better because they went up 2-0 so quickly. NJZ are not playing their best Rocket League here. This is wide open fields and openings and passes away to opponents that we weren't seeing before. Tho given the ball for another shot here off of defense that just looks nervous.
Now 3-0 and Movistar Koi sneak even further in the lead. As you said, they do look nervous. They're coming into this one and just getting walked around right now. 3-0. It's not even been 90 seconds, Gex. It's a dominant start from Koi.
In saying that, NJZ have every single series had a slow start to game number 1. So if they come in here and make a difference the way that they have in the last half of this and into game number 2, maybe we see a similar fashion from them, but that's a good start here. Bump on Luna could open up more for Movistar Koi, and it's not to be. And NJZ struggling to push out.
Shot net, saved away by Lunar. The push over to Risk here, and now caught by Blue and net. He can't make the touch. Tekkas beats him to it. That's wide open with the pass from Bo to Ocelon. It's 4-0. It's only been 2 minutes. Gex, tell him to stop.
Yeah, this is brutalization right now. That is an excellent pass down though. Ocelon taking the shot, but you got to give absolute credit to Tho for that. That pass down, that spike, is so unpredictable.
4-0. There's only 3 minutes left. I mean, a lot of time, but when NJZ have not really had a chance to do anything, it feels like an absolute eternity. Off to the backboard now for Tekkas. It's goal 5. Gex, I think we were fed false hope for this game here. We came into this one in high spirits and excited for a good showing here. Was that a viable scoreline in game 1?
Yeah, and Tekos will pick that one up. That actually is coming off an own goal there as well, and I don't think that was going to be in off the initial touch, and there was a little more time to make the correction needed. Again, just a little bit more nervousness on the display, and I understand I'm asking for a lot there, but when you look back at their last series, NJZ displayed a lot. Their defense was phenomenal, and they were making miraculous save after miraculous save. There was minutes of offense against them where they were on goal line with no boost and defending great plays. And now they're succumbing to less good plays out of Movistar Koi. Not that they're not capable of those, but they're not being put on.
Now around the corner here from Risk. A pass is there to Sender for Blue. Can't make a connection on that one either. The game already kind of feels over for game number 1. With NJZ struggling to get any goal on the board. That is a crazy save from Blue, but no follow-up on it. 6-0, 2 minutes to go. The bigger question for this game, Gex, is how many goals are actually scored?
Yeah. Movistar Koi really trying to make an impact on every series they play out this weekend. Of course, the new org with the pickup and the transition into being a full import team. Tekos, I mean, if you're going to come in, you're going to look like the bad guy coming in with the 3-man Euro team, and then you've got to show that it's worth it. You've got to be the best. And that's what they're trying to put on display right now, that it is worth it. They are the best.
going to be a lot of scrutiny on this roster for sure. They've got Machu after getting consistent second places, the only Apac player on that team. They've picked up Tekis, the Spanish player coming over from Europe, to see what he can do on this roster and push them even further. If it doesn't work out, if their project fails and they don't make the major, they don't make Worlds, that is a lot of scrutiny being placed on them for, I mean, pretty good reason. They took a punt and it might not work out, it might work out. They've got to make it work.
I can imagine there is a reason that we saw Luna showing his face in the Twitch chat before this series, but no members of Masterstar Koi. Risk, though, going to pick up the first for NJZ, and they will not go out scoreless here. What a flick from Luna to set that up, though. My goodness, that got some upward power.
Sends it high, gets one goal on the board. All it does is set up the Brazil, but at least NJZ can say they scored once in game number 1. A kickoff goes the way of Movistar Koi, and with Flo off the side, well, it could spell disaster early on. Nothing going to come of it until it does. What?
You want to say it or shall I?
You can say
Brazil!
It.
There we go. Movistar Koi bringing it out.
Here? I'm wondering
nothing
if
great.
Blue misses is because of the ping for Lunar. He thinks that Blue hits it and gets a bit of a ghost touch. That's my only explanation there, because that looks so odd.
Is Luna not playing from within region?
No, he's playing on 200 ping, I'm pretty sure.
I did not know that. All right, that's new information to me. That makes a lot more impressive what we've seen already today from Luna, and he had the opportunity to really be the MVP out of that team. A few overcommits to really give that to Risk instead, but Luna has been absolutely crucial to this team despite facing down those ping issues. Got to expect that maybe they would have that little bit more in them if that weren't there. However, Movistar Koi 7-1 lead, there's not much that would excuse that into a win the other way.
Oh yeah, keep in mind down the other end as well, Movistar Koi are all playing in region.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly where in Apac, but they are all in Apac someplace or another. So they've got the low ping, they've got that advantage over Lunar in a sense, but as you mentioned, I don't think that is really playing a big difference in this game. They just won 7-1, they are just the better team here. But I still think NJZ can do better. This is not a good look from NJZ by any means, and I know they can do better than this. The question is, will they?
It's similar again, though. The last half of that game was much better out of them than the first. It was more of a push. They got into their opponent's half, they put on some pressure, they scored a goal. Had we had second half version of NJZ out from the beginning there, we would not have seen a 7-1. But can they keep that rolling and upward for game number 2? That's the question. They've got to do better. If my personal hopes are to be realized in a single game is to be taken by NJZ, they're going to have to do a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, 7 goals scored. It was a Brazilian game number 1. They've got to do... I didn't get to count for certain, but I don't think NJZ even got 7 shots on target. So even if they scored every shot they took, I still think they would have lost. That was kind of the disparity in this game. They weren't doing anything on offense because they weren't able to. They weren't given the opportunities to. No. And the 7th goal comes in and it's just insult to injury at that point. I mean, the 4th goal comes in, it's kind of insult to injury, but Movistar Koi don't care. They're here to win. They're here to be champions, and they're showing us that right now.
And of course, Koi aren't going to give opportunities, but they also weren't being pushed forward there by NJZ for the first half of that game at the very least. We talked about that nervous-looking defense. There was no push out. You've got to make sure that you're really on top of getting back to the midfield, forming that midfield line, and that wasn't there at all in the first half. That's not uncommon for this team as to what we've seen this weekend.
I know, 100%. They are a team who likes to win. And win very hard they will. We saw it in the upper bracket. We saw it even in the GSL group stage. They were just stomping people.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to keep doing that until they get to the grand finals. That is on their agenda.
Yep. Like we said, they need a big impact here. They are under scrutiny. NJZ will be under a fair bit more than they were before this appearance into a top 4 position as well after this point. Certainly a big position for them to get to, and if they go home from here, they won't be disappointed with where they got to, I don't think, or at least everybody but Luna won't.
I mean, it's a late day for Lunar, but I guess an early day for Lunar in that regard. I'm sure he's loving it at the 2 AM Rocket League coming out, or maybe 4 or 5 AM for him. So do you think he's woke up for this? Do you think he's not went to bed yet? I'm trying to figure, kind of gauge it here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the best tactic is there. Do you keep the ball rolling into the rest of your day, or do you wake up fresh and with a good time frame to get in for RLCS? I don't know. Tough question.
A good attempt there from Lunar to almost get the goal on the board, just saved in time. Lunar off the back, ball shot on by Rest. This is a different start. This is an improvement from NJZ. 1-0.
Bizarrely enough, it's actually a fair reflection of what we saw last series with NJZ. I mean, this is exactly what they showed. They came in looking lackluster in game number 1, picked it up towards the end of that. Of course, that was not a 7-1, but NJZ picking up the first goal in game 2 seems to be a theme for them here.
Being away here from Tekka's trying to slip it past Blue, nothing to come of it just yet. Blue unlucky there with the mid boost spawning just as he leaves it.
Ooh.
A good save by Lunar. And a demo on him though. Not going to get away with it too easily. The rest down the other end, he's the lone goal scorer for NJZ so far. Blue a clear downfield, it's up to Rest to try and kind of get himself involved a little bit, get a bump, get a demo, put some pressure on. Lunar will try full ironing, flailing around the pitch there, but nothing to come of it. The fast-paced play is where NJZ have advantage, mainly because of these players. They are players who love that kind of fast-paced bit of chaos, but also for a player like Lunar who is playing on ping, these fast-paced kind of ball getting thrown around is way more advantageous for him, because it's way easier to figure out where the ball's going to go.
Boomer ball gives him opportunity to get the read. But he's going to have to definitely pick up to be what he has been for the team already against Movistar Koi. Definitely a bit of a difference in his individual play here. He's had some good saves. Tekos tries to get one in here as well. And Tekos can sneak it past the defender. Blue so close there. And Luna nearly did get that last touch to get that one to post.
Inches away, half the game to go. Koi able to tie up game number 2. NJZ found the lead, but they could not develop upon it. It was a common tale in our previous series with Kenotrope. They could find the leads, but they can never get more than one. NJZ may be facing the same fate right now. They've got to come and try and find that leading position once again, and then hopefully, in their sake, try and extend on it, try and push it even further. With the pass into centre and no success, you would think Foe's on the blue team with where he's sitting in their half, but no. Waiting, trying for a chance, but nothing to come of it. Lurking around though and putting so much pressure on the NJZ defense.
It's going to be more pressure and it'll break him. Ocelon to push through with muscle. Just finds the crack and forces it open for a shot on target. And there's the lead returning from Movistar Koi.
I mean, what a bump from Foe. The lone defender there can do nothing but watch as the ball sinks into his net. As Foe just eliminates him. Also on an easy goal to score in that position. Just has to tap it forward, is exactly what he done. Pushing this upfield now, but the musty long going to be caught on the line by Blue, sent high. This time to Foe, going to the flip reset. No, he's actually going to go for the air dribble push into net. Denied by Lunar, shot towards net, off the back wall, no read. Tekka is already up for it though. That's why you get caught out of position here. It's a good challenge and a follow-up not going to be found. Foe from the sidewall. Has Blue waiting, ready to challenge, but to no avail. Risk and Lunar kind of getting harassed at the back line here, but Lunar gets in position. He might have found the shot. Pinpoint accuracy as he slips through the two defenders.
This ball stalled up for a moment here, slowed down and then accelerated to the speed of sound, 121k an hour from Blue to Luna and into the net. NJZ, they accelerate themselves into even standing once more with Movistar Koi. This is so much better than game number 1. We are not seeing a Brazil again.
Oh, I mean, I think anything would have been better than game number 1.
Well, that's true.
Not playing might have been better than game number 1. But Lunar putting that ball down, field to the corner now, will find nothing of it. A close affair this time, around 2-2. We're getting to that 1 minute left situation where it could become a case of Nets go win. And a push-up field from NJZ could be the goal they need in front of net. Lunar can't find out the chance from Risk, it will go awry. The ball goes wide and Foe down the other end. Punishment for missing their goal. NJZ were gifted a chance, but they get punished.
You can see the lag there from Luna. You saw when he registered that had come away for him. It was just too little too late. You can't make the shot at that point. NJZ, they lose one that they may have found under other circumstances, but Movistar Koi turning it around and scoring on the other end, that's the part that's really unacceptable here. You can miss as many goals as you want as long as your defense is perfect. It is not here for NJZ.
That's a chance though in front of net. The ball will linger once again. Here comes Blue. The defense a little bit scrambled, but the shot not more powerful enough, not on target enough, just not good enough. Out to the side from Risk. It'll be also on to Catch, rising high. It's Blue but beaten to it. A clear away from Winner. And out to the midfield, caught by Fogan and slow things down, but dunked on well. Off to the side, it's also on Blue, chasing him up to the corner. He actually nabs that boost there, able to steal it with the help of Risk, pushes the ball even further. Tekka does 100 boost now, will try and challenge Blue. The shot on by Luna, the shot in by Luna. There's 10 seconds left, and it ties for a piece.
I can see a game here. NJZ aren't just making this close, but their shots are looking dominant when they get them. Movistar Koi don't seem to have an answer when the team play is really coming out from NJZ. And that's scary because I think they're gaining confidence. In particular, Luna, who came into this with that question mark on whether they could take on Koi.
Here's Sco, going to try and stall the game out to head to overtime. Don't want any 0-second shenanigans for either side. NJZ against Movistar Koi. It started for Brazil and it continues into an overtime. 3-3 for game 2. Can NJZ do it?
Oh, awkward for Tho. Does get back to it, but not with a particularly forward momentous touch. It's going to come out. Luna's going to get a beat here. Tho tucks in behind it. Gets another shot on target for himself. No issue for the defense on NJZ's side, but they will continue to be on it. And now they will start to face down the nerves again. Unless Tho 50s his own team. That's an open net. Is anybody there to shoot? No! Tho gets back with 0 for the save, but they do have an attack to use. NJZ with a chance.
NJZ doing a really good job at just getting a foot in. A proverbial foot, I should say. Just always getting someone in the way, always getting someone involved just at this defensive line for Koi. Blue the last man back though, he's going to be careful. He overcommits shot from Tekka. That's easy for some, but not for Tekka this time around. He'll hit the post, the star player misses in the star moment. Round the back corner now, also on, can't find anything of it. The roll away, now to Blue up the side, the ball will roll, a minute gone of overtime now, and the game continues in drastic fashion. How are they still alive, I do not know, but round the corner and off it goes once again. It's Bo now to the back wall. The pass is to Tekka, he can't miss that one. It's a Koi win for game 2.
Tekka's gifted a freebie by Tho's mechanics here. What a pass off. I've been hearing nothing but Tekos' name since Movistar Koi made their pickup here. And I gotta say, I don't see it yet. He hasn't been the most impactful player on this series, not by some margin within his own team. Definitely, he is a fantastic player, don't get me wrong, but if you're going to come in with that much hype behind you, you've got to back it up, and right now, it can't be brought that close, and it certainly can't be off of mediocre play from what is supposedly your star player.
I mean, he comes out on top at the end of the game there. 2 goals, 3 saves, 4 shots on target. He did do an excellent job, but it was a really close game for Koi there. Something that NJZ can take a lot of benefit from. Will they call a timeout? I'm not sure. I do think this is the best opportunity to, coming off of a close game, but they might want to keep the momentum going, keep it flowing. They're feeling good about it. We can clearly see that from the NJZ team. Something has changed between game 1 and game 2, and whatever it is, I am so happy it's happened now.
One decent goal out there for Tekos. I will give him that one, but I think generally speaking, he got the best of just easier rotation spots there as well. But he will have to be put under the gun here as well. I think there's still more to come out of NJZ, and the more they push on, the more is going to be required from Tekos to display what is expected of him. And he does have that in the bag, but I want to see it this series because there's only this one chance before they potentially and most likely go to a grand final against Luminosity, who are looking very stable right now.
Oh, 100%. Luminosity are there waiting, but we got to keep in mind that for every game that NJZ kind of get close to Koi, every single game for Luminosity, they were close to Kenotrope. We can't take this with a grain of salt here. Both of these teams have had some close affairs. It just shows the region's getting a little bit closer as time goes on, but there's still work to be done. NJZ are trying to make it work, but with game number 3 coming in a clean slate, can this be the game that they find something that works?
Ooh, Luna caught out there off of actually a whiff from his own teammate. And JZ will find a clear off of bumping Ocelon into the ball. He was not expecting to be clearing that one. And a great read from Risk there. The pass down was good. So there for another shot registered on target. Luna will push this forward. Throw out to midfield. There's a reset. This is a slow ball. He's out of boost and gets a bump. Oh, the pinch comes off him, goes high. And this should be a safe NJZ.
Best going to send it high. Over to Fo, it will go on net, off the bar and in. Every player from NJZ is sitting on 30 boost or less, and they have to just watch that ball go in. There's not a single one can reach it.
Also on a menace in NJZ's net there as well. Didn't get the demo, but did force the third man defender deep into that net and couldn't get back for that final challenge, or at least not without some awkwardness to it. NJZ now able to push in for their first real attempt on attack for game number 3. It will clear out. Blue chasing this down to try to put it back to his opponent's side. He's going to opt for control here, and the right choice made, I think, but hunted down by Ocelon and put back to the blue side.
Clear away. Back to Fo it will go. An attempted shot will not work out well here. Luna will catch it in the corner, but looking for a clearance. It will be Blue to find the save. That's an opening. That should be a goal. That will be a goal. We're all tied up.
There's Luna. He's got things to say to the doubters, and he is in behind it with 200 ping, able to pick these up when they go long and will put them on target. It evens the game, but NJZ, they are just lagging behind that potential win against Movistar Koi enough to really put into doubt whether they can take it at all. And it does come down to smaller differences. We said in game number 1, 7-1, not going to be conquered by that 200 ping difference, but possibly here we could have seen that difference.
That one slips into centre, no one to get the follow-up touch. A clear away, going to be caught in the midfield, this time by Blue, down to Lunar. A challenge is there by Ocelon as the ball bims it off the sidewall. It's Fo, going the distance, but reset onto net, save by Lunar. He's putting his all into this series here, trying to find anything that he can, but he's not got the game win just yet. That's the last thing he needs. A game win to push it forward, but a wide open net for Tekkas. The defense gets bullied by Ocelon.
This is a very odd commit from Blue as well. Jumps so early that the option to just not shoot it into him is clear. Tekos gets a freebie as long as he puts it left side, and he takes it without any question of that choice.
It's a simple mistake there, and the defense getting bullied is just icing on the cake. Tekkas showing us what he can do. Styling on them off the kickoff there. What a catch! And then the fake onto Lunar. The guy with ping gets absolutely destroyed, and Tekkas just goes low. It's an easy goal there.
Ping or not, I don't think you're reading that catch.
No, not at all.
That pop was insane. Luna puts it back to his own corner here. Tries to put it back for himself at least, but also on net. And like you said, the bullying continues on that net. The defense is just struggling to get a control of this. They do find a very long clear here, though. Ocelon stuck in his own corner. Risk will actually win a challenge here. And 2, though, last man to beat. The pass is off. Luna takes control. Can't put one on target early, but will turn it around. Misses the shot. It was an open net.
He didn't have the boost for it, Gex. He ran out just as he went for the shot. Tried to get more power on it, but just couldn't find anything. Luna and Risk forgetting to talk to each other for just a moment. They were in a double commit. Yeah. And about 10,000 hours to communicate that one. Risk in control at the back corner. It's also on now trying to control it. A push into centre. Here's Lunar. Going to be caught by Tekkas. He's dangerous this game. We've saw it already. Keeping the ball close to his cart. Trying to slip in with a 50-50, but nothing to come just yet. There's a clearance out now. Caught by Ocelon. Flip reset. For number 2 perhaps. Off to the backboard. Clear off to the side. Lunar needs a big boom up field here. Gets it past 1. Fo will catch it though. It's not ideal for NJZ, Gex. The pressure persists.
Ideal would have been not playing against Movistar Koi at all, but you don't get that option when you move to top 4. You're going to face down a big dog here, and this is one of the top 2 dogs in the region. Movistar Koi, we knew that going into this with the Tekos change wasn't going to change anything from when they had Maxiu, and they're hoping to go further.
That's a shot on net. That's a goal.
Whoa.
No one's back, and it's an easy one. Bo not able to get the touch, or not able to get the steal. An easy goal though for Oslo on here, just wide open, and we're feeling very similar to game 1 now. What's happened?
Yeah, tucked right under the crossbar, but like you said, it's feeling like game 1. There's just a little bit of lack from the enthusiasm of the defense from NJZ. They feel tired this time. It doesn't feel like fear necessarily, but certainly the mental isn't there. They're not egoing this ball. I think they know this one is over. 50 seconds on the board. There's not going to be 3 goals out in that time frame from NJZ. Movistar Koi not going to rest on their laurels either, though. We've already seen this series that they will not stop until their opponent is thoroughly thrashed.
Off the back wall into centre from Bo, saved by Lunar, but it means absolutely nothing when there's 30 seconds left in a 4-1 scoreline. A consolation goal or 2 could boost team morale perhaps, but even that seems unlikely to occur. Defense from Koi hard to get past in this first game. 4-1 the scoreline, and dominant fashion once again. Game 2 starting to feel like a fluke if it cannot be replicated.
At this point, Movistar Koi should be putting on a lot of the new Star Wars themed items that just came out in the shop. I feel like Darth Vader, the Empire, they've taken on the role of the bully here. They knew what they were in for coming into this region, and they are taking on the dark side moniker right now. It's feeling like it's, right now it might be the young ones across from them. It's feeling kind of brutal.
Oh, I mean, if you are NJZ, what do you do right now? It's a high pressure situation. A series that you really believe you can get a game or 2 in, one you could actually push this team in, but it's not working out. They're playing so well. Lunar drops 800 points that game of 8 saves to his name, but it's not enough. They're not scoring enough. They only had 5 shots total. The lowest shooting player on Koi had 5 individually.
Yeah, it was just a massive stomping here from Movistar Koi, and while first game may have been more so, I feel like this is more reflective of the state of play here, because it wasn't NJZ just completely out of the game, not coming in warm as that first game downfall that they seem to have. This was NJZ mid-series. This was them pushing, and they were lacking something for sure, but that was as a result of Movistar Koi just overcoming them right now.
Oh, 100%. That is the biggest hurdle, is just winning a game, and I think it's the same for every team here in this. For Kenotrope against Luminosity, just winning a game is the biggest hurdle right now. To start off on the right foot, to kind of get that kind of momentum on your side, even for future series against these teams. And it's the same issue that NJZ are facing. They just can't find this first game to really boost the confidence of themselves even.
Well, there's the timeout called. NJZ, they need it badly. This is the time for recovery mentally for them. They last time they took a timeout, we saw it as a result of the fact that they needed to slow their opponents down. This time it's very different, and we have to see if they have the opportunity to really do that, if they have the solidity behind them and the coaching there to push them into a better mental space in this timeout.
I mean, will it pay off? None have so far today. The timeout buff has not really came into account for any Apac team this whole event. Will this time be different? Will this time be the time for NJZ to take a game to push Koi to their limits? They almost had it in game 2, but it wasn't enough. Can they do it in game 4? It's their last chance before elimination.
Look, I may have put a bit of hope in one game here for them in my prediction, but frankly, if they could do what we saw at a Kenotrope and just make it close time and time again, that would be enough for me to keep putting hope and faith into this NJZ roster. But if they play like they did in that last one, it's not going to be enough for me. NJZ, they need to prove that they're more than that team that just beats who they're expected to and can have that little upset now and then.
Well, Here it is for NJZ, possibly their last chance in open number 4. Or the beginning of something, the beginning of a chance against
Whoa.
Koi, though it's certainly looking like the other. Koi, only 25 seconds. And it's a boom up here from Tekkas. And you would think Fo's on the other team, or he's sitting on that back wall.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Like, what does NJZ think when they look back? Oh, that's a clear straight backboard. We're all up here. There's no reason for anybody from the opposing team to be on our backboard. No, there he is, though, scoring an unbelievable angle off that pass, and Movistar Koi starting off with an absolute heater of a goal.
Here's also onto the corner now. Tekka's into centre. Won't find anything of it. Pass there to Fo. It's wide open. Now, if any game feels similar to game number 1 gets, it's this one.
Yeah, I think if anything, that timeout has served to take some of the heat out of NJZ's wheels. Unfortunately, this may have worked against them. Movistar Koi are a team that were already beating them off of just tactics. It wasn't a mental advantage situation there. You weren't taking anything from them. You had to make it work for yourself, and NJZ don't look like they have.
They've got work to do. And not much time to do it, only 4 minutes on this game, and that's just to score 2 goals to tie things up. Then they've got to do even more. It's Tekkas to the centre now, trying to make this journey even harder. Full up for Ocelon. Is a goal possibly coming their way, if not to be saved by Risk. Off the corner once again, they're non-stop attacking in the side of Koi. That's a chance, that's a demo. Luckily for NJZ, there's not a third option there to kind of get a goal out of it.
Luna can turn and chase that upfield. It is an option there. The shot is good, but Ocelon with the save. Bit of a double commit on there. Ocelon will push further out with that. Teko's back. Tho now to pick it up, take it high, reset, challenged immediately there. And Risk will be awarded a save for that one and might just keep them in this game.
Here's Fo. Over to Lunar. From the corner with Ocelon now, pass there to centre. Caught well by Tekkas on the reset, with a chance for Fo now to the back wall. Nothing going to come of it. Here's Lunar again with the clear away. Ocelon, good catch. He takes it out of possession for NJZ, disallows an attack developing. That'll be to the backboard. A double commit, a big mistake, a rare one from Koi, but they won't get punished. It'll be left wide open. And no one's there to shoot.
Oh, the bump. It's another shot on. Tekos has it open for him and does not miss the target. A great spike down, but oh my goodness, it was opened once again. Ocelon just will not leave them alone.
You just look at the bump on the defender right there. Ocelon has done this all series long. The defenders aren't allowed to move when Ocelon's on the pitch. They just get stuck in place. Time and time again, guys. But how hard is that to deal with?
Yeah. I just don't know what you do to get past this either. While it was still only a 2-goal lead, I thought maybe the mental could be found here for NJZ, but I mean, we know that there was already Luna stating that he was worried about this team matchup, but I wonder what the state was for the other 2 players. It's great to have a player like Luna on your team who can be loud, can give his opinion as loudly as he does when he's giving the one that buffs you, that brings you up, that makes you feel like you're the best. But as soon as he brings the negativity in as well, you can have the opposite impact. And if that's the case here, maybe Blue and Risk might have had more an impact there as well than they have had this game. Or is it still their own opinion here that this is the tougher matchup than Luminosity as well?
Here's Ocelon over to Tekkas. 100 seconds to go. It's Blue off the backboard. Time running out here for NJZ in a desperation attempt to even just win a game. It's looking unlikely for it to come to fruition. 90 seconds now, shot to net save. Lunar driving on back, rushing to the back corner. Go passing it round the back wall, will be saved once again on the line. Off the ceiling. Shot to be made, no success. I mean, NGZ, everything they do is shut down.
It's so hard to see where the out is here, and Risk was the player we named the MVP out of their series last time, has been fairly quiet here. I mean, he's had his moments for sure, and certainly been as impactful as anybody else on the team, but I don't know that I could pick an MVP here. Nobody has been stand out for NJZ. It's just going to take that one push, I feel like, if they're going to be able to do anything, but they're already out of time for this series. This game is going to go down. 40 seconds on the clock, 3 up from Movistar Koi and NJZ. They have not shown us what we hoped for out of this series.
No, not at all, but I do think it's a testament to how well Koi have played this. They had that close game too, and they got themselves back in gear. They let it slip for just a moment, and they got their head back in the game, knowing what they had to do, cleaned up the mistakes, and we haven't really seen it from them again ever since. Really well done here by Koi. As they get their ticket set to the grand finals, it's been an exceptional showing from them.
Yeah, the question remains whether they can do this to Luminosity, and I do not see them falling to the same tactics time and time again. Certainly this is going to be a series to watch coming up, but Luminosity, they're not going to drop their mental like NJZ has here. They've been playing like a defeated team since realistically the end of game 2. They made that one at least close, but not being able to win it seemed to take the wind out of their wings. NJZ going out with a bit of a whimper, unfortunately, there. But I'd repeat this risk in particular for such a young player. His first time appearing in the top 4. It's a huge result for them. Movistar Koi will put them out here, but they are going to be thrilled with a top 4 finish.
Oh, 100%. I mean, a top 4 finish is nothing to scoff at for NJZ, and they look good. They look like they deserve top 4. I bet they're hungry. I know this team is going to be hungry. They want more. They want to do better next game. They want to get that top 2. They want to push even further. They want to even win an event if possible. They want to do more than top 4. They'll be happy, but they're going to come back hungry 100%, guys.
Ocelon, in almost every game there, was very low on that leaderboard, but it wasn't for lack of gameplay here. Ocelon took on a shocking role in this series. He was such a facilitating player in such an annoying way. NJZ must have been filthy with Ocelon.
I mean, he was just constantly bullying, attacking, bumping, everything that he could do to disrupt NJZ. It was probably Ocelon who was doing it. And that's so hard to deal with when you've got 2 players like Fo and Tekkas who can realistically 2v3, 2v2 for a bit and have not a single worry in the world about it. You have Ocelon, send them off on a mission to merge or send them off on a mission to go demo, bump anything. You don't have any worry behind that.
Exactly, and when you're already suffering the mental as well, NJZ going in there with worries about Tekos, maybe it was Ocelon they should have been scared of from the beginning. He definitely brought that mental game to the fore. It always does when the physicality comes out and the pressure is put on. So they did get their chances to push out. Game number 2 was looking pretty good, but sent home now as we go through to the grand final. Luminosity had a close series there. I don't necessarily think that has any impact on telling me that Luminosity is worse than Koi right now, but Kenotrope are certainly that next step above NJZ for me.
I mean, we're going to have to see a match against them eventually to really decide it, because I've got both of these teams quite close right now. Kenotrope look excellent, so do NJZ at the right times. So we're going to have to see them face off at some point, but we have our grand final match, we have our grand final teams. We've got Luminosity, we've got Movistar Koi waiting in the grand finals. What a surprise, guys. Who could have called it?
Totally unpredictable. All right. We will have to go and see that one, though. I think we are queuing up for a break here any moment, and I've got to see us on the other side of this one. This grand final coming up, it's going to be epic.
Oh, it's going to be so exciting. I cannot wait for the grand final. I mean, Luminosity look good. Koi look good. We're surely in for a good run. We don't know how these teams are going to fare. Luminosity haven't lost to this old Elevate team in a grand final yet. Now against Koi, coming in with Tekkas. Is that the winning formula? That is what the whole plan of this roster is. The winning formula to beat Luminosity. Can they finally do it?
Feels good to get to this point, though. I mean, looking across at how we got here, the rest of the bracket up to this point across the weekend. We finished yesterday, and I said to you guys both on the desk with me that that this top 4, the top 6, sorry, bracket was going to be massive. Lower bracket quarterfinals. It proved itself. Grand final is going to be massive as well. I said that as well. It's going to be. Let's send it off now. We'll see you on the other side of a quick break. Welcome back for Apac Open number 4. We're in the grand final. We make it here in an unceremonious manner. Koi really stomping their way through to make their position, but Luminosity with a little bit of fight on their hands. They might be a little bit warmer because of it, though. They had to push a little harder, I think.
I mean, yeah, they had to push harder, but they also had an hour gap between their game. Like,
that's true.
There's a bit of time here that they've had to cool down. Koi's coming off hot here. I mean, I'm not gonna say where I'm gonna go later on in the predictions and such, but Koi should be feeling good, and I think that match against Kenotrope maybe puts a bit of doubt in Luminosity, just a tiny bit.
I think you just did.
I see it both ways, Boyo, because it could put doubt in their minds, absolutely, but it could also give them the fire. They know they have the ice. They can see through a difficult challenge that they were facing, and if they use that for their mental preparation going into this grand final, knowing they already beat a team that really pushed them and pushed them and pushed them, they will definitely be okay. But here is the bracket here. We are now in our grand final. This is how we got here. But it seems like the final is inevitable here in APAC. It should always be Movistar Koi versus Luminosity.
Yeah, it was predicted from the beginning, but we have made it here now. Grand final time. It feels like a massive journey. We have had some 4-0s, yes, but we have also had some game 7s coming out. It has been a journey and a half for even these two teams. And now Luminosity, the resident champions, are facing down their old nemesis now under a new name, Movistar Koi, and we've got to see who is on top of this region for the second split and into this Raleigh major.
I mean, every match that didn't involve Luminosity or Movistar Koi has been a great match, really, really close, really intense at times. Then they come along and ruin all the fun, getting sweeps all the way. But it's what we're used to in APAC with these two teams. They've always done that. They've always just ran the bracket down, made it to the grand finals, and came to face off each other. But, I mean, there is one thing we need to talk about in this series, and I think it's going to be the key for this series. It's Tekkas. He is the one difference in this series. He is the possible winning factor for Koi if they're going to come out on top. He is what they have made to change to try and take down this Luminosity team. He is the hopeful difference maker for the side of Koi.
Yeah, it's fair to say that I don't think there can be any questions anymore about Movistar Koi making that roster change from Maxiu to Tekkas. He's been playing incredibly well, and it is time for predictions. I think he's enough of a difference maker. I think Tekkas is that level above what they had with Maxiu. I'm not saying he's a better player than Maxiu, but the team cohesion seems more with this Movistar Koi roster than it ever was with Elevate. And for me, I think that is actually going to go to Movistar Koi, and that's who I'm taking in this game. But I think it goes all the way, Game 7.
Oh, I feel like the Game 7's a good shout. I want to give a little bit more backing to the team with the one remaining an APAC native player, the reigning champs as well. I'm going to go with Luminosity there, and I'm giving them a 4-2 even. I do think that the Game 7's a good shout, but I'm just kind of trying to lean into it a little bit. But Boyo, I think you've got a result here that might shock us as well.
I mean, I think that Koi came off of that series looking really good. Every team that Luminosity have played, Koi have played, and they've looked good doing it. Same vice versa. They both came off 4-0. I think Tekkas is a great player, but you will catch me dead before I pick an all EU team winning in APAC. I'm going Luminosity all the way. Sphinx is going to come out on top still. He is the king of APAC. Come on, Luminosity.
All right, well, we are heading into it. This is going to be the culmination of this weekend, but it can be expected to be the culmination of pretty much the region itself right now. So this is where it all comes down to. You guys are going to be taking this one on. I'm going to drop off and watch from the sidelines because I've got to get my prediction right, and I've got to be quiet about it for a change. That's what it comes down to.
I'm sure there are people in chat coming from the Koi side here rooting on their team, but Rhino, what do you think is going to have the bigger fan base coming into this one? Koi or Luminosity? Because Koi's got such a big fan base behind them. I mean, they've got the owner, Apac, who's kind of leading the charge of that team, the massive content creator in Spain, and they've got such a big community behind them. But Luminosity, the APAC favourites, I mean, they only have one APAC player, but I think everyone just loves Sphinx here.
Firstly, I do want to say Gex being quiet about something like that is going to be a shock to the system. There's no way he's going to live through that. I've never heard Gex be quiet once in my life. Either way, biggest fan base, I think it's going to have to be Sphinx. I think with the whole Apac situation, I think Luminosity are going to have that. They've brought together a massive fan base from Apac around Split 1 because they were staving off the attack of Elevate. And I think it's a really interesting dynamic that we have, because obviously in that first split, it was 2 outside region and 1 inside region versus 2 outside region and 1 inside region. But it felt like Luminosity were the more likable team in the region. And so I think for that reason, I think more people are going to be cheering for Luminosity in chat than for Movistar Koi. But as you've talked about, there's going to be a lot of fans coming over from EU, bringing that hype around the Movistar name. And though Tekos and Ocelon are going to be flying that flag very well for them.
I mean, yeah, 2 teams that need no introduction. Both Tekos and Ocelon, as you mentioned, that Movistar Koi team with Coach Shrill, Sosa, Sphinx and Catalysm with Coach Mektos. We've seen these players so many times. We know everything about them at this point. Sphinx, that sole Apac player in this matchup. Sosa, the Canadian. Catalysm, the German. Fo and Ocelon, the 2 Dutch players, and rounding out with the Spaniard of Tekos. It's like EU regional number 7 with Sphinxers joining in alongside them. But nevertheless, Luminosity versus Movistar Koi. It is a match we've been waiting for all season long. And it's been so good so far from all these teams. I mean, we've seen great runs from them. Luminosity against NJZ was such a good showing from Luminosity in that upper bracket. They really tore them to pieces.
Yeah, they did. But you also have to remember that it also felt like NJZ, they had a good look. Obviously, that game 1 didn't go their way. But from game 2, you started to feel like NJZ were able to kind of get back into it, and they definitely started to. That is not really a thought that we had when NJZ played against Koi earlier. Other than that OT game in game number 2, it really felt like Koi had it handily. Meanwhile, Luminosity, they also went OT in game number 2. But it wasn't quite that simple even after that point.
Yeah, I've always found it difficult to kind of judge teams and how well they're going to perform based on how they've done against the opponents. But, I mean, they had the exact same opponents, NJZ and Kenotrope. And both of them won 4-0 in their sweeps. I think Luminosity did have the closer games. But I think that's a product for teams being more used to Luminosity. They played them for a whole split last time. They've already got this experience. Tekos is this new player coming in to the Koi side, and I think it will cause a lot of disruption, something I'm sure that Luminosity has been, scrimming against and practicing for to prepare. So I'm hoping to see a kind of prepared Luminosity coming into this series.
The one word that you would always use for Luminosity at any point in a season is prepared. They always make sure that they are locked in going into the lobby. They know exactly. They're one of the most professional teams we've ever seen in Apac. They take their job very, very seriously. They want the clean sweep. Trust you and me, they want the clean sweep this season, winning every single open. They have to win this open 4 in order to get there, and obviously this was Kenotrope trying to take out Movistar Koi, and failing miserably yesterday. Kenotrope didn't even look like they were in the server, really. Movistar Koi took them down with relative ease. And this is where we're talking about Movistar Koi maybe being that level up now that they brought Tekos into the side. Because before, sometimes it felt like even against these teams that you would expect them to beat, they were still making it look a little bit difficult. There was none of that yesterday.
Oh, Movistar Koi, they have had an incredible run so far. As I said, they've looked dominant in every single one of their series except that game 2 against NJZ. That has been their closest match yet, and it's the only one that I thought they had a chance at losing. They've looked so good. That is the key part to mention at Movistar Koi. The addition of Tekos has worked wonders. He has been playing exceptionally well. Every single player on that team fitting into their role. Tekos being that star player. He's getting set up for goals. He's in the right position. We've seen Ocelon being this demo and bump machine, basically letting Fo and Tekos play 2v2 half the time, and it's working out so well, and Fo is such a good facilitator. They've got a really good foundation on this roster. I just wonder how they'll be able to go all season long, and can they keep this up with the mental game of it.
The big deciding factor of that, Boyo, realistically, is going to be this grand final right here. Yeah. It was that game in Open 1 that really started Elevate on their downward trajectory, where they started to feel like they were inferior to the Luminosity roster. If they lose this grand final again, very similar decline. That would be a real shame because they are so good. But sometimes, as you say, they are at the mercy, at the whim of their mental. And if it gets broken, they've got another week or so to fix it. But we go straight back to Open 5 literally next weekend. You do not have that long for a turnaround here in Split 2. And they're going to need to find an answer quick.
Oh yeah, no, not at all. There's not much time for them. So this is their best opportunity yet. They had all of last split coming second best. They want to start this one off in the strong foot. They want to start this off being the best team in Apac. Or else, they've got work to do. The world's chances grow thinner and thinner with each loss that they have. Luminosity just sitting pretty comfortable at the top. Maybe some complacency will come out with them because of that. That's maybe what Movistar Koi want to hope for here. But they have got to both come in all guns a-blazing. The fight for Raleigh is well and truly on. It's only just beginning, and the fight for Worlds is still underway. But Rhino, the first game begins. For the first time this split, it is the grand final of Rlcs Apac Open number 4, Luminosity against Movistar Koi. 7 games potentially on the cards, and already an explosive start for Luminosity as they look for goal number 1.
The whole Open that we've just had has led to this matchup. It felt like destiny for these two teams to meet in the grand final. And of course they do. As now Ocelon tries to clear it away. Sosa's there to block it off. Not a lot of boost for Sphinx. Doesn't matter. Still gets the dunk. Onto the Movistar backline. There's a chance there. But it will go by. Movistar clearing their lines. And you have to remember, this is going to be the toughest challenge for both of these teams. Not just Luminosity, not just Movistar Koi. Both of these teams will not have played a team at the level of their opponents in this server right now. So far this Open. And how that will affect the individual players, how that will affect the individual teams, that is yet to be determined. Kata goes over the top, dealt with by Tekos, but he can't get a second touch there. Sosa, big boost steal, and Luminosity trying to keep Movistar in their own half, doing a good job of that so far.
Kata has him early off on the sidewall, looks for the pass in centre, no connection from Sosa. It's Tekos getting bullied at the back corner, now with Sphinx to chase the ball through. 90 seconds gone on by, 0-0. It's been Luminosity on the brunt of the attack. They've done the most so far, and they are getting aggressive bumps and demos. They say, Ocelon, you've been doing it. We'll show you how to do it better. Shot to net, saved by the crossbar. Lingering around as Tekos, no boost in the tank. Another save has to be found, this time by Tekos, and a clear away by Fa.
And how did that one not go over? Sosa tries to get there, though. Pops the ball high. Bit of a double commit from Luminosity. Sphinx doesn't get a second touch. Kata just takes the possession instead. And the clearance will come from Movistar Koi. The reset in from Tho. But he can't get around the ball. And now this is Tekos out of the corner. Dealt with by Luminosity once more. But Ocelon quicker there. And now it's a chance for Movistar Koi to get things moving offensively. Bump comes through. Backboard not defended, but dealt with still by Luminosity. And Movistar Koi are not going to challenge that on the sidewall. So everyone just goes back, collects some boost. And Movistar reset. Tho over the top. Dealt with by Sphinx into the corner, and it's a very cagey first half of this first game.
Castle hasn't taken out by Ocelon here. Sphinx on 0 boost, he still is a terrifying player. Foe round the corner. Sosa waits, he goes for the bump actually. Don't know if that was intentional or just looking at the ball. Either way, to clear away, caught by Sphinx with Catalysm up. He has Sosa at the midfield, he can't make the pass. His flip ran out, but Sosa keeps the ball in the Luminosity's possession. 0-0, 2 minutes to go now. Shot to net by Tekos, should be easily dealt with by Catalysm. With a clear away, the game quietens down, it slows for just a moment. Both teams trying to find their footing, try to find the control, Rhino.
It's great when the play does slow down and you get to take a moment to appreciate that these are the two best teams in our region locking horns. And you see how they're about to set up. That's a big win there by Sosa. Gets the better of one. Ball to the far side. Sphinx doesn't have any boost to work with, so he can't find the 50. The clearance isn't in. The waterfall down. Tekos will not get the 100 boost, I don't think. Sosa drops it down. Sphinx takes it through. I don't really think either of these two teams have actually had, like, the best opportunity so far. Arguably, you could say Luminosity have had more of the aggression, more of the possession in the opposition half. Chance here, Sphinx drops it down. Sosa decides not to go for it. The 50 played. Demo comes through, but the shot is off. And Sosa, doesn't pick up the 100. Now has to try and get around Tekos, but Sosa, such intelligent play to keep Movistar guessing. And now can pick up that 100, but maybe it's too late. Of course it isn't. It's Sosa. He still makes the play. Ball into the middle of the backboard. Dealt with. Movistar Koi, 1 minute to try and find a winner.
Here's Catalysm now with good control on the ball. Shot towards net off the backboard at Sosa. 50 seconds now gone on by. Sorry, gone to go. And a 0-0 affair. The game persists. We expected a close affair, and that is what we are getting right here, Rhino. Tekos to catch in the midfield line. It's been slow-paced at times upfield for Movistar Koi. Not been able to get substantial attacks. Could this time be any different? Cleared by Sosa with the help of Sphinx. Sent it long. Catalysm's already up for that one. It's a good win on the challenge and a corner landing from Catalysm. Can he make the pass over to Sosa? Yes, he can. It's a good catch. And round he goes once again. Luminosity have been clinical. They've been great at these kind of moments here. The last 30 seconds going into overtime is when they clutch up. Here's Catalysm now down the other end. Could it be the chance for Luminosity that they've been waiting for?
But remember, Movistar Koi, they've also had their moments in these times, and they have also shown that they have the ice. As this one pops up in the air, Catalysm takes it through. Double commit from Movistar Koi. It's panicky defending, but it's enough for the moment. Ball drops into the corner. How does that ball not go down? Catalysm takes it through. The German tries to unlock the door. Ball off the backboard. Still up. Sphinx takes a shot at the angle, but it's saved away. Movistar Koi survive. We go OT in game one.
How that ball didn't touch the ground earlier, I do not know, but we head to overtime game one. Not a goal to be scored yet this series, but that has to change eventually. It's Sphinx upfield, going long with it. A bump on 4 will send them away, and a chase down the other end by Sosa, no connection. Here's Catalysm now. The sidewall, Tekos will catch, goes high past Sphinx, Sosa to follow. A big 50-50 win, Sphinx to keep it on. The attack, the pressure has all been Luminosity, but one slip up could spell disaster. They've got to keep it up until Koi could strike.
Yeah, Tekos gets a demo on the backlines as well, trying to prevent this attack from remaining. But Movistar Koi, they finally escaped the clutches of Luminosity. It took them 44 seconds to do so. It was all Luminosity at the start, and they're actually coming back once again. Ball into the middle, the bump onto the backlines. There's a chance there, but the 50 comes through. Luminosity poking, prodding, trying to find a way through, trying to solve the puzzle that is Movistar Koi. And maybe they're just missing a piece.
A chance on net will be saved just in time. Sphinx tries to clear away, a big mistake, but Catalysm's there to clean things up. This first game so important. These teams are in utter deadlock right now, Rhino. Catalysm flip reset past the center. It's there. It's lingering. Sosa try but can't connect. The double commit and then saved by 4. How has he found that one? I do not know. But a clear back to Sosa once more. He's got no boost. He can't play it any further. Sphinx is already high. He'd pre-jumped that one and he's made it a fantastic touch.
No way.
Another one as well to net, Rhino. They cannot be stopped right now. They keep on going.
Movistar Koi are making the clearances and making the plays that worked against the other teams. But Luminosity aren't like your other teams, that's for sure. They challenge everything, they pre-jump it when they see it. There's a chance here that goes over. And maybe Movistar Koi, that was their opportunity to take home this game one. Ball over to that side. They'll believe they can make more opportunities though. Ocelon trying to do just that. Gets the better of Sphinx. Sosa's up, but gets more of a bump than anything else. And now Catalysm can spark that counter. The German down the right side gets a flick up in the air. Dealt with by Tekos with relative ease, but not much else can be done there. The 50 comes through. Over 2 minutes played of overtime in this game number one. We are still no closer to finding out who can take home this game number one. Chances at both ends, boyo. Maybe there's a final chance here. Pushed away. Double commit. Surely someone can capitalize. No! Movistar Koi pushed away again.
It continues. So many chances for both sides now in this overtime. But 2 minutes 30 gone and they are not stopping. 0-0, still nobody has scored. That's into centre. That's a push away. That one goes on net, but it's high. Off the backboard is Tekos to find the first. A 1-0 start for Movistar Koi. 2 minutes 48 of OT. And he finally finds one.
And I said that in between games before this game got underway. I said that all of us really said that he is the difference maker. Tekos has the ability to bring through those individual plays, the individual skills, the mechanics that maybe Luminosity have not played against so far in their Apac split. And that's exactly what we saw in the end. It took almost 3 minutes of overtime, an 8-minute game number 1. Luminosity and Movistar Koi, if you could play out a draw, that's exactly what they did there. But Movistar Koi had enough, both defense and offense, to beat Luminosity.
As that game began, it was all Luminosity on the upfront attack, 13 shots to 8 in their favour by the end of it. But Movistar Koi clutched up when it matters most. It was so well done by them at the end there. I mean, the play off the backboard, pass into centre, Tekos of a brilliant goal. It took a lot of work, but they did get there eventually.
Yeah, and it took a lot of work from both of these teams. Luminosity, they really tried to force that ball over the line. But when before they were playing against teams who were able to make the saves, but not the second, not the third, not the fourth. They couldn't withstand the pressure. Movistar Koi are able to do that. They can retain a little bit of pressure and then spark a counter-attack off the back of it, go up the other end, and make it pay for them. Luminosity haven't really played a team that's been able to do that against them yet. Now is the test. They've seen Movistar Koi already in this first game. Game number 2, Luminosity know what they're against, but so do Movistar Koi.
Well, an incredibly close game 1, Rhino. Could game 2 even give us something similar? As we get in for game number 2 here, Luminosity against Movistar Koi, already been a treat of a series. And I damn well hope it continues.
We call Apac a 2-team region for a reason. This is Luminosity and Movistar Koi. And they are the best teams here in this region of ours. This one over the top, it's cleared away by Sosa. Sosa now going to try and carry through, gets the better of another one. He wants to try and maintain possession, wanted the bump onto Tekos. Tekos can bring it away. Time, space, and boost, 3 things that Tekos needs to get a play going. And he manages to break the lines, but Luminosity get possession back relatively quickly.
Caught by Tekos to clear away, that's onto net, but a good save there by Sphinx. The pressure continues early from Koi, Sosa quick to make the catch. The rolls around that back corner. It's Sphinx here for the clearance away. Ball bounces high, it slows down for a moment. Catalysm with very little boost will get a rocket of a shot upfield, Rhino. A minute gone, 0-0.
And this is more of what we saw in that game number 1. It's a chess match between these two sides. It's like the Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo picture that you've seen with those two playing chess. Who is the best? Who can play that killer move? At the moment, it was Movistar in game 1. Oh my goodness, Catalysm. He was jumping there a little bit early, but the clearance comes through. Sphinx clears his lines. Tekos will collect. And actually, Ocelon, he's going to go by there, so that gives Catalysm a chance to come through. Sphinx off the left-hand side. Miscommunication, the first we've really seen of that in this series from Movistar Koi, and it costs them dearly! The Canadian at the angle. Movistar Koi at 6s and 7s in the back line.
Okay, Sosa. Slips it under the bar, and a brilliant shot it was. A minute and a half gone, and Luminosity find their first goal in regulation. A 1-0 lead.
Wow. And we'll see if they can maintain that, because one goal was enough in game 1. You'd imagine there's going to be some higher scoring affairs in this series as a whole, but we know Luminosity's defense can stand tall if necessary for that 5 minutes that is required. Although it's only 3 minutes now. Sosa down the left side, intercepted by Ocelon, collected beautifully by Sphinx, and he recovers well to get a second touch on there. So good under pressure, Sphinx. And that is such a difficult skill to get in a professional Rocket League player, because not all of them have it.
From the corner it will go. Here's Catalysm now. The clear upfield over to Sphinx it will go. Off the corner it bounces there. Centre! Sosa! Brilliantly done!
Here we go. Have they found that missing piece? Is the puzzle starting to be solved? Luminosity certainly believe that it is. Movistar Koi just letting that defense go a little bit a couple of times in this for his second game. And now they have a mountain to climb, really, as 2.5 minutes remain. But the mountain could be cut down to size if there's a goal here. Dealt with by Sosa, cleared away. Movistar Koi try and reset.
Sosa, a good challenge there over to Catalysm, the ball will fall. Control, Luminosity not being disgruntled by that game 1 loss. They're straight back in the act and they're straight back here to play. Movistar Koi looking for an answer of their own. Now 2 goes down in regulation, something they have not faced yet. That's a shot onto net and a brilliant one at that. But an even better save by Sosa.
Yeah, he has really stepped up in this game too. For Luminosity, Kata's going to try and do the same thing. Cleared away by Tekos. Sosa over the top once more. The ball drops right in front of the Movistar net, but Luminosity not going to push the boat out too much. They don't need to aggress at a level that is unsustainable. And so they will start to fall back and collect some boost. Sosa with boost in the tank. Goes over the top. Gets bumped away. A demo further downfield. And now Sphinx just has to maybe just play some time. A couple of resets. Sphinx showing off the mechanics in this game number 2, thinking that maybe the job is done for Luminosity in this game.
The game feels done. I never doubt Movistar Koi, because any moment they could bring out something great. Ocelon, I mean, what a goal it was, right in time as well to keep this game alive. Off the pass from Tech as he slips it under the bar. Perfectly placed shot.
Sphinx unlucky not to get there, was recovering, and now just under 70 seconds for Movistar Koi to make a game of this and take us to our second OT in as many games. But Luminosity have other ideas. Catalysm over the top. Can he get the pancake? No. And actually, that's a third-man push from Sosa. Maybe ill-advised, as Movistar Koi can try and turn this one around. Or maybe it's a stroke of genius. Drop down. Sphinx takes the shot, but it just hits the crossbar. Luminosity close to a third.
Past the centre, caught by Tekos. Here comes Sosa, but demoed out the way. Ocelon doing what he does best. It's Tekos to make it 2. And it's just textbook Koi right there. Absolute textbook Koi.
Absolutely. And it's wonderful from Tekos. Doesn't need an assist. He will do it all on his own if he's given the opportunity. There was obviously a demo on the backlines, which meant the third-man push became a little bit more prominent. 30 seconds remaining, and these two teams, I'm not sure either of them particularly will want to go to another overtime. Bit too stressful, and there's just too much that can go wrong in that scenario. They'll want to get it done in regulation. Movistar Koi being the ones who are aggressing more often, but Sphinx will get that clearance. Picked up by Tho. Ball out of the corner. Tho again, but Catalysm now sending it away, and Luminosity might be the ones who want to get this ball on the floor.
Clear away, trying to avoid the OT. There's a chance at 0 seconds once again, but the ball goes awry. Up to the ceiling, it'll bounce on down. Force should send this to ground. Sphinx tries to keep it up. But we've got OT for game 2. Rhino, it goes again.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of the players today have noticed that we had a forfeit, so we've got the time on the stream to go the distance. Sphinx gets over 1. The pass could be in, but no. Cut out nicely by Ocelon. And Tekos flicks it forwards. Catalysm equal to it. Clearance away. Out to midfield. Dealt with by Ocelon once more. Now Sphinx is next up to bat. Trying to get past Tekos, playing the low 50. Both of those two, the more mechanical-minded players in this lobby. Fantastic to watch. Ball into the middle, but the infield pass isn't going to work for Luminosity. 30 seconds gone. We're still at a stalemate.
Thanks to Sosa. Sosa high onto net. The ball will go. Catalysm to try, but it goes wide once again. Off the corner. Round the back wall. The pass is there to centre for Sosa. Shot to net. Is it enough? No, a save in the line. A follow from Sphinx, and it will be a goal for Luminosity. They take the OT and they tie up the series.
Are you not entertained? 2 overtimes and they go back and forth. Movistar Koi take the first, Luminosity take the second, all square after 2 games. And it's living up to every expectation we gave it. It felt like in the first split, Elevate versus Luminosity did not live up to the hype. It didn't live up to that grand match feel that we expected. This time, this split, this is an absolute clash of the Titans, boyo.
An absolute clash indeed. 2 games in a row, both go to overtime. And here we are now, 1-1 in series, as even as things can get. Sosa the MVP of that one, putting an absolute shift in. But it all started here. That early goal from Sosa, the follow-up then coming out again, make a 2-0 beginning. But Koi, still at the last moment coming back and tying this game up. Neither of these teams can be called out until the game is over. As simple as that, Rhino.
No, they can't. And I mean, as we say, the chess pieces are moving around the board at a rate that we mere mortals simply can't understand. Luminosity fighting tooth and nail with Movistar Koi. And they seem locked together right now. They seem like two teams that are a very, very similar level. Which team will it be that proves to be bigger than the other? I can't really declare that yet, as you say, Boyo, because I've not seen enough evidence. We need to go to Game 7, I think. I feel like this is just what needs to happen for these two teams.
Off on the side here, Catalysm over to Foe. Denied well early on, now it's Sosa. By Tekkas. Go in the corner here for Koi. The early goal was very beneficial for Luminosity. They took early control of the game, took early control. And able to pace it out. They're looking for that again here with the back of Catalysm. So waits at the sides here. He's got the boost. He's got the ability to play this one. Bumped early on, but Catalysm straight back into action. Very slow start here, but it might just benefit Luminosity with a goal.
Credit to Sosa here. Turning on this ball, he decides not to go for it on the wall, thinks he's got a better angle, hits the post, but Movistar Koi, they double commit to try and make sure that ball doesn't sneak into that bottom left-hand corner. In the end, Kata's got a free goal at the back post, still has a bit of work to do, has to turn on it nicely. But Luminosity, just as they did in that game too, they take the lead early. And now, Movistar Koi required to make the comeback once more. They might make it quicker this time. Drops down. What a save! How's that hit the post? Movistar Koi! That was an open net. Should be 1-1. But Luminosity somehow survive.
Movistar Koi, what are you doing? The save on the line, about on the post. Luminosity saved by divine intervention. The ball goes high. Sosa to Sphinx. They keep it going upfield for the counter. Is anyone there? Yes, it's Catalysm. Now to the back wall, it rolls on round. What can Sphinx do this time? He'll get beaten to it by Foe. As Sosa barrels on back. Catalysm has to avoid the bump, and he does exactly that. The ball sent high. Sphinx is already up. Beaten though to the approach, but he still gets control. It's Tekkas in the back ball. What can he do? Nothing but sit back and watch. The pressure from Luminosity is immense.
Suffocating for Movistar Koi. Ball off the backboard. Chance for the follow through. I think there might have been another double commit in there as Luminosity knocking on the door. But there are quite a few people home at this point. Sphinx over the top. Gets to another reset. Tries to play the 50. This kid is special. Some of those plays he's pulling through. It might not have been a shot on goal in the end, but just the way he's able to maintain possession. Ball sent long. Sphinx is next up. Over the top, will be dealt with by Tho. And actually, is there anyone back? Just about. Catalysm makes the block. But this game is back and forth. Any team can score at any moment.
Any team can score, and any team will score at any moment. I mean, this game, this series, has been absolutely mental already. The pass is there to Sosa, to the backboard. It awaits Tekkas. Clear away. Some help there from Foe. But the lone defender of Catalysm will easily get the clear out to Sosa. Sphinx waits in centre, ready for his time to pounce, but Catalysm's already up. Already Movistar Koi have to get in position. Already they have to try and defend some more. Will push out to the corner. It will roll on round. Luminosity 1-0 still.
Oh, chance. Sphinx bound to make a few miss. Finds the bottom corner. No. What a save by Tho to make sure that one stays away. And now Sosa knocking it forwards. Luminosity. One goal has been enough historically to win this game in the first two games. But I mean, it feels like it's a tenuous lead right now. Tekos to the side, ball back in, dealt with by Ocelon. The positioning, the rotations of each and every one of these teams is beautiful to behold. 1 minute, 20 seconds remain. Chance out of the angle for Luminosity. Can't find it yet, but those 50s continue to come through from the LG side.
This was the same kind of time that Movistar Koi started their comeback last time around. With 1 minute on the clock. If they want to tie it up, well, they've got to do it in the next minute. Here's Ocelon sending it high. Things are going to come in quick. He runs out of boost, but he still gets a touch when needed. A big clear from Tekka straight out to the midfield. Catalysm's up for it, but the control from Luminosity has been hard to deal with for Koi. They're all over this ball every moment they can get. What's Tekka's it will go. The pressure persists, but to no avail. Luminosity just keep on clearing.
Here we go. 30 seconds remain. Movistar Koi need to try and score if they are to not lose 2 games in a row here. We felt like it was going to be back and forth after those first 2 games, but Luminosity, he may have figured it out. 20 seconds. Now a chance, though. Passes middle, dealt with by Sosa. Up first. But the boost is going to be in favor of Movistar Koi as they start moving back. Kata and Sosa both have full tanks. It's enough for now. Though, can't get there first. Picked up by Tekos. Turning the corner, keeps the ball alive. Chance at the angle, it hits the ground. And Movistar Koi, they fall to Luminosity twice in a row. But boyo, goodness gracious me, did they make them work for it.
Oh my. Another game win there for Luminosity, 2-1. The series in their favour now, but I mean, things are just so close, Ryan. It was so hard to call either way.
Oh, it is. It really is. I mean, all of these games being decided by 1 goal. It's so crazy to think that 2 OTs followed by a 1-0. Do you know how rare at this point 1-0s are in the top tier of Rocket League? You don't get them very often. Normally you can guarantee 3 or 4 goals at least. But no, it was 1 goal in this game, and there you just saw it right in front of you. Yep. How that ball did not go over the line from Movistar Koi to get the equalizer will be a question mark over this team for the rest of the split.
I mean, that would have tied up the game. We would have went to OT if they scored that one, most likely. That was the goal they needed to keep themselves in that game, and a missed open net, basically, off the post shot, and the recovery not good enough. I mean, that's going to sting there for Koi. That's got to sting.
It's got to. It's absolutely got to, and this is where we start to ask the question. Movistar Koi have not been... There it is. The timeout comes through from Movistar Koi. I was wondering if that would come through. They feel like they have another gear to find, and now is the time to try and find it. Is it a little bit early in this series, considering how well they're playing, considering how close these games are? It's not like they're getting blown out, but boyo, you think this is the right decision, do you?
I think teams who wait till they're at match point against them to call their timeout are often just throwing.
Okay.
If it goes to 3-1 here, they're relying on winning 3 games in a row off a timeout. No, now they have a time to think. Even if this next game doesn't go well, they still have that backup of another game to go. This is the perfect time to call a timeout. I think Trill knows exactly what he's doing, and I think this is the best time for Koi to really push further.
Interesting, and we'll see what Trill is going to be able to say. Of course, Mektos also going to be on the microphone for Luminosity, because they just need to steady the ship. They are playing, again, I've said it before, Luminosity are the most professional-looking Rocket League team that we have. Their rotations are perfect. Every time they go for a challenge, it feels like they at least get something on it. And here's another chance at the angle, but Sosa can't find it. Game number 4, Luminosity chasing series and grand final point. Movistar Koi wants to bring us to a game number 5 and stay in it.
Well, clearance away early on, going to send it back to the Luminosity half. Catalysm to drop that ball down for Roslow, and a good challenge there by Sosa off the ceiling to the back wall. The initial attack going to quickly die out. Here's Ocelon to continue it. With the ball high, once again, Movistar Koi have been struggling. They have never had a lead in regulation time this series. Their only win came from a 0-0 overtime. They've got work to do here.
Yeah, they certainly do. Tho moves forwards, gets the better of one, not the second. Tekos off the left-hand side will be cleared away. And now Sosa, not a lot of boost to work with. Ball across, Sphinx is already here, off the backboard. Dealt with for now. Back off the backboard by Sosa, but again, nothing happening. And it's going to be Sphinx. Out of the corner once more. Awkward in the backlines for Movistar Koi, but they eventually get the clearance. Sphinx tries to recover, looks for the shot in the corner, but it's pushed away. Great work by Movistar Koi, and there will be a pause.
A pause has came out. Luminosity not happy they haven't scored yet, so they've said, no, stop the game, we need a goal. No, it's not right. We've not scored yet. In the first minute, we need a goal. So it's been paused. I don't know what the actual issue is, so I'm going to lie. I think that's the best way to do it.
Absolutely, yes. We must be honest with our audience, Boyo, at all times. We must never betray their trust. And at this point, yeah, we don't know what the problem could be. I've not seen anything in that first few moments that tells me anyone is particularly put out at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Okay, so apparently Ocelon is experiencing some lag issues. So we will try and get those rectified. But Boyo, in the meantime, we've just had a timeout. It was probably the best time for Movistar Koi to get in the face of Luminosity. And now you've got this tech timeout, which could almost stunt the momentum that you had from the regular timeout where your coach was able to speak to you.
I mean, possibly so, but while they're fixing this, they get a little bit extra time just to talk between the team. If they get back into it now, we'll start from kickoff just at the time limit, maybe even start from the regular game today, actually, sorry. But all back to normal, everything's fine now. The lag seems to have calmed down, and Luminosity are going to take no prisoners here. Straight onto the attack, straight off of the pause, and it's already going for a goal on net.
Oh, but was it an overcommit? Was it an overextension? Movistar Koi can't convert because they didn't have the boost in the tank. They do now, as they try to push back. It's going to be Sphinx to try and deal with this one with not a lot of boost there. And it's Sosa on the goal line to make the block. Now Catalysm sees green space ahead of him, drops it down, Sphinx takes it through, dealt with by Ocelon, ball out of the corner, and there's a chance at the angle, but Ocelon, big double save for Movistar Koi.
Movistar Koi and Luminosity, of course, all playing in region in Apac, so there's no ping disadvantage here. It is just a pure test of skill. So far, Luminosity looking like the top dogs here. This is a big fight for them. The world's chance is not the big thing at the end of the day here. If Movistar Koi were to win every single event this split, they would make worlds. Luminosity, if they win one and get second twice, they would almost definitely secure it unless Movistar Koi went on a monumental run at the major. This is big for Luminosity and they know it. They want to guarantee their world spot, and on the contrary, this is a lot of pressure for Koi. They know that their chance at Worlds lies in this series, basically.
But Koi knew this. Koi absolutely knew that they had to play a perfect split if they were having a chance at making Worlds. And Tekos in the team, taking this one from the side. Sphinx and Catalysm going up, coming up fruitless. But Movistar Koi take the lead. And it's after their timeout as well. They'll feel a lot more settled now that they've got that goal.
Well, it is a 1-0 beginning for the Movistar Koi side. But what can Luminosity do to respond? And it rolls off the side wall. It's Sphinx early on to the corner. Rolling it down to centre. No one's there for the attack. Catalysm, good catch. And the midfield, pressure held. Up is Sosa onto net. Off the backboard. The follow-up here from Sphinx. The only Apac player in this grand final, the best player from this region. What can he and his team do to keep Apac safe from the invaders? Off to the back wall, nothing to come just yet. The chance from Catalysm, it just goes high. Here's Sphinx now to follow, leaving it for his Catalysm teammate. On to net, it will not be enough. 1-0 remains for Koi.
Oh, that's a rough infield pass from Sphinx. I don't think he actually wanted the touch to go that heavy. Catalysm will bring it through, and immediately you see Movistar Koi trigger the retreat. They decide to just sit back. They want to soak up the Luminosity pressure and strike on the counter-attack now that they've got that leading goal. That's exactly what they should be doing as well. Or maybe they've just taken it a little bit too literally. A miss comes through from Catalysm, though. Movistar Koi can counter once more. Less than a minute remaining. Luminosity, they are facing the potential of losing the second game in this series. It's a chance. Nice angle, but Tho deals with it.
Shot to net here by Catalysm off the backboard. Can't find anything of it again. Sphinx now, 30 seconds to go. It's a real test for Luminosity. For the first time this series down in regulation. Can they close it out? Can they tie it up? Or will they face a game lost in a tied up series once again? Out to the corner, the pass to centre. Koi doing all they can to keep hoping, to keep dreaming. But the shot to net will be saved once more, but it's all time delay. Koi are doing a great job at it. A push-up field from Catalysm now. The flip reset, the pass at the centre will not be found. Tek is a good denial. To the backboard, it'll be Sphinx. 0 second. They've done it once. Can they do it again? It does not seem so this time. Unless Catalysm Rhino can pull off a miracle.
He's going to have to. He's got no boost to work with. The ball will drop. Movistar Koi take down Luminosity in game number 4. And this is what I'm talking about. These two titans, these two behemoths going back and forth. Left hook, right hook. No one able to land the KO blow yet, as we now settle down for a best of 3 with game 5, 6, and we hope 7 coming up next.
Oh, wow. I mean, what a series we are being treated to right now. 2-2. We're heading into game 5. It is as close as it can get. Movistar Koi, the timeout paid off dividends.
It really did. They came out in that game 4. Did they look the better team? I think it's arguable. You could make an argument for either side, but it's Tekos once again the difference maker in this server. And Movistar Koi, I think it's fair to say, haven't had that individual, that solo player who you look at to make the big difference. Luminosity, you feel like any 3 of them are potentially going to make that point. It's likely Sphinx most of the time, but it felt for a while on the Elevate roster that there wasn't really that big solo player to take those individual plays. Now, Tekos is that man for Movistar.
I mean, what do we say other than this is the closest series we've had all day, all tournament long. Every game, 1 goal between them, and every game going each and every way. But a 5-second goal straight off the kickoff from Ocelon makes it a 1-0 start.
Yeah, Sphinx not too sure what his plan there was, and maybe the bright lights are getting to the young man a little bit. That's not a play we would normally see him make. The fake kickoff through from Luminosity. They want the goal back immediately. Challenged by Tho, but Sphinx wins out off that left-hand side. Gets a nice redirect as well. Ball off the backboard from Tekos, and the clearance comes through. These clearances from Movistar have been absolutely unbelievable, by the way. Everyone with so much power, so much pace. Nothing Luminosity can do to deal with it, and they have to reset from their own half.
Softest for the back wall. The control was there for Rossalon, but Sphinx down the other end. It's a good touch there from Sphinx, and a shot from Catalysm will not be found. Just narrowly missing out. Now Luminosity, they have 4 minutes to find the goal back, but every game is being so low scoring that it might be difficult to find it. Off the ceiling it will bounce, it's there for full and centre. Shot saved by Sphinx. Keep in mind, Rhino, that the winner of this game will head to match point, will be 1 game away from winning, will be so close and touching distance from being the Open 4 champion.
Yeah, but you have to remember that Luminosity, they've got their little ace up their sleeve, the slight benefit of still having their timeout should they want to take it. And if they lose this game, you best believe they will want to take it. Sphinx down the right-hand side, not going to get much done there. Catalysm into the middle, but dealt with by Ocelon. The spacing, the rotation from Movistar Koi, too much for Luminosity to deal with at this particular moment. Catalysm going to be given a lot of time and space, maybe faking out the musty flick, though deals with it. No boost for him though. Kata cuts him off, and Sosa can come back forwards again. But Ocelon with the big ego challenge. Movistar Koi not giving any respect to Luminosity.
Out to the corner. 1-0, 3 minutes. Luminosity is struggling to score in these past 2 games now. They've got to change that. They've got to change it fast. It's Sosa trying to get it to centre for Catalysm. He goes for the fake, but he gets red this time round. Sphinx sends it high. Onto net in the approach. The drop down, it's Bo and Tekos ready for the clear. Sosa, though, keeps the pressure alive. Luminosity are quick on the approach, but can they find the goal out of it? It's a brilliant save from Ocelon on the line, but with Sphinx continuing the pressure, can they find even more? Yes, they can. It's Tekos this time round. And the shots finally died down for just a moment, Rhino. A chance to breathe for Koi, but not for long.
What a bump. I'm so excited to watch this replay. Catalysm goes over the top. Knows Ocelon is the only man who's going to be able to get back in time. So Goomba stomps him down onto the ground. See you later. You're not involved in this play. And the finish comes through. Half time between Luminosity and Movistar Koi. We are all tied up. I mean, we've so many tales about this game already, about how these two teams are so evenly matched. You need no more proof than to look at the game score and the series score.
Oh, again, I mean, If you tell me that these two teams are not close in skill, then you must have your eyes closed, because right now, an exceptional series, an exceptional performance from both sides, fighting tooth and nail for this win here. This win which defines so much of the season, the split for whoever can find it. But 2 minutes to go, it's 1-1 Rhino. We've had overtime plenty of time. We've had close regulation winners. What will we get this time? What will it even be? Is it a corner from Tech with a chance on net, but denied once again?
Oh, and oh my goodness. I saw Catalysm go up for that challenge, and you just knew from the angle that we were at he wasn't going to get there first. But Luminosity, they've escaped the clutches of the Movistar Koi attack. How long have they done that for, though? Sosa down the right, intercepted there. And Catalysm can only get up second place. Ball over on the right-hand side. No boost to work with for Sphinx, so he's going to go through, try and be the snowplow. He gets hit back into his teammate. Maybe Catalysm can still make something of this. Ball off the back, cleared away. Sphinx has not got a lot of boost. There's a chance for Ocelon if he finds the angle, but he can't do so. Sosa's back, and with a minute remaining, we're still all tied up.
Good rotation coming out for Luminosity, even in situations where things are awkward, they're rotating well, they're getting in position. Catalysm bumped off that back ball as Sphinx tries to take it away. Koi are making a move here, they're going on the offensive. A shot to net, lingers past as Tekka tries to find a touch. A good win there by Sphinx as it falls out to Sosa. A dribble upfield, past one it will go, caught by Ocelon. He's got the boost to play, but if he slips past Catalysm, Sphinx, he's got the boost, the shot to net, saved again, the ball goes high. Past one, past two perhaps. Luminosity a moment to breathe. Overtime looking likely as we count down even closer.
Third overtime really could cause problems for both of these teams, but the clearance from Ocelon is going to give Movistar probably the final attack. Clearance by Catalysm, and that is over the top of the back player as well. Ocelon sees all three members, gets a feel of the field, gets a bump play as well. Dealt with by Sosa. The ball will surely just be dropped here, and it will. Overtime number 3 between Luminosity and Movistar Koi.
1-1 once again. 2-2 in series. The winner goes to match point. A short as a hair, the difference between these two teams. But it could just turn the tide with any little mistake. Any single error could push someone ahead, could push someone to match point. That's an incredible save from Catalysm and an incredible follow as well. Thanks to the demo, the Tekka just barely makes it back. The shot to net will not work out. So close, but it's still holding on. A bump on one. Sosa's up. Catalysm waits in centre, but no success. The ball goes wide and back it will fall. Sphinx has to clean up, and that he will do.
Goodness, it is so back and forth this game. You never know really who's got control of it. Sphinx into the corner. No boost to follow through, so Kata will try and put this off the sidewall. Tho brings it through. Cleared away by Sosa for the moment, but a boost steal back in. Demo from Ocelon. And Luminosity. It feels like they're on the back foot right now. It feels like they are the team under pressure. Sosa going to try and prove me wrong. Ball over the top. Tekos pre-jumps it. Just the predictions, the feeling of the game state from both of these sides is so on point at all times. This overtime, I mean, it cannot be understated how important it is. Rule 1, broken.
So will they get punished? A chance already coming out for Sosa, just barely going to miss the touch. Catalysm's in possession, but Tekos are looking to punish. The pass is there to centre, but Sosa able to make the catch. Down the ball will fall over to Sphinx this time. The side it will go. A minute 40 of OT play that's similar to game 1. That one went the way of Koi. Will this be the same? In front of net, the ball goes in. It's Ocelon and Koi find match point.
Luminosity fall victim to not being able to clear the ball away on their backboard. And it's a simple finish in the end. Bottom left corner. And Movistar Koi, they take game 5. That timeout worked absolutely beautifully for them. They've won 2 on the spin, and now you would imagine it's going to be Luminosity to answer with a timeout of their own, because I mean, if not, Boyo, what are we even doing here?
I mean, almost assured that a timeout. What a close game, what a close series is all I keep saying, but it's true.
Yep.
I mean, 8 shots on the side of Luminosity, 9 on the side of Koi. Basically every stat's the same. The only one that's different is the ending goal tally. And it's still not enough for Luminosity. They have got to do more. But that's getting difficult now. Koi are looking fantastic.
This has potential to be the El Clasico of this series. If they play each other in finals and they are all this good for the split, you are not going to want to miss a single APAC mainstream, folks. Make sure you are following us, Rocket League APAC, because, I mean, boyo, this is the advert that we needed, right? This is the shop window for you to see exactly what's going to go down this split in APAC. It is so entertaining. It's so close. You just don't know who's going to take it through.
The big question coming into this was, how good will Koi be with the addition of Tekos? The answer is very good. They have performed completely above expectation coming into this one, I would say. I thought they might struggle to begin with, but no. They are going toe-to-toe with Luminosity. They are pushing them to their limits. We have the declaration of the timeout. Luminosity have that time. They're going to talk with Mektos in the back and try and figure out a plan. It's do or die now. Any more mistakes and they are out. They have got second place. And Movistar Koi, will be your APAC champions.
2 chances to do it. 2 games to play. But the problem is the team that you are against do not know the meaning of the word lose. They have been winning and winning and winning. And I bet that's what Mektos is telling them right now. That is the team. That is who they are as a roster. They can find the way through. They know they can. They've proven in this series that they can. Movistar Koi, they have been the toughest test that this Luminosity has faced so far, though.
Well, we head to Neo Tokyo. A fitting match for an APAC showing. And will the APAC player be able to shine on this very map? Well, early on, it's Movistar Koi on the attack. Sosa going to make that save away. And Sphinx to push this ball upfield. This has to be won by Luminosity, or else the series ends here. If they want Game 7, they have got to win it now. No second chances, no more mistakes. Great Rocket League action to take down this Koi team.
And it's funny that you say no more mistakes, because there really cannot be for Luminosity. Movistar Koi have proven every mistake that Luminosity have made has been capitalized on. Ball off the corner. Tekos sends it away. Good read from Tekos to understand where that ball was dropping. And Tekos once again just slowing the play down, allowing his teammates to respawn after that demo coming through from Luminosity. The aggression is in from the LG side. But Movistar Koi stand up against it in the first time they're asked to.
Useful. Onto net. Defended well by Catalysm. You see the demo and the bump attempts coming out along the way there. Lucky for Luminosity to get that first touch from Kata. And to center here. Sosa to Catalysm. He's got Sphinx waiting center as well, trying to receive on that pass. He takes his time. He knows he's got it. Past one and high it will be sent. Catalysm, a challenge off the side while it bounces on down. Looks for the bump, won't find it. Back for Sphinx once again. He's been bumped out the way. And some pressure now for Koi.
They had an empty net. They had an empty net. They just couldn't find the angle. Maybe they've got a chance here. Sphinx sends it away. Limited boost outside of Sosa for Luminosity. And now Sosa, that man with the boost, might try to find the pass here. It's just a bit of a heavy one that goes back towards him. Sosa trying to keep the pressure on, wanting the pinch in the corner. Out of the corner, chance at the near post. Catalysm drives it home into the bottom right corner. Luminosity lead in Game 6.
They took a timeout and called in a bulldozer. Catalysm just walked right through the defenders, all 3 of them. Not a match for Catalysm. The German powerhouse just walks it through to net. And a lead for Luminosity 1-0. He goes again, straight off kickoff looking for number 2. But he won't find it just yet. It's Ocelon. Again, Sphinx looks for the bump, he goes high. Good catch on the line, they clear away. That's wide open, will it be on target? No, barely going wide and Sphinx can't make it.
So close to a second, so close to an overextension from Movistar Koi. Ball now down the left side. Tekos pops the ball high in the air. fakes one out. Oh, doesn't get the touch on the ground. Ocelon will. Moving through. Good block by Sphinx. Luminosity, their backs are against the wall. But a demo through from Sphinx might be enough to clean up, and it will. The shot is on target. It will be defended. Movistar Koi build once more over the top. Sosa to defend. Sosa will defend. Still 1-0.
Taking their time here. It's Sphinx upfield. Sosa no boost. He has to rush back. Catalysm needs the same. Needs a good clearance from it. There's 2 minutes to go now. And any goal, any mistake could cause disaster for either side. Luminosity trying their best to go to Game 7 here. And Movistar Koi want anything but that.
Yeah, they're doing a fantastic job right now, Movistar Koi, of making this match feel like it can only be played in the Luminosity half, but they have got through now. Catalysm takes a shot. Tekos is equal to it. The clearance should be there. Luminosity scared to aggress, scared to overcommit. And they should be. Movistar Koi have proven before, time and time again, that they can take advantage of moments like that. So Luminosity stay back. Is it enough? It will be for the moment. But with just over 60 seconds remaining, there's an empty net that Tekos is aiming at. He can't win the 50. But Movistar Koi continue to harry, to harass, to make Luminosity worry about this game state.
7 looming. 1 minute, 1 goal. The stuff of dreams here for Luminosity to keep themselves in the series, to keep their world's chance in their grasp. They just got to hold on and make it to Game 7. A slow play here by Tekos. He looked for the clearance out that Sphinx denied. Sosa's up. A goal on net will secure this game. And Sphinx, the Apac prodigy, is the one to tap it in. The one to get case closed in Game 6. The one to say, I'll see you next game in Champions Field. We're 30 seconds away, Rhino.
All cards are on the table. No more aces to play. Absolutely nothing more that either of these teams can do other than get the job done in the server. Luminosity appear to have done that in this game number 6, but it has not been lack of trying from the Movistar Koi side. They have really tested the Luminosity defense. There's another chance here. Rattles off the post. A third for Luminosity there. Could have been it, but it's gonna go now to Game 7.
Game 7, a 2-0 victory there. Luminosity, I believe that is the first game that was not a 1-goal difference, so take that as you. I think the timeout might have paid off a little bit, I guess. We're going to Game 7 though, Rhino, and I mean, what more could we have asked for?
This is all we could have asked for and more, boyo. We love to see two teams going at it who are so evenly matched. Luminosity take that 2-0. It's actually the first time a team in this series has won a game by more than a goal. And Luminosity, I mean, the way they did it was so fascinating because Movistar Koi, they just couldn't deal with it.
Well, as we prepare for Game 7, both of these teams will have to try and relax a little bit here as we get ready for it. It's a very tense series, I can imagine, for both sides. Koi and Luminosity. There's one game to decide it, Rhino. One more game, potentially only one more goal. Depending on how these games have been going, it could just be. But nevertheless, as we load in to Champions Field, everybody watching in chat, keep in mind the stakes of this one. Koi, if they want to make Worlds, they've realistically got to win every event this split. Luminosity can play spoiler here. They can end it in that dream right now and almost secure their chance. And Catalysm in the first 5 seconds has found a goal for Luminosity.
Straight off the bat, Catalysm catches Movistar Koi by surprise. Finds an early 50, and as you say, 5 seconds gone. LG take the lead, 1-0.
It's only the start. It's only the beginning. Movistar Koi have a lot more to do, and can they find the answer?
Find out as now Tho going over the top, out of the corner, and immediately will be pushed away. Movistar Koi, I felt like the team that were going to take the first goal had a real chance of winning this series, but You just never know. Catalysm out the left-hand side. Tries to get this one going. Tekos drops it down. Cleared away by Movistar Koi. Collected by Sosa. And Luminosity will be pushed away.
Here's Foro. He's found an opening for just a moment. Tekos 1v1 against Sosa. It's a quick demo, a quick answer, but an even faster response from the Luminosity defense. Fo's already up though. One-on-one against Sosa. Can he pass it center? Can he find the angle? It's a brilliant save from Sphinx. How did he find the angle?
Oh, there's another angle to be found. How is that ball being kept out of the net? Absolutely ridiculous from Luminosity. That is a matter of pixels. It just needed to blow on it and it would go over the line. Movistar Koi let down once, will be let down a second time with a Catalysm save.
Rlcs referee, you've got to do a goal line inspection. How's that not a goal for Koi? Lingering on the line, saved away by Luminosity. Divine intervention, I tell you, this team has got it. Another brilliant save from Catalysm. It's shot after shot, attempt after attempt.
It was time before Kickoff in Game 7. 1.5 minutes in, he finds the top corner. Sosa so close to being in the way of it, but he finds the upper 90 right nestled in that top corner. 1-1. This is not just a series, but this game has got everything.
All we can ask for here, Rhino. Crazy shots, crazy saves, and crazy misses along the way. A clear on out, and it Sphinx on back. The pass to Sosa, it rolls on around. And there it is. Centre, it lingers. No one for the shot, and a chance for Koi to get a clear away.
These pinches are killing Luminosity right now, having to build once again from the back lines. Though gets the block off, shot on, but it's going to be saved away easily by Kata.
And Sosa find the pass to Sphinx. He's waiting centre to the backward. It will go. Looks for a dunk on Fo, but narrowly avoided. The follow-up touch not found, and Fo can make a run on it. The shot's there to net. The bump on the defender. The slip under the bar. It's all so beautiful.
That's exactly what Tekos can do. You see him up that side, really pushing Catalysm away, making sure he wasn't able to get a hand up and save on the top of the goal line. Movistar Koi have turned Game 7 around, now into their favour, 2-1. Immediately back though, Sosa!
Okay.
Bottom left corner, Luminosity answer back with aplomb.
I looked away to have a drink of water, and I don't even get to see the goal. It's Sphinx to Sosa, and a beautiful kickoff. A game tied up at 2 apiece.
2 minutes 43, not a moment to catch your breath, not a moment to realize what's happening. Just got to play the best Rocket League you can. Ball in the corner. Dealt with by Sphinx now, trying to send it away. Sosa's next up. Catalysm furthest forwards for Luminosity. Wins a 50 there. Can't do much more. Sosa intercepts this time. Catalysm now out of the corner. Gonna fake one out. Now takes it through. Gets the turn. Plays the 50. No one there. Tries to turn it in again. Movistar turn him away. Now it's Sosa once again. Sphinx takes over. Over the top. Bump play on the back lines. Tekos clears for Movistar.
The corner it will go, 2-2, and 2 minutes left. It's Game 7. There's no last chances. Next goal, so impactful.
So important. Sosa over the top. That one might drop and had to be saved by Tekos. Ball back into the middle. Ocelon and Tho working together to send it away. Sphinx waits on it. Demo on the back lines. Chance for Sphinx if he can play the 50! Sphinx, the prodigal son of Apac, may have just won Luminosity Open 4.
He's not the prodigal son of Apac, he is Apac! Sphinx makes it 3-2, and he keeps the Apac dream alive! 3-2 for Luminosity! There's 90 seconds left, just about 100 counting down, and Movistar Koi have work to do!
They do, and the bump there coming through from Luminosity is enough to push them away the first time of asking. They know there's going to be pressure following through in this remaining 90 seconds, though. Cleared by Sosa. Chance for Tho. Sphinx is over the top. He goes by. Catalysm does enough to push Movistar away this time.
Another attempt into centre. Movistar Koi looking for the attack. Up his foe, but Catalysm beats him to it. Another touch. A push even further. Can he find the path of the demo from Sphinx? Yes, he can! That's open! That's a goal for Sosa!
And that may be the dagger in the Movistar Koi heart. It's the closest that Tho and Ocelon have ever come to taking home an Open. but Luminosity doing the work, putting in the hard yards, scoring an extra goal. It's daylight now between themselves and the Europeans, and it could well be that for Luminosity.
We can't count them out yet, though. Koi are a team who can score. Koi are a team who can play. They are deserving to be here in their Game 7 for a reason.
What a touch.
They're hunting for a goal. They're hunting for a chance. But everything they do, it just fizzles out and gets denied again, and again. Tekos will try, but Bossalon waiting. Can he find the connection? Not this time.
It's always that man we're looking to. Tekos, as soon as he gets ball in the center, it feels like he can make magic happen. He gets it again off the right side. Catalysm's there to meet him and sends it past the second as well. Movistar Koi going to start to be worrying, start to thinking that this open is done. As Tekos takes it over the top one more time. Can he read it off the waterfall? He can, but there is a Luminosity answer.
It's a mess. It's a scramble. It's all gone awry. Movistar Koi, they couldn't find the touch they need. And as the clock ticks down, it sinks in their head. They all go AFK. They can't bring themselves to keep going in this game. They know it's over. They brought Tekos in. They replaced Maxu. But at the end of the day, they're still not good enough to take down Sphinx. Apac remains on top. Apac stays winning, and Luminosity take down Movistar Koi. The invaders must try again another time, because Luminosity are still on top.
Oh my goodness. Well, you can all take a breather now, because Luminosity, they needed to be perfect from game number 6, and my goodness were they. A squeaky clean record. They may have conceded 2 in game 7, but they did so after being in front already. Luminosity, absolutely deserving of your Open 4 champions position.
What a performance. Call me biased all you want. I am here for an Apac stream, and Apac is on top. Let's go, Sphinx. All the bloody way. I do not care. Movistar Koi, an incredible performance, but they falter in Game 7 at the dying moments. They got rid of Maxu, looking for a change, looking for improvement, but it wasn't enough. They still couldn't do it. Tekos, an excellent player, but Luminosity are just better. Sphinx, Sosa, Catalysm, they're just better. And Sphinx, more importantly, he is Apac, and he's on top.
He absolutely is the man that embodies Apac in all senses of the word. And that was an absolute roller coaster of emotions for everyone involved. But the one thing that I have always talked about on our desk, the job that we have, we don't care who wins and loses. It doesn't really matter to our lives. But what does matter is watching exceptional quality Rocket League. And that's exactly what we got right there, boyo. 2 teams at the top of their games.
Yeah.
No one is going to hold a candle to them this split. I hate to say it early, but I'm excited to see that game get replayed 2 more times.
We had an incredible grand final. Thanks to Koi being so good in that match. I cannot take away that credit from them. They played an exceptional match. But Luminosity were just that bit better. Every game so close. Every game inches away. And I know someone at the back is going to be very happy about that one right now. Gex, just waiting in the back here. We'll be ringing him in just a moment now. But my, oh my, Gex, you must be smiling your heart out right now seeing that win for Sphinx.
Not wrong, not wrong. Everything that Rhino says is incorrect. The prediction and the statement about bias, I don't care. I'll come out here. I actually... Okay, I was sitting in the background. I was watching on with the chat. They know who I have bias for sure. And I was talking to one of my best mates in the background. And I said, oh, look, I gotta go compose myself, act unbiased. In the 30 seconds I've had since that message, I went, no. You know what? I'm not being unbiased. This is it. This is brilliant. That was a comeback and a half. I really, for a moment there, lost my faith, but they brought it back. What a series. But like you said, first and foremost, good Rocket League. That couldn't have been such an amazing series without Koi stepping up to the mark. Awesome to see.
every game on a nice edge. It was only the last 2 games where Luminosity actually, I can't even call it run away. They had a 2-goal difference instead of 1. That was it. Every other game, 1-goal difference, going to overtime, going so close. So props to Koi for giving it a good series, but props to Luminosity for coming out on top and keeping the Apac dream alive. Having Sphinx in this final, I know they're 2/3 not Apac. I don't care. Tell me that all you want, I don't care. Sphinx is on that roster. Sphinx has won a grand final. I am on the Apac broadcast for a reason, and because I want to see Apac succeed, and that's exactly what Sphinx just did.
Oh my goodness, and he made it look so good as well, didn't he? Sphinx does not look out of place at all when playing against some of these import rosters, some of these players from other regions. No, this is a player who is at the top of our RLCS for a reason. Sphinx is absolutely quality. And there you have it. Luminosity are your Open 4 Apac champions.
We've seen this screen before. We have seen Luminosity as the champion before, but it's never hit like this. This is an earned victory over a dominant opponent here. This is exactly what we want to see. The challenge put to the region, 2 fighting for the top position, and we really do have that challenge put on. We know now, and the players know now, though, that these huge giants, they bleed, and there is weakness to be taken advantage of in spots, though. Everybody is going to gain from this, from the level of play being pushed in this region. It just takes learning. You've got to lose before you will be able to win, but those losses, every single time you come up, we saw the likes of some great teams, some Apac natives, push into that top 4, and they are going to have learned from this experience massively. Some really close games in there.
And just to explain the implications of that win here, we kept talking about the Luminosity Worlds run here and going for that world spot no matter what. Now winning this event, even if they get second in the next 2 events, as long as they get second, I should say, in the next 2 events, they would need Koi to get, I think, at least top 8, possibly better, maybe top 6 at the major to steal the world spot from them. Which, you know, obviously in the realm possibility, but incredibly difficult. So they were in an incredible position now for Luminosity to make Worlds and to make the major, because they're going to be on a high, and Koi are certainly not going to be feeling good about that loss coming off of it.
Oh, there's a part of me which is kind of like, are they almost feeling good about it? Because though in Ocelon, they've thrown everything they possibly can against Luminosity in Split 1. They've never come that close. No. They have never come that close.
Not in a grand final, anyway.
Not in a grand final, certainly. And so, they now know this is with a new player that they only picked up a couple of weeks ago as well, maybe like a month ago. So, at the same time as obviously being devastated about the loss, if they keep working with Tekos, if they keep building that team momentum, Open 5 could be a whole nother story now that they've got another 2 weeks under their belt.
Not wrong. There is some adjustment to be made there, and like you said, Tekos is the new addition there. They are the team that has thrown their roster around a little bit, and we talked about it when it came to the other big names being thrown around in this region and some of the teams that didn't make it to the grand final, and how big an impact that can have when you put that big personality in there, that huge change. Even when it's only the one player, it is an adjustment to make. They will have been practicing in the background, but there is no substitute for a grand final appearance. That pressure and that practice there will mean that they are coming for vengeance again in Open number 5. But that is to come. We are finishing up our Open number 4 here with that Luminosity win, and with some great stuff in the background here. We have people lined up I'm keen to have a talk to, but yeah, there's interviews to come.
Yeah, I mean, so exciting here coming into this one. I mean, we talked about Tekos quite slightly as well, about how good he has came into this roster and really filled that gap. I wish they kept Matthew, but I think that didn't work out as a team for them. I think there was a lot of issues in that one, but I think Tekos has done a good job coming into this. He's an excellent player, and I'm sure we'll see a lot, maybe begrudgingly for us on the desk, but we'll see a lot more of him doing an incredibly good job.
Yeah, we will. I mean, Tekos has proved in this, not just in this game, but in this Open as a whole, that he is that man that Movistar Koi was searching for in that first split. They just didn't have that finisher, that guy to be the mechanical player in front of net to make those individual plays. He is that man. They needed someone like that. So this is a huge pickup for them. They just need to make sure that defense is as watertight as it possibly can be, which against Luminosity, they make watertight defenses look a little bit leaky.
Well, we're going to have a talk to our victors first, and it's going to be Mektos coming in. So let's get over there and say hello to Mektos. Coach, so influential in these top teams. Mektos, you have come in here. You are making a name for yourself right now with this team, and you've kept with the same roster. You have kept on into the region for Split 2, and you've just made a big win here. Does it feel different to last time?
Lie, same thing.
I mean, you came against a different team this time, having Tekkas in that roster. Do you think he was that much of an improvement against Matcher? Was it harder for you to win this time?
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, we should always be beating that team. They aren't that good, bro. Even with Tekkas, it's maybe a slight improvement, very small, but we should always.
So you still rate Max you? Good.
Yeah, Max is good. Max is good. Of course.
I love that, Mektos. I've got to ask, I really do have to. What did you say to the boys in that timeout? Because honestly, you were 3-2 down. The game was starting to look like it was starting to fade away. What was it that you got on the mic and said to your team to bring them back and take 2 in a row?
We just need to trust in our abilities. Like, we had a lot of the same issues in our first regional versus Elevate. We kind of just start panicking a bit and not trusting ourselves. I think that timeout helped a lot because it just let us reset, and we knew what we had to do. We talked it through. We had 2 minutes, and it made the next 2 games a lot more easy for us to fit into.
I think one of the things that everybody was struggling to deal with when it came to Koi today was Ocelon. He was just pushing so much physical play. There's a lot of chaos coming out of him. Was that something you specifically were prepared for, or is it just across the board that you've got the guys trained for the demos coming in?
I mean, our system makes it pretty easy to adapt to demos. Like, I feel like with most teams we play, we never really have an issue with demos. But I think it was mostly the same thing. I don't think that really got to us too much.
No, obviously this is your first event since the major. Do you think the performance there, getting the very close finish out of Swiss stage and having that really good performance has really helped push the team even higher than they were before?
I think after a major, we have so much drive. Like, we expect to make the next major, the Worlds, and we really want to push for top 8 and higher than that. Like, getting that good result in the major and barely missing out on top 8, it's just pushing us even more. Like, we want to win.
Very close.
Yeah. And that's actually what my question was about, Mektos. Obviously, you've been to the major. You got 9th to 11th, so close to reaching the heights of top 8. Now that Worlds is almost certainly locked in, bar an absolute miracle run from Movistar Koi, where do you realistically believe that you can finish at that Worlds major? Do you think it's top 8 is the ceiling, or do you think you could get higher than that?
I think anything's possible for us. Obviously, I'm not expecting to win the whole regional or win the whole major Worlds, but I definitely think we have what it takes to. I think any team, if we're playing well, we can beat. So we'll go in there, give it our all, and we honestly expect to be doing pretty well for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a big push is expected from you guys as well. No pressure, but it is worth mentioning, though. You are probably the team in the region with the most pressure on your shoulders. Is that something that you guys are feeling? Is it something you're addressing early, or is maybe that going to creep up and surprise you guys?
I'm not going to lie. I think the first split we had some pressure, but I think we're fully confident right now. Even that series, with how close to the series that was, like, the players weren't that stressed out. Like, we knew what we had to do. We do expect to be beating that team every time. And the next 2 regionals, I don't think it'll be as close.
I mean, you've had a really good run that was the only games you actually lost all event, but kind of looking back at teams you faced earlier on, like NJZ, like Kenotrope as well, how do you think the kind of other APAC teams are really fitting in now
coming up against you guys and against teams like Koi, do you think they're getting closer? Do you think they're starting to catch up a bit more?
I actually, with a lot of the roster moves going into the second split, I do think there's a lot more depth in Apac. I feel like, especially with Kenotrope, I feel like they've improved a lot. They honestly have a lot of potential. They're a good team.
Yeah, they pushed you guys a little bit closer today, even if it was a sweep. I guess the last question here, I got to ask about the fact that you guys are the only team in Apac to stay together. Now, of course, it totally makes sense given what the results were last split. But I want to ask if that gives you, if you feel like that gives you more of an advantage coming into this second split, having already played a lot together and already knowing each other's patterns in play.
100%, yeah. I mean, it definitely helps to play together, and even outside of Rocket League, like, we're all pretty close, we're all friends. So I think that definitely does help. Definitely an added benefit of sticking together.
Well, Mektos, I'd love to stop and talk to you all day. Wealth of information here, but we have to move on because we actually have your rival coach there in Trill waiting for us for a response from him as well. So any last shout-outs and maybe a message to send along to Trill?
GG's to Koi, and shout out to everyone on our team. Love the players, love working with them. Was a fun regional.
My mistake. Apparently we're not moving on to Trill, but we will have to move on from the interview. So thank you very much, Mektos. I'm sure this will not be the last time we see you for an interview after a grand final finish. And for your sake, hope that you can continue the wins into a very good appearance at the major at the end of this run. But still a fair few weeks away from seeing that result for you. So all the best, and we'll see you next time.
For sure. Thank you, guys.
All right, what a day, guys. I mean, we started with a banger series, and I thought that was going to be really hard to beat. That one there, you guys got a gift of a series there, because I don't think it has been very rare, if ever, we've had a series that good on stream.
I mean, Gex, we were talking earlier about how pink we look on camera, and I think I became a different shade now completely after that series. But, I mean, I can't go over it. The confidence being exuded there from Mektos. I mean, this team knows they're the best in the region. They're so confident, and I don't blame them. They do seem to very clearly be the best in the region, but, I mean, coming into that interview saying how Koi are nowhere near them, I mean, the confidence in that from Mektos, fair enough.
Oh. And he's got a reason to be that confident, right? Absolutely. Let's see where that leaves us for the standings then, and of course for this Raleigh Major. Luminosity out to a lead over their nearest rivals, Movistar, Koi, NJZ and Kenotrope also getting a fair few points on the board. But it feels like more and more, Gex, that it is that two-horse race, and it will be a race this split.
I like that at least below that we're getting some depth though, like that push into the top four. The native teams that are still learning from this experience are starting to become very, very scary. I mean, NJZ is a brand new entry into the top four and they impressed us. Maybe not that exact top four performance, we've seen better from them even this weekend, but certainly Kenotrope as well. They are showing some actual consistency with that scary nature to them. They even managed to push Luminosity, who won this, and they said they were comfortable with the win. Luminosity themselves shouted out that they're getting scary.
Oh, I mean, 100%. We're seeing a big growth from Apac. Out of those 8 teams in the top 8 finishing, 6 of them have at least an Apac player on it. And, you know, if I say about 5 of them are what I would consider Apac rosters still. So, really good showing from Apac here coming up against a lot of the kind of regional teams that, you know, biggest one we missed out on today was Godspeed having to FF their match, and who knows how well they would have done in that run. But otherwise, for the Apac team, Prestige Abilities really impressed me in their top 8 matchup. I really think they are a team to keep an eye on. We already mentioned, you know, how good Risk was coming in, making his first top 4 ever. Same for Blue, first top 4 as Apac had been combined. There are a lot of exciting prospects coming to Apac here.
All hail Sphinx and Risk right now.
Yeah. Absolutely, but yeah, what an open it's been. So much action here in Apac, and what a couple of opens we've got coming up. Open 5 and 6 round the corner. So excited for this split because, man, this is such a close race.
Certainly, that was a massive day and a massive win. But there are our socials down below. Go and give us a follow if you want to see Rocket League across the regions. Definitely some international representation here. Rhino's even featured over on Rlcs for SSA as well. So it's great to have you all out. There is much more to see despite the confidence from the coach there on Luminosity. This is not done. It is not dusted. More to come back to. So do come back. We'll see you next time in Open number 5 for the Raleigh Major.
Bye.